The story begins with a place where until recently there was a prosperous city, with happy residents, developed infrastructure, and a happy life. And now it has turned into solid ruins and a fire. A young man named Yian Shing was one of the survivors in this world left after the recent apocalypse. He held the iron chains tightly because he understood that another life would depend on it. The boy screamed at Jian that she did not let go of the chains, and Tinsen tried to pull out his dearest girl, who was left in this horseradish broken world. The girl also held on to the chains with her last strength. Desperation and fear were visible in her eyes, but the brother did not allow her to give up and inspired some hope for salvation. So she hung on the edge of the abyss. The guy stayed alive for such a long time because he was reborn before this disaster began. And that was why he was still able to hold those cursed chains that held his sister. Somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, he began to understand that a terrible end was approaching. And Yian Shing saw hundreds of giant hands reaching for his most precious treasure. As the vile paws began to grip the young girl's body, the boy tried to pull the damn chains faster. But it was already too late. Jian's scream pierced the young man's hearing and soul. Even in a terrible dream, Yian Shing could not imagine that he would have to experience such horror in real life. Despair and pain are all that filled the young man's mind once and for all. In childhood, a small boy with different eyes was often called a product. The confused boy did not know how he behaved when all his peers were around him. That's why he just experienced that fear in himself. Little Yian Shing often saw what others could not see. The dead and ghosts were commonplace for the little one. He clearly distinguished them and knew why they came to their world. His biological father was scared to death when his son shared his visions with them. They considered him crazy, so they left their son in an orphanage. But fate gave him a wonderful gift. He was adopted by foster parents. It was then that his sister Jian appeared. And it was then that he truly felt the warmth of the home hearth. But the adoptive parents were not ready to take care of the children for a long time. And after waiting for the children to grow up, they went abroad. Since then, the elder brother, Yian Shing, had to worry about his sister. She was quite a troubled girl. Therefore, the guy had to spend a lot of time to protect the young girl from perverted suitors. And thanks to his sister's beauty, there were quite a few of them. Brother and sister became more mature, and with age, Yian Shing's abilities became stronger and stronger. He constantly trained them and learned to use them quite skillfully. There was even a time when a young man learned to earn good money for himself and his sister by catching ghosts and exorcising evil spirits. People did not spare their money for this, and Tinsen even became quite a famous person in his region thanks to his abilities. The boy never doubted the existence of these terrible creatures, and they in turn knew about the existence of Yian Shing. The young man even knew somewhere in the depths of his soul that one day, the peaceful existence of the human race would come to an end due to the invasion of monsters. That is why he was preparing for this doomsday. One day, a young man saw a bright light. It was so bright that it dazzled the eyes and prevented one from looking at him. At first, the boy thought that a meteorite was rushing towards him, and Yian Shing saw, squinting his eyes, that that pillar of bright light was rushing at a maddening speed in the direction where the young man was. Therefore, the boy prepared for the meeting. This glow knocked the young man off his feet and penetrated his body. At that moment, Yian Shing thought that he had died, because his body was filled with simply hellish pain. But to his surprise, he was reborn at that time. After regaining consciousness, the young man found himself in his bed, in his own room. The rays of the morning sun woke him up through the window. The surprised boy slowly rubbed his eyes. A watch was lying nearby. The young man took it in his hands, and his mouth fell open at what he saw. The time on the clock indicated that the young man had gone back 3 days, and Tinsen looked out the window and admired the beautiful scenery of his native city. They were simply incredible. It didn't even cross his mind what exactly could happen to his world during these 3 days. During these 3 days, giants, terrible monsters, monster bugs, immortal skeletons will attack the earth. Numerous monsters and monsters suddenly ravaged the planet and almost destroyed the human race. Today, he couldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it all with his own eyes. A thought about his sister flashed through Yian Shing's mind. He asked himself what chance there is for her to stay alive, and he himself answered that the chances are so small that they are equal to 0. He had to pull himself together. Therefore, Yian Shing quickly went to the bathroom and washed himself with cold water. But thoughts about whether that cursed doomsday would come again did not give him peace. The concentrated boy's gaze landed on his phone. On the screensaver of the main screen was a photo of them together with their sister. They were both happy with genuine smiles on their faces. Then the thought flashed through my head that the doomsday had not yet come. So he has a chance to protect his beloved sister. And since God gave him a second chance, he will make the most of it. And Yian Shing made a clear decision that even if the world ends, he must protect his sister at all costs. He still has 3 days left to prepare properly. At that time, Yian Shing had just been reincarnated, so he was still naive enough to think that he could easily go through all of this again. The young man sat down comfortably in bed and tried to calm down a little, so that in the end he could understand what had happened there. He strained his memory to recreate that event in the smallest details. He clearly turned around as a bright light approached him. Here it is speeding, and there are only a few seconds left before the collision. And Yian Shing began to analyze why exactly this picture arose in his mind. He remembered that this glow looked one-on-one like the meteorite that had hit him and penetrated him. A picture of a golden dragon appeared before his eyes, which was approaching closer to the young man. When the collision was only a few meters away, the dragon opened its mouth and let out a terrible sound. Then the dragon turned into a golden pillar of light and entered the young man's body. And Yian Shing not only clearly saw this picture again, but also felt the terrible pain that he had to experience then. So the young man began to swing away, trying to fend off the dragon. When Yian Shing's eyes opened and he regained consciousness, drops of cold sweat appeared on the boy's face. He realized that there was a dragon in his mind, and Yian Shing picked up the mobile phone and paid attention to the time. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds left. He could not waste a single second, so action had to begin immediately. The first thing he did was dial his sister's number. The surprised girl picked up the phone. She asked what had happened, because he never called her at such a time, and Yian Shing quickly told the girl to come to him quickly, regardless of where she was at the moment. The guy made several more important calls with the same message. The young man gathered his best friends who were at the appointed place in a few minutes. The guy apologized for contacting them, but he needed their help. The men reassured the boy and told him to count on them in any situation. And if there are any problems, they will help solve them without hesitation. The young man led his comrades to the warehouse and said that he would be as frank as possible with them. Their conversation was interrupted by a worker who reported that the supply orders for Master Y had been arranged through his connections and would be delivered this evening. The worker carefully examined the warehouse and was surprised by its scale. The guy explained that he bought it earlier and found another purpose for this room. And Yian Shing turned to the man and said that he could stay here for a few days to help and bring important family members here with him. His friends looked at each other in surprise and waited for a clear explanation from Yian Shing about what he decided to do here. The frightened girl ran into the warehouse and ran at full speed to look for her brother. She ran, pushing the workers who were unloading the order. Jian was flying, noticing no one around her. There was horror and confusion in her eyes. The boy heard his sister scream and turned around. He was glad that she responded quickly to his phone call and was able to reach her destination in the shortest possible time. Anxious, Jian Yan lashed out at her brother with such force that he fell off his feet and dropped the toolbox. Jian Yan started to touch his forehead and asked worriedly about his well-being. She asked if he was okay. Is it possible that something happened to him in his work with ghosts? After all, he sometimes did not scare her with such messages before. The guy said he was fine. When the passions subsided a little, and Jian Yan was sure that the brother was all right, she introduced him to her best friend, Tang Jitong. The young girl waved her hand in response. Jian also introduced her brother's girlfriend, and Tinsin was glad to meet him and advised the girls to stay close to each other in the future. The eager girls offered their help in moving the boxes. The guy explained that there are important things in the boxes, so he will personally deal with them. Jianyan wondered where he got all these things, and whether he had spent all his savings. And Tianxing explained that money at the moment is just a trifle that doesn't matter anymore. And he added that he had something extremely important to tell his sister, but he doubted whether she would believe him. Then the young man led her to a remote room where weapons of good quality were kept. After the story, the young man said that he had some good friends left from the days when he made a living by exorcising demons. He did everything he could to get these materials. Jianyan bowed her head and said that it was hard to believe. But she believes him, because since the time when her mother and father left him, Yian Shing remained the only one who took care of the girl. And Yian Shing added that he believed that this time he would be able to protect his sister and save her life, regardless of what the world would become after that. His innate yin and yang eyes are a natural talent and magical ability. All these years he had been trying to figure out how to use this power to create chains to trap and kill evil spirits. The boy had no idea that the bead contained the ancient and magical power of the cultivation technique. When using the Imperial Dragon Sutra, the activation of the yin and yang eyes increased more than tenfold, and Tian Xing believed that the heavenly cultivation technique would help him save and protect his family. Everyone who dared to help the boy gathered indoors. The watchful eyes of men and women were fixed on the young man whom they trusted. There was a countdown on the clock that showed 20 seconds left, and Tian Xing stared intently at the window. He did not even believe that the end of the world would begin in 10 seconds. With 2 seconds left on the clock, people felt that the apocalypse was approaching. The room began to shake slowly. People were barely able to stay on their feet. People's gazes were directed to the sky where a huge red hole had formed. Then, various demonic monsters began to crawl through it. There were so many of them that they did not have time to count. The dark day of humanity has come, the day of disaster. But this time, the group of people led by Yi Tianxing was better prepared to meet the danger that fell on their heads. The sky, which until recently was blue, instantly turned red and split in half, and hundreds of monsters immediately began to crawl through that hole and fill the earth. People watched in horror at what was happening outside. They saw how hundreds of terrible birds swooped down to exterminate the human race. There was such an impression that there was no end to them. Then dark stones began to fall from the sky, which fell on the buildings and smashed them to pieces. Following the stones, a flock of man-eating birds of prey flew in, wiping people off the face of the earth one by one. Until recently, the inhabited city was gradually transformed from ashes, where there were neither people, nor plants, nor high-rise buildings. Clouds of dust and smoke rose to the sky, begging for help. A group of people who watched with fear the horrors that were happening outside admitted that Yi Tianxing was right, and the end of the world had indeed come. His sister Jian was especially impressed. A pack of monsters and monsters advanced victoriously in search of new victims. Step by step, they completely wiped out such a native city for their comrades. People who were inside the premises were anxiously waiting for their turn. And here she came. Hundreds of angry monsters began to break out of the room. Their scents told that there was delicious food. Master Yi also ordered to prepare for the meeting of uninvited guests. He ordered his sister to hide somewhere safe and wait for him to let her out of hiding. And Tian Xing ordered the more trained and knowledgeable boys to march with him to stop the onslaught of monsters, and the rest to go to the gate and wait for further orders. Monsters just fought against the wall trying to get inside. They could smell the blood and fresh meat that was waiting for them there. And Tian Xing took up his weapon and prepared to repel the attack. How nice that he took care of this in advance. His comrades also took machine guns and prepared them for a meeting with the enemy. At Yi Tianxin's command, they simultaneously began to mercilessly destroy those monsters. When the first bullets reached their victims, they did not even expect that anyone on Earth would resist them. Several dead monsters did not stop the onslaught of monsters, and the rest stubbornly climbed forward. They pushed without stopping, and the boys did not graze the rear. They courageously fought for their own lives. When the monsters were finished, Yi Tianxing took a breath and said that it stopped them for a while and they could rest for a while. The boys were happy that they managed to repel the attack without a single scratch. Therefore, the construction of this base was worth their efforts and efforts. People exhaled. They were not jokingly frightened by such a sight. The boys, led by Yian Shing, returned to the people and said that they had managed to hold back the enemy's advance. And Tianxin said that no one should lose their vigilance and watch one another. The base had a sufficient amount of food and water supplies, which should have lasted for a year until the disaster ended. But before the boy could prove it, everyone heard a terrible roar, and stones from the wall rolled into the base. And Tianxin turned and saw how a hole had formed in the wall, through which the monsters began to crawl into the middle of the room. He quickly ordered everyone to run for cover and his boys to grab their weapons. One thing was clear. They must act clearly and harmoniously. Every second was worth people's lives. The first person Yian Shing cared about was Jian. He told her to find a safe place for herself and sit there with her friend without sticking her nose out. Comrades reloaded their machine guns and began to fight off the unexpected attack of monsters with dignity and without panic. But there were no fewer of those monsters. New monsters crawled through the opening in search of prey. A few minutes later, a huge monster was inside, which gave a loud cry and looked around, looking for a treat. And Tianxin also noticed this monster and prepared to give it a worthy rebuff. But the monster chose a victim. These were two girls who quickly ran away from here to safely hide. One of them was Master Ai's beloved sister. And Tianxin also understood the monster's plans and frantically shouted "No," which echoed for several kilometers. This is exactly what he was afraid of. There was no time to think. The decision had to be made in a matter of seconds, so Yian Shing had to use the power of the yin and yang chains. And Tianxin showed that yin and yang are two colors. They are the beginning and the end, which must bind this evil force. And the monster instantly wrapped itself in strong chains just a few centimeters from the girls. People present at the base watched this spectacle with open mouths. They thought that the boy was also one of the monsters since he got such chains from nowhere. But the boy did not pay attention to the chatter. He was simply saving his sister's life. When the monster was finished, the young man immediately ran to his unconscious sister and checked to see if she was okay. His friends calmed the crowd and told them that they should not worry and fear Master Y, because he is one of the few exorcists in this world who possesses the divine power of yin and yang. The people looked in fear at the dead monster lying on the floor in the middle of their base. When Jian regained consciousness, Master Yi ordered to seal all the windows, leaving only small gaps. Streams of bright light began to radiate from one dead creature. The man asked what the hell was going on. Everyone watched as those rays gathered in a heap and a bright shining ball was formed. Surprised, Zhan Yan asked her brother if he knew what kind of bright crap was flying in the air. Master Yi deftly caught it in his hand and said that he never thought that a magic sphere could fall out of this monster. It was a wish pearl. People who were inside the base had never seen anything like this in their lives, so they looked at such a miracle with amazement. And Tianxin told everyone present that the wish pearl is the power of perseverance and faith, and it has nothing to do with obsession. The boy added that obsession is divided into good and evil, and in the past, the young man chased away many evil ghosts. Evil obsessions include resentment, hatred, and envy. When the boy killed ghosts, he chained their soul in a strong ring, or used the yin and yang chains that everyone present had seen with their own eyes a few minutes ago. But from these techniques until today, you could get a pearl of desire with a small chance. This gem helps a person to cultivate and improve their own fighting power. People listened to the story of the pearl of desire with open mouths. They had no idea of her significance for the young man. And Tianxin had not often seen pearls of desire in his life, so he brought it closer to him to take a better look. In the past, Yian Shing mostly relied on desire pearls to cultivate his innate yin and yang eyes. But all this happened too slowly. But now, when Yian Shing unexpectedly received the heavenly dragon writing, the desire to use pearls became several times more effective. Jian was the first to notice that something unusual was happening, and she called her brother to look at the sight. A lot of desire pearls began to be released from the slain monsters. They rose up and shone so brightly that there was no need to turn on the lights in the room. It was an incredible sight. Everyone enjoyed such beauty. And the young man remarked that in those days when he so zealously hunted for pearls, they were so difficult to get. And now these pearls could be easily obtained even from small monsters. Master I knew that in addition to the pearls of desire, there were other treasures, such as the heavenly dragon's writing. So the boy thought about the fact that this disaster is a good opportunity to collect treasures for the cultivation of his power. The young man took one more look at his treasure and swallowed it. Jian and her friend almost felt sick. They couldn't believe that the boy swallowed that pearl that came out of the body of those ugly monsters. But the boy explained to the surprised girls that this was the best way to cultivate the pearl of desire. Then the brother grabbed Jian by the shoulder and said that he had something very important to tell her. He informed Jian of his decision that he was going to go and kill more monsters in order to collect as many desire pearls as possible. Surprised, Jian's eyes just blinked. She didn't have the slightest desire to let her own brother die to those monsters. Jian begged him to think carefully about his decision, because there is just horror happening on the street, and he can easily say goodbye to his life. Other people also persuaded the master not to leave the base, but Yian Shing had already made a firm decision. He announced that right now the end of the world had come, and they had nothing left. Today only they can save themselves. The boy said that the disaster brought great changes, and he is sure that behind the walls of their shelter there are rarer treasures, and the more they get, the better the chances of survival. The boy added that with his yin and yang eyes, he could use his sight and find these treasures with ease. And Tianxing decided that this time he would go to look for treasures. The boy was sure that it was they who could change their fate. When Yian Shing went outside, it was not a pleasant sight. Hundreds of corpses of people and small monsters that did not share their prey were lying on the ground. The stench of the corpses, which had already begun to decompose, was so unbearable that Yian Shing instinctively covered his nose with his hand. And Tianxing passed through a street where there were no living creatures. He knew for sure that at night it was time for monsters to rest, so meeting the monster was a task with an asterisk. It didn't take long to test my luck. An angry monster suddenly appeared behind the boy, hoping to visit the fresh meat that had come to him, and Tianxing turned and assessed his opponent. In appearance, the monster was huge, and it was not so easy to deal with it. The boy thought that they met in time, because he believed that the monsters were sleeping. So Yian Shing quickly took out his sword and charged at the monsters. A minute later, the dead monster was lying on the ground. When everything was finished with the monster, a red sierra was released from its body, and Tianxing himself was surprised at such a treasure. After all, for the first time in his long years of fighting monsters, he had to get a red pearl of desire. But as soon as Yian Shing took the pearl in his hands, he heard a woman's voice behind him say that he was greatly flattered to receive the red pearl. The guy turned around and asked the girl who she was. The pretty brunette said her name was Chen Shueluo, and that she was an exorcist just like him. Of course, the boy was shocked by such a statement. He had no idea that anyone in this world had the same abilities as him. So he openly asked the young girl what abilities she had. The pretty brunette replied that she knows how to heal wounds. She prepared to demonstrate her skills. When Chen Shueluo reached out her hand to the young man and took his wounded hand in her palm, the young man felt an amazing warmth fill his entire body. Chen Shueluo let go of the young man's hand, and he was able to take a closer look at it. And what was his surprise when he did not see a single scratch on the spot that was bleeding a few seconds ago. The surprised young man asked the girl if she knew what such an unusual red pearl of desire was. After all, pearls of desire are usually white, and they are useful for cultivating strength. Chen Shueluo explained that now everything has changed, and a very small number of steel pearls are red in color. Not only are these pearls helpful for cultivation, but they can also be refined. After refining a red pearl, it can be turned into a rare treasure, making it the best pearl in the world. The guy admitted that she knows a lot about treasures. Chen Shueluo said that just as the sky changed, a divine light appeared in the sky and crashed into her house. After that, she learned that the light was a jade book. This white jade book told the girl a lot of information about heaven and about pearls. She had witnessed the boy exorcise demons and their school, so she knew he was quite strong. Chen Shueluo said that she has the power to heal wounds, but she doesn't have enough power to fight, so she would like to follow the young man to survive. He agreed to her proposal. The young man gratefully accepted the jade book and opened it to learn more about its contents. But what was his surprise that not a single word was written in the book. But as soon as he thought about it, a golden light began to radiate from the book, in which the following words were engraved. The change of the heavenly path, the desire, the obsession of humanity fills the world. The book went on to say that this world will be overtaken by death. All the desires of this world will merge into one, and this world will finally change, and a new era will come. As they walked down the street together, Chen Shueluo asked him how he came to look for treasures, and the boy explained that this disaster brought them treasures that could save them from a hopeless situation. That girl remarked that tonight she saw nothing but the boy and ghosts. And Yian Shing explained that he felt a different energy, and that perhaps the treasures were somewhere very close. And Yian Shing noticed some movement on the left side and guessed that someone was there. The girl offered her help to Brother Yi, and Yian Shing asked her to keep an eye out for any monsters around and notify him immediately if anything happened. The young girl immediately agreed to help her new acquaintance and proceeded to fulfill the request, wishing the young man good luck. The boy looked more closely into the distance and noticed a bunch of monsters, and a wolf-like monster. And Yian Shing had already seen that treasure with the help of his yin and yang eyes, but it was quite far from him. He saw the treasure that so beckoned the young man to take it. The boy saw an angry wolf fighting with green monsters, so he thought that this was just an incredible opportunity to take that treasure. And Yian Shing rushed towards the pearl with skillful movements. After a few jumps, Yian Shing found himself next to the pearl and was finally able to take it in his hands. The boy immediately decided to hide the treasure in his bag so as not to draw too much attention to the glow. That terrible monster felt that her pearl was stolen and immediately rushed to return her wealth. And after the first attack, Tianxing realized that it would not be easy to deal with the wolf. His opponent turned out to be quite a strong opponent. But Yi Tianxing was not going to give up his treasure, so he prepared for a deadly battle for his pearl. And Tianxin didn't even have time to blink an eye, as the wolf already made the first attack, from which the boy barely fought back. It was very fast and unexpected. It was Yi Tianxin's turn to strike. The boy quickly took advantage of his opportunity, but that damned monster jumped away so skillfully that the young man did not even blink an eye. The wounded Yi Tianxing just looked at his enemy. He couldn't understand how such a huge monster could be so fast. Blood flowed from the injured hand. The wound was excruciatingly painful. The wolf attacked the boy again, and Tianxing understood that the opponent had the same blows as before. And Tianxing swung his sword and shouted to the wolf that he was not afraid of him. The monster rushed at the young man at breakneck speed, and Tianxing managed to orient himself quickly and delivered his crowning blow. But that damned monster was still unharmed. And Tianxing thought that because of the injury, he did not have enough strength to send the giant monster to hell. The monster was sneezed at the young man's thoughts. Therefore, he was already running at full speed to attack the enemy. He needed to get his pearl back at any cost. And Tianxing realized that he could not do without his magical yin and yang powers this time. So he skillfully used his magic chains to tame such a strong monster. After a couple of minutes, magical chains began to slowly envelop the wolf from all sides. The monster tried to get out of the chains, but they squeezed the monster's body harder and harder. It wanted with its last strength to break free and eat Yi Tianxin. When the monster was motionless, the young man took out his spear and threw it with all his might at the monster's head. Until the monster recovered from the skillful blows, Yi Tianxing decided to finish off this opponent once and for all. So he gripped his weapon tightly and jumped at the monsters from above. Finally, such a huge monster was finished. Everything around was splashed with the monster's blood. This victory was not easy for the young man. The injured and exhausted young man finally breathed a sigh of relief. The wound was a sign, so in the future, he needs to be more careful in battles with monsters. But his efforts were not in vain, and Yian Shing took out his much-desired magical firstborn and clutched his treasure tightly. When the layer of light peeled off, something like a cube appeared inside. The young man had never seen anything like this, so he began to examine it with interest. If the cube is compressed, it opens spaces for storing things. It seems that the disaster brought not only various evil spirits, but also various rare treasures that were not there before. When the tired Yi Tianxing was returning after the battle, it began to snow. He could not believe that the streets were covered with a white, cold blanket of snow-white snow. Chen Shueluo eagerly awaited his return. Although they had only known each other for a few hours, she was not mistaken for a boy. When he approached, the girl called him. When Chen Shueluo got closer, She noticed that Yian Shing was seriously injured, but the boy reassured him that everything was fine with him and that he should not worry about his well-being, because he got what he wanted. But Chen Shueluo knew how to help the young man, so she quickly used her powers to heal her brother's wounds. A minute later, they both heard footsteps. There were a lot of them. The girl asked what was happening here, and Yian Shing explained that people were approaching them, and there were quite a lot of them. When the strangers came closer, it was possible to see that they were well-armed men in military equipment. Their eyes glowed strangely. Tianxin understood in a second who exactly was approaching them, so he quickly covered the girl's mouth with his hand and asked her not to make any noise, because these are dead soldiers. The soldiers confidently approached the monsters. They were quite serious. Therefore, it was better not to attract too much attention. The monsters looked at the men with interest and were surprised that the food came to them by itself. So they decided not to neglect such an opportunity and quickly attacked the soldiers. The chief of the soldiers shouted something in an incomprehensible language, and all the soldiers rushed into battle. The young people sat quietly and just watched this bloody carnage. No one wanted to interfere in that mess. Courageous soldiers bravely fought against that evil. They only had time to repel the attacks of monsters. Very soon, the entire battlefield was littered with corpses of monsters, and brave warriors wiped their weapons from the ugly blood of the monster. Everything around was lit up by the glow of the pearls that were released from the corpses. The girl drew Brother Fern's attention to the large number of wish pearls, and he reassured the girl that they would take everything when the dead soldiers left the battlefield. After a few minutes, the young people began to collect the treasure that they happened to find. Chen Shueluo carefully examined the pearls of incredible beauty and excitedly told the young man that they were now actually rich in treasures. And Tianxin gathered pearls into his bag. He also rejoiced at their treasure and noted that they were very pleased. Such an opportunity rarely comes, but they hit the jackpot. Both Yian Shing and Chen Shueluo collected all the wish pearls and headed back to their base. The road was not easy, because it snowed and it got cold outside, so the young people were in a hurry. When the boy and girl approached the door of the room, Yian Shing loudly knocked on the door with a code signal, as he and his sister had agreed. Jian was rushing to open the door at full speed. She was very happy when she heard the code knock. The heart was beating frantically. The girl understood that her brother had returned home, but when she opened the door, the sister was even more surprised, because a beautiful young girl was standing next to her brother on the threshold. The guy introduced her to the girls and explained that she is an exorcist who knows how to heal wounds. The girl said that her name was Zhao Jin and she was glad to meet her, and her sister thanked her for taking care of her brother. But Chen Shueluo replied that it is necessary to help at a time like this, and Tianxin gathered all his friends together and asked what had happened here during his absence and how things were going here. The girls said that since he left the base, they haven't been bothered by the monsters yet. But now it's 8 in the morning, and it's very dark outside, as if the night has gotten longer. The sister's friend added that it suddenly started snowing outside, and thanks to the generator and heating, they did not freeze. And Tianxin could not understand why there had been no sun for 3 days. They could guess for a long time, so the young people decided to find the answers to their questions in the Jade Book. The more so, it would be stupid not to take advantage of such an opportunity. As soon as Yian Shing asked the book what was happening, a message immediately appeared that serious trials await them in the future. The first of those tests will be the weather test, and young people have already witnessed the weather cataclysms that took place outside the walls of their reliable base. The sister asked her brother what kind of book it was, and he explained that this is a jade book that contains information about the disaster. This is the treasure that Chen Shueluo found. Then Yian Shing told that in addition to this book, they managed to find more pearls of wishes. He opened his bag and showed the audience their treasure. Zhao Jin and his girlfriend looked at the shining pearls with fascination. They were of different sizes, and each was incredibly beautiful in its own way. And Tianxin told that these are all pearls of wishes that they managed to collect during their journey. He also added that a very valuable book emerged from the huge red monster. This book was called Sutra of Sitting and Forgetting. It was the best technique to build a cultivation foundation, so both Tang Jitong and Zhao Jin could also practice. Moreover, this sutra was considered an incredible attribute that could be transferred to other cultivation methods at any time without too much trouble. Therefore, it was worth trying to start training. There were no limitations to this technique, and if the girls managed to create a divine sea in their minds, then they could become cultivators. And that would be a huge opportunity. If the girls had added wish pearls, they would have been able to make a huge leap in strength and gain the ability to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. The girls were incredibly happy about such an opportunity, and Yian Shing continued to read the book further and announced that the next few days would be full of tremendous changes. The third day after the disaster was called Singularity, the beginning of energy. Having such useful information, people could prepare for the tests in advance, and Tinsin immediately organized men who worked tirelessly to fortify their base. The boy gave the order that when the group got tired, the next one would replace it. The young man himself took an axe in his hands and began to cut down the roots that had sprouted from the outside. Everyone received a clear instruction, not to let these vines grow, so no one had time to rest. Everyone present at the base coped with this test 100%, but they did not have time to rest from the third day, as it was written in the book that on the fourth day, meteor showers are waiting for people, which will destroy everything in their path. In the morning, everything happened like that. Hundreds of meteorites fell to the ground. They were destroying the buildings that remained from the previous tests, and Tianxin ordered all the people who were at the base at that time to take food and water with them and quickly go down to the basement, because acid rain and meteorites are approaching. And Yian Shing was the last to go to the basement to make sure that everyone was safe. People followed all the instructions of Master Ai without objection. Everyone sat around the fire in the deep basement and was infinitely grateful to the young man that he was able to take care of their safety in advance. And Tinsin watched over the people and helped them endure that terrible disaster as much as he could. The guy thought that everyone needs to increase their strength in this post-apocalyptic world. The young man was happy that his sister Zhao Jin and the girls had succeeded in discovering the divine sea, which meant entering the path of cultivation. She practiced every free minute. Now that the energy of the heavens and the earth had been revived, there must have been many people with talents, just like the girls who had already reached the stage of opening the divine sea. There was hope that they would manage to survive. But the fifth day of the great destruction came. He foretold the appearance of the white sun and the brightness of the stars, and Tian Xing decided to get up from the basement and check what was really happening there. When he was outside, it was just as cold and dark outside. The boy began to remember the writing of the book. In the book, it was clearly written about the burning bright sun. The young man thought that perhaps the time had not yet come when this prediction would appear. We had to wait a little. Then the young man felt some jolts and sounds coming as if from under the ground. This alerted Yi Tianxin, and he decided to find out in more detail what was really happening here. The young man noticed the entrance to some dungeon and realized that the sounds were coming from there. Already the boy could clearly distinguish the words, and they were about a call for help. There were living people inside. They were frightened and quickly ran away from the giant rats, which had almost overtaken the poor people. People begged for salvation. The rats were so hideous that one could pass out from the disgusting sight alone. They quickly ran after their prey in anticipation of fresh meat. A few seconds passed when one rat caught up with the young woman and mercilessly stuck its claws into the poor woman's neck. Blood splattered in all directions, and the woman could no longer scream. The young people heard how the young woman screamed frantically, and her scream made the blood run cold in their veins and turned around. But it would be better if they didn't do it. From the horror that the children saw in them, their legs were removed. Li Jilin, a high school teacher, rushed to help a dying young woman. He boldly rushed to snatch their prey from the rats. The man shouted hatefully for these carrion to die immediately. Fire streamed from the young man's hands, with which he tried to kill the rats that took his girlfriend from the man. This fire stopped the monsters for a while. The man picked up the tattered woman in his arms and shouted loudly to the children that they did not waste time, and ran away quickly. The children came to their senses and started running, but the rats had already moved away from the fiery attack and were preparing to deal with this man, who prevented them from having a delicious dinner. Their eyes burned with a predatory red light. The young man had already said goodbye to his life and decided to delay the monsters somehow to give the children time to run away to a safe distance. But suddenly some chains fell on the rats. A second later, Li Jilin saw a young man rushing to fight the vile monsters. That brave man shouted for Li Jilin to carry the woman away from there. Li Jilin picked up the young woman's body with trembling hands and carried her away from the battlefield. Although the man ordered himself to hold on, tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at his dead friend. And Yian Shing used his yin and yang magic chains, and when the rats were already firmly squeezed in them, he ordered the chains to fall apart. As soon as the yin and yang chains sealed the monsters' souls, they absorbed them. That is why they were called so. Over the years, their owner has already learned to perfectly master his magical gift. The yin and yang chains had the power to kill any spirit. Therefore, when the monsters were securely chained, Yian Shing, without any hesitation, ordered the chains to destroy the monsters. The rats had already seen how hundreds of silver chains were flying towards them at breakneck speed. They felt that there was no time to resist. On this day, there were hundreds of cursed monsters in the world. The rats' bodies were pierced by chains and mercilessly sent to hell. And Yian Shing looked at the battlefield and the number of slain monsters and realized that the souls of the rats killed today would be enough to create new chains. Li Jilin saw with his own eyes how the young man easily dealt with so many monsters and thought that he was quite strong. Li Jilin placed the dead woman on the floor, carefully covering her with sheets. The children all gathered around and began to cry. Li Jilin approached Master Yi and thanked him for saving him. Li Jilin said that he was the teacher of these children, just like Tan Jiawei. A few days ago, a cataclysm similar to the end of the world happened. People from the school ran away and now there is no one left. Li Jilin then bowed his head and muttered that he couldn't believe that Tan Jiawei was no longer with them. Master, I was very sorry for the man, so he put his hand on his shoulder and expressed sympathy. And Yian Shing looked carefully at the teacher and said that he saw how his hands could create fire. The young man asked what abilities he had. Li Jilin raised his hands and demonstrated how rapidly the fire erupted. He asked if the boy meant it. If so, he has had this ability for a long time, but he does not know anything about it. Li Jilin said that thanks to those fiery hands, no one insulted him and he thought he could protect others, but he failed to protect his dearest woman. Li Jilin then took Master Yi's hands and said that he saw how the boy quickly got even with those monsters, and it was simply unparalleled. Li Jilin said that Yian Shin's abilities were much greater than his, and he asked him to lead them and help them survive this horror. The children also came closer to the men and listened carefully to their conversation. Li Jilin said that they could only rely on Master Yi, because the man himself was unable to take care of everyone. 4 confused children saw that their teacher was confused and scared, so they wanted to help him and didn't know how. Yian Shing said that in such difficult times, of course they should worry about each other, so he would help Li Jilin. Li Jilin asked Yian Shing if he would really leave them here to be eaten by these monsters, and the young man assured that he always keeps his word. Li Jilin said that from today he was in his debt, and thanked him once again for saving him. And Tianxin replied that it was his duty to help people. In such difficult times, we need to act together. Then, Yian Shing's attention was drawn to the unusual glow of the wish pearl that was released from the killed rats. This gem resonated with the dragon in his mind. The young man realized that this pearl contained many more secrets than he thought, and Tianxin brought new acquaintances to his base. Although it was damaged by meteorites on the outside, inside it was still a real fortress for hundreds of people. And Yian Shing, entering the premises, introduced the teacher Li Jilin and his students, and told about his superpowers. People gathered around the master, looked at the new arrivals with interest. The men came up and greeted the newcomers. They were happy to see new people in their friendly team. And Tianxin gathered everyone together and said that in these difficult times, they would have to face unreal things. Civilization is brought to its knees. Society is plunged into chaos. It was safe to say that the trials that befell the survivors were stronger than any that had come before. But since they remained alive, they must look forward. That is why they should accept everyone who survived into the group. And as the number of people with abilities increases, so does the chance to fight back against whatever challenges await them. Then everyone present felt some tremors under their feet. They did not understand what was happening, so they assumed that an earthquake had started. In the Jade Book it was written, "The stars will gather and the earth will tremble, and the heavens will open with a sea of terror, touching everyone." People did not waste time in vain and cultivated their abilities every day. Some could already shoot fire. Some created crystals. Some formed electric discharges. The girls talked peacefully among themselves, and during the discussion came to the conclusion that they live in interesting times, because after an unexpected outburst, everyone had magical abilities, and Yian Shing was disturbed by the resonance that the red pearl of desires caused in his mind. Having read the literature more carefully, the boy learned that something is stored in it. It was an alternate reality fireplace. He used the power of absorption, allowing the body to form a portal to another time dimension. And Tianxin looked more closely at the stone. He told his sister that it was a very valuable thing because it could absorb anything, even a jade book. His sister worriedly asked him why he was not eating, and Tianxin smiled back and said that it was all right, he just wasn't hungry right now, so he wasn't eating. The sister said seriously that Yian Shing always finds excuses like these and behaves like a little child. But when the brother opened his mouth to object, a delicious piece of bread ended up in his mouth. The girl explained that he was the only family she had, so it would be completely pointless if he starved to death. And Tianxin smiled and said that her arguments were iron, and he would eat everything now. The boy noticed how the supplies of food and water were quickly running out. He had prepared enough to last him a month, but common sense told him that if the chaos continued, there wouldn't be enough for much longer. But the girls calmed down the young man. They said not to worry about it, because the most important thing is that they are still alive. And that is the most important thing. Someone shouted loudly that the sun had risen outside, and everyone got up and quickly ran to the exit to see for themselves. They had not seen him for a long time. When people left the room, even their eyes squinted because they were not used to seeing such bright light. So it really was the sun. But after taking a closer look at the sky, those present realized that it is not one. Hundreds of golden stars shone brightly in the sky. Everyone admired such an incredible sight and understood that most likely these were the stars from the entire universe, which were mentioned in the Jade Book. But young people noticed that something was wrong with the stars. They were extremely large, and besides, there were so many of them that it is impossible to even count how many. And Tianxin knew that these stars contain the imagination and fantasies of every creature in this world. Each star represented the fictional world of a novel, soap opera, historical event, or battle. The book said that when the heavens could not bear these thoughts and fantasies, they would make them come true. In his thoughts, Yian Shing did not notice what was happening around him. When he noticed that he felt some kind of heaviness, he saw how everyone around him began to lose consciousness. Yian Shing was the first to rush to save his sister Jian. He shouted her name and tried to do everything that the girl came to her senses. The people began to recover, and then they realized that their bodies became buoyant, and they began to fly upwards. The young girl shouted that Yian Shing had searched for the answer in the Jade Book. When the boy opened the treasure, a whole pillar of bright energy came out of it. The inscriptions were not completely clear, so the girls asked Yian Shing what it meant. And Tian Shing was also not sure that he understood the text correctly, but most likely it meant that after surviving the catastrophe, people would receive the blessings of heaven. Someone shouted that something had started to fall from the sky, and everyone focused their eyes on the falling object. And Tianxin began to look more closely at that object with his magical sight. In appearance, it was some kind of black vault from which a bright golden light emanated. And Tian Shing shouted that this is the blessing from the Jade Book. The young man said that these are treasures that have been kept in heaven for 1,000 years. He ordered everyone to get ready and take as much as they could. People began to quickly grab everything they could get their hands on. Someone got a golden sword, someone a magic spear, someone found a book with magic spells. And Tian Shing didn't waste time either and ordered the yin and yang chains to do their thing. After long months of cultivation, Yian Shing could create 5 times as many chains, and each chain consisted of 81 rings. So he sought to collect all the rings in his chain. Sister Jian shouted to her brother to turn around, and Yian Shing looked up at the sky and saw hundreds of bright stars begin to move slowly. Then those stars started falling, and they fell with tremendous speed. All the people could not move in terror because there was not much distance left for the stars to collide with the earth. The first stars have already started hitting the ground in some places. People from Yian Shing's team also waited with trepidation for the approaching stars. They were still short and could not move well. People shouted that it was necessary to flee, that everything was over. The star approached the first man and, although he did not try to run away, she nevertheless caught up with the poor man and began to slowly absorb him into herself. The man has already said goodbye to his life and closed his eyes in anticipation of death. But suddenly he felt some warmth, and then relief. The man opened his eyes and saw how the star passed through him. The same thing happened to other members of Yian Shing's team. People watched as the stars passed through their bodies and then, without bargaining with the earth, were absorbed by it in a matter of minutes. And Tianxin watched this incredible sight with fear. There were only terrible consequences in his thoughts. He immediately thought how much the earth would expand after so many absorbed stars. Of course, he had never seen anything grander in his life. But one thought did not give him peace: how much this event would give birth to new evil spirits. He decided to look for the answer in the Jade Book. There he read that the 7th day of the end of the world is the day of possession, the land of dreams and the land where cunning borders on truth will become one. Frightened, Jian shouted to her brother to pay attention to the star that was approaching them. Something unusual was visible in her. The young people better began to look into the contents of that star and realized that it contained representatives of some unknown race who were armed and not friendly at all. In another star, the young people saw a huge book which was also flying to the ground with crazy speed. And Yian Shing understood, if the Jade Book is to be believed, that this world is formed by obsession and imagination. Jian's girlfriend asked the young man if it was possible for any fantasy to become reality, and Yian Shing explained that it was not quite so. This world includes every event in the past since ancient times, as well as alternate versions of them. And maybe other worlds where there is magic and sorcerers will now become real. Only one thing was clear: a new era is approaching with tremendous speed. Suddenly, there was a voice from heaven saying that the impossible had become possible. People looked around in fright, trying to understand where the voice was coming from. Meanwhile, he continued and said that the merging of 10,000 worlds had taken place, and a new era had dawned for mankind. It was called the Eternal Epoch. From now on, the world begins to live according to new rules. Only one thing became clear to everyone present. They witnessed the birth of a new earth and a new universe. The frightened sister asked Yian Shing what the Eternal Kingdom means and whether they are still on Earth. And Tianxin explained that from now on there are no more countries. The worlds are mixed. This is no longer the same land. The voice went on to say that the old age was over and a new age had begun. The survivors of the old world will be the beginning of the new heavens. It is these people who will be the beginning of new heavens. The boy did not have time to realize the importance of his existence and the beginning of a new era, when the force of gravity returned again and he flew to the bottom like a stone. Following the boy, other people began to fly down. Everyone rehearsed frantically because they understood that in a few minutes their lives could end. And Tianxin took out the magic chains, and with their help seized the people closest to him. The young man shouted to them not to panic, because the providence of heaven would not let them perish. And Tianxin was most concerned about his sister, of course. He ordered her to hold on to the chain tighter, or the alien world would mercilessly swallow her up in seconds. Jian and her friends gripped the chains tightly and held on for as long as they could. They understood that their future lives would depend on it. But the return of earthly gravity was not the most terrible test. A magical pentagram appeared in the sky, from which a huge hand flew out. People thought that some magical help had come, and now it would be better. That hand began to grab people and hold them tightly. The girls holding Master Yi's yin and yang magic chains watched in horror as their close friends were mercilessly grabbed by some hands. Only the question why was pulsating in my head, and Yian Shing realized that those hands belonged to various sects that took the best of the best representatives of the human race. Now these remnants of representatives of people who managed to survive were equated to great magicians marked by fate itself, and no one in any of the worlds would dare to ignore them. Sects competed with each other for new followers. This, of course, will give people great opportunities and a chance to show their courage and gain fame. And Tianxin noticed out of the corner of his eye how two huge hands began to approach his native girls. He could not fight in the air, and those hands that reached out from everywhere were getting closer and closer with every second. In a moment, the cursed hands broke the magic chains and the boy flew like a stone to the bottom. The frightened girls could only watch helplessly as he flew into the abyss. Yian shouted that she had the spirit for her brother to come to his senses and somehow save himself from death. The boy regained consciousness from her scream and stretched out his hands to his sister. He also shouted her name and tried to help them both. All that Yian Shing could rely on at that moment was his magical chains of yin and yang. So without wasting precious time, he threw them in the direction where his sister was flying. Finally, the chains did their job, and Yian Shing grabbed her. He shouted that Zhan Yan was not worried because he was holding her tightly. He had sworn to protect his sister, so he planned to keep that promise until his last breath. The boy tried not to lose control over his emotions, but it was in vain. Seeing his Zhan Yan hanging helplessly from the chains, he was filled with rage because of it. How could it happen that they lived through 7 days of the end of the world together, and then such a disaster happened? Together with their sister, they passed all the tests, and for this they were destined for such a sad end. And Tianxin could not understand why fate had prepared such crap for them. Despite the fact that they managed to survive all the prepared cataclysms, some arrogant creatures treat them like their toys. And Tianxin saw how those cursed hands were already holding her dear daughter tightly and starting to drag her with them. He tried to help somehow, but it was all in vain. Jian fainted from terror and did not feel what was happening around her, and those hands dragged the girl further and further. The greatest horror in the young man's life happened. He desperately shouted Jian's name, but no one responded. It was a kind of horror. You wouldn't want such an enemy to survive. The boy did not understand how anyone dared to take Jian away from him. The most important moments of their joint life flashed before the boy's eyes. How she worried about him, how he always protected her. His heart was torn to pieces. It was her family who gave the boy real home warmth. He, in turn, made every effort to protect his precious sister. But it was all in vain, because his beloved Jian was stolen right before his eyes, and he couldn't help her. He will regret this all his life. He stood completely devastated and looked at the place where his sister had disappeared a few minutes ago. And from everywhere, cursed hands were already approaching him, who wanted to grab such a tasty morsel. But Yian Shing was just angry with those cursed sects. He shouted to them that he would not forgive if something happened to his sister. He vowed revenge if anything happened to his sister, even if he had to kill them all and blow the hell out of the damn heavens. But he did not have time to shout all he wanted, as the hands captured this courageous boy. Complete darkness came before his eyes. The first thing Yian Shing felt when he started to regain consciousness was a hellish headache. He could barely open his eyes. But when his vision got used to the light, the boy saw his grandfather in front of him, and Tianxin asked the old man what kind of place it was. And he answered that he himself did not know, because he fell asleep last night and woke up in this strange place. Everything here was strange for him. All these people had no idea how they ended up here. Everyone had their own story, but they all ended in one thing. They all ended up here. And the most terrible thing was that monsters appeared with them. Out of the corner of his ear, the boy heard the conversations of various men that they too guessed about the merging of the worlds and the creation of an eternal kingdom. It is possible that Yi Tianxin ended up in the eternal kingdom. The respectable man took the boy's hand in his and decided to measure his pulse and assess his well-being, and Tianxin thanked him for his concern and asked if he had seen the 3 girls dressed like him. The old man said that many thousands of people had recently fallen from the sky, but all of them were male. He was afraid that the girls Yian Shing was looking for would have to be looked for elsewhere. Before the eyes of the young man again appeared a picture from the last events, when those cursed hands grabbed and kidnapped his beloved girls. Only his most cherished name, Jian, throbbed in his head. He did not even think of putting his hands together in search of his sister. The boy's thoughts were brought back by a loud man's scream, shouting for everyone to run away because the monsters are coming back. But this time, it was not only green monsters, but also many rats. Already everyone present on the lawn saw how, after the frightened men, who were trying to escape in pairs, predatory monsters appeared. The respectable man rose to his feet and began to run away. He dragged the young man along with him. On the way, he said that many men had already lost their lives when the monsters attacked. The men, although they were well armed, also did not want to engage in battle with the cannibal, who was getting closer and closer to them. So they also decided that the best tactic here would be to run away. And Tenzin stopped and watched as a bunch of men armed to the teeth began to flee the battlefield like the last cowards. Some of those men had already been swallowed up by the monsters and began to tear them to pieces. It was a terrible sight. So the other frightened men ran even faster. The old man turned around and saw Yian Shing stop. The man realized that the young man had decided to confront the monsters. So he shouted to the boy not to tempt fate and run away. The old man approached Yian Shing and reminded him that he had just regained consciousness, so fighting now was not a good idea if the boy did not want to die. But the young man replied that the man did not worry about Yian Shing because he knows his body well, and now he feels better than ever. And Tian Shing concentrated, cultivated his magic energy to the maximum, and took out his yin and yang magic chains. After a fraction of a second, these chains flew towards the monsters and monsters at maximum speed. The young man was not going to run away from danger. He decided to meet her with dignity. The monsters were suddenly surrounded by magical chains and could not move further. This shocked them, and they stood motionless for several minutes. The men watching this battle from the sidelines noted that this little one who had fallen here from another world was quite good at martial arts. The men saw that Yian Shing possessed a powerful enough spell that could stop the monsters. In addition, he knew how to create chains out of thin air, which was simply amazing. And Tian Shing was no longer able to hold back the onslaught by himself, so he quickly turned to the men who were staring at the battle and told them to help, if they did not run away yet. And Tian Shing reached for his sword and said that the monsters were raging, but together they could stop them for a while. But when they met more monsters, they might have to die. The young man resolutely took up the weapon and said that although they are all representatives of different dynasties, together they definitely have a chance to survive. And Tian Shing courageously began to fight off the hundreds of monsters that were arriving more and more. He said that the main thing is not to be afraid and fight for survival in the conditions in which they now find themselves. The scarred man was inspired by the young man's act of bravery and said that even though he was a bandit, he would follow this brother to kill the monster to save his own life. The men took up arms and began to bravely fight the monsters side by side with Yian Shing. The men courageously cut down those monsters from which they had been fleeing not long ago. They finally understood that you can fight for your life and not wait for the monsters to catch up with them. And Tenzin saw that the men were helping him, and from that zeal and strength they grew even more. But it was not without losses. The insidious abomination crept up behind the brave man and delivered a fatal blow to his back. The mortally wounded man fell to the ground and with his last breath said that he was not sorry that he was dying, because he had died in a battle with enemies. And Tian Shing watched out of the corner of his eye as the man fell dead to the ground. A thought flashed through my mind, how those vile monsters can come in new and new waves and never end. But while Yian Shing focused his attention on the men's fight, the monster crept up unnoticed to the young man and dealt him an unexpected blow. The boy flew several meters away. Bleeding started from the wounded abdomen. He sat on the ground and realized that he could not use his magical power because he was injured. And when the monster pounced on the boy with new strength, Yian Shing knew that this would be his last fight. But suddenly, the monster fell, without jumping to the boy. An axe was sticking out of the monster's body, which a brave man who came to help Yian Shing stuck out of it. The man was not alone. They all came together to fight the monsters. The wounded Yian Shing understood that he needed to become stronger in this world. And the men eagerly rushed into battle with the monsters. They said that they would follow their younger brother. and Tianxin remembered his beloved sister. He decided to look for her as long as he could until he found her. And it doesn't matter how many difficulties he will have to overcome. It didn't matter to Yian Shing how many ugly monsters stood in his way. He would never take a step back. The men fought very bravely. They all understood that their future lives in this world would depend on this fight, so they spared neither strength nor courage. The men noticed that the monsters no longer dared to attack the men so bravely, which meant that their strength was already being depleted as well as their numbers. Then Yian Shing proposed to put an end to it once and for all. He was the first to attack. At that time, the only wish of the young man was that all those monsters would die and never come across his path again. The last huge monster was fatally struck by Yian Shing's sword and fell to the ground. The men carefully inspected the battlefield and took the wounded men to give them first aid. There were so many monsters there that it was impossible to imagine. And Yian Shing asked about the losses. He was told that 10 soldiers and 23 ordinary men had died in battle. Many men were injured to varying degrees and are already receiving treatment. And Yian Shing said that all these people are brave souls. Then he introduced himself and asked the name of the good man who dared to come to the boys' road first. The man told him that his name was Wang Dahu, and Yian Shing ordered Da to bring men to collect the dead and bury them as deep as possible. In this way, they will avoid the smell of blood, which can quickly attract the attention of monsters. The men asked the young man to help them with his strength. They understood that just as a headless snake would not survive, so they needed a leader to guide them through these troubled times. And Yian Shing considered that now that he had just arrived in this new eternal world, he was left alone in the face of a dangerous world. So having quite a few people with you would be a good idea. The young man announced that if everyone made such a decision, then he agreed to become their leader. They just need to unite to fight for the fate of life in this chaotic world. The men also agreed that only together would they have any chance of survival. And Tianxin also understood that by taking people, he would have the opportunity to develop his abilities and acquire treasures. A respectable man approached Yian Shing and said that they could only use the flesh of rats and green-skinned monsters to temporarily solve the food problem. The man pointed to a valley and said that would be an alternative place to set up camp. Inside there is only one entrance and exit, a typical place that will be easy to defend. And Yian Shing appreciated the very cool idea and asked the name of the respectable man. He said his name is Huang Cheng Yang, and he is very glad to meet Mr. Yi. And Yian Shing was even more surprised when he heard the man's name. He thought that Huang Cheng Yang was Zhuge Lian's father-in-law. It is true that even people from another era entered this world. In his voice, the young man told Huang Cheng Yang to organize the group and help prepare some kind of dinner. After the man satiates his hunger, they all go together to the back of the valley. It was really a good suggestion for a place to set up camp. Men were incredibly happy with such an offer. They believed that the heavens had sent them a real god to help change everything for the better, since he was capable of performing such miracles. The men immediately divided their duties. Someone volunteered to bring firewood, someone to collect water from a stream, someone to light a fire. People have a mood and faith in the best. Constantly thinking about his sister, Yian Shing concluded that she was not in any danger at the moment, even though she had been kidnapped by these great forces. After all, the forces competed for the members of the heavenly family because of their enormous wealth and focused their attention on their cultivation above all else. The young man clearly understood that the rules governing heaven and earth had changed significantly. And although killing the monsters made the chain's abilities increase to 6, there were no treasures after the killing. Not only was there no treasure, there wasn't even a wish pillow. This meant that perhaps monsters became real, thanks to the transformation of the unreal into the real. Such possibilities as the previous appearance of treasures seemed to not appear again. The boy was glad that he managed to make a significant stock of these treasures in advance. When Yian Shing examined his treasures, he noticed a rather large glow of one treasure. The young man decided to find out what it was and came closer, to take a closer look at the treasure. It was a pearl of desire. But as soon as the young man took it in his hands, that pearl suddenly crumbled into 100 small particles. And after a few seconds, some amazing talisman appeared in his hand. and Yian Shing understood that it was a platinum order for the construction of a village. The one who owns the platinum order will be able to manage the village, and it is he who will be able to build a village with the help of the order. And Yian Shing himself did not understand why so much information about the order of construction of the village appeared in his head right now. The boy wondered if that token could actually lead to something good. There were 5 types of orders: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. In the eternal realm, the village order was the first step in laying the foundation of a lord. In the future, a village can be upgraded to a city to a royal city, and then to an imperial city. This platinum settlement order can be the first step in establishing a foothold in the realm. And Yian Shing understood that step by step he could become a great lord, and this, in turn, will greatly help him in the search for his sister. Some voice in Yian Shing's head said that the great Lubang formed Luoyang village. So may God protect your citizens and give shelter to talented people. And Tianxin realized that someone had already built a village first. He did not expect that someone would be the first to build a village. He understood that they would definitely have an advantage. So he has no time to think. Men also heard this voice in their heads. They asked what kind of old man Liu Bang had already built it, and was he really the founder of the Han dynasty? The sound was heard throughout the eternal realm. The guy concluded that maybe Liu Bang really was the founder of the dynasty. After all, only a person of considerable status could receive the order of the Platinum Village and declare himself. Then a voice announced that the great Zhao Kuan-yi had created his village and invited everyone to join him. People looked at each other and said that Zhao Kuan-yi had been poisoned to death by his own brother Zhao Quan, and if they met, they would certainly engage in battle. The young man liked this eternal kingdom more and more. After all participants were competing for superiority. Dragons and snakes are extremely powerful during these times, and Tianxin perfectly understood that to prove his superiority, he would have to compete with the strongest representatives of humanity. And this is exactly what the young man liked more and more in this kingdom. The valley they came to was really ideal for creating a village. It was placed as if in a pit, protected by high mountains, which made it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Due to the high mountains and the mountain river, it was generally the best place to build a foundation. And these ordinary people and brave soldiers who came after Yian Shing were the best foundation. And Tianxin said that all worlds have merged into one. The world's most powerful masters and heavenly figures gathered and integrated into the eternal kingdom. But no one is superior to others, all on the same starting line. Then the young man announced that today he would build a real house for everyone in their valley. This will be a village that will belong only to them. All people were happy and surprised at the same time. They had no idea that the man would build a village, and Tianxin showed everyone the order of the Platinum Village. It was a real treasure, thanks to which they would be able to build a village without spending a single brick or tile. It is with this incredible treasure that they will have their own home that they can call their own refuge from all dangers. All present, without exception, were very happy with such news. They will no longer have to wander to this unknown world in search of food and safety. Someone suggested calling the village Xuanhuang. When they had chosen the best place in that valley, Yian Shing took out his knife and cut his hand. Blood spurted from the fresh wound. Then the young man leisurely raised his hand to the order so that a drop of blood fell directly into the token. Suddenly a pillar of golden light pierced Yian Shing's body. The boy said loudly that he is Yian Shing and today he is building Xuanhuang village. All the people gathered around and waited for a miracle. The guy added that regardless of who they are, all people will treat them the same, and in this world of chaos they will build a home together. And Tianxin hoped that talented people would come to the village. People opened their mouths in surprise. They were glad to be a part of such a grand construction, but they especially admired their master, who looked like a real lord. Liu Bang also heard Yian Shing's words in his head. He noted that the young man is a worthy character. So he decided to build another great Han dynasty, because right now the number is increasing. Zhao Kuan-yin, the founder of the Song dynasty, also heard the words of the founder of Xuanhuang village. The man immediately felt the danger from a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, the large construction of Xuanhuang village began in the valley. Brick by brick, the first houses began to appear before men's eyes. Those present were amazed at how quickly the first building appeared in front of them, with a beautifully engraved inscription of the name of the village. The respected man remarked that they had witnessed a real miracle, and that their master really possessed the abilities of a real god. It was incredible, and everyone agreed with it. And Yian Shing stepped forward and announced to all present that this was their Xuanhuang village. In this world of chaos, they must support each other and fight for the home in which they must live. The men knelt before their master. Wang Dahu said that his mother said that to survive in difficult times, one must be loyal to the right person, and he is ready to follow the boy. Wang Dahu added that from now on, Xuanhuang village will be his home, and if Mr. Yi needs any help, he will always be happy to help. All the men also confirmed Dahu's words that this village would become a native home for them as well. From now on, they are ready to protect him, even if it means sacrificing their own lives. And Yian Shing said that if they all agree to live here, then regardless of gender, age, origin, they will together make every effort to develop their village. Mr. Yi gave the first order to Wang to organize people to cut down trees to build houses, and he asked the women to dry the skins of the rats so that they could warm themselves at night. The respectable man also bowed his head to the young gentleman and said that he, as a resident of Xuanhuang village, would do his best to help. After that, Yian Shing asked Mr. Huang to be as careful as possible, and Yian Shing told Huang to help count the people who possessed special talents, because exactly such people are needed to build the best village in this world. The young man decided to inspect his house, so he confidently stepped inside. He understood that this was the very basic foundation that would need to be added later. At the same time, regardless of the merging of worlds, the modern era is more like ancient times. And Yian Shing decided that he needed to change into other clothes, and he began to implement such an idea immediately. And a few minutes later, a handsome young man in elegant clothes stood in the room. Then the young man felt something unusual begin to happen. Some incomprehensible golden glow appeared, and Yian Shing came closer, waiting for what was to appear here. To his great surprise, a jade book appeared in front of him. He was simply incredibly happy with such a gift. The following words appeared from the book: "Heaven blesses this earth with stability and well-being, prosperity and success." The golden carp, which symbolizes luck, recognized Yian Shing as his master. It is with good luck that many blessings await the village. There will be luck as long as the population of the village is large. The larger the population, the more chances to get closer to the city, and then to the settlement. And Yian Shing understood that it was about attracting as many talented people as possible to the village. The young man knew that as long as Xuanhuang village continued to grow and fill the heavenly chi pool, the village would transform and advance. There were almost 1,000 residents in the village, but only Wang Dahu and Huang Chenyan possessed real abilities. This was not enough to strengthen the settlement. It is necessary to lure the best and strongest. And Yian Shing decided that in this world, he must prove to others and himself that he is no worse than others. Huang Chenbian was a brilliant man, but he had not yet accepted his abilities. That is why at the moment he has not yet shown his strength. He could destroy the 8 trigrams of the formation. A person who possesses such power will not easily give his loyalty to others. But there are many people who dream of getting rich, and Lord Yi has something that might get their attention. Yian Shing's thoughts were interrupted by a worried male voice. The young man turned his head and saw how the frightened man began to tell him that a strange bird had attacked the village. That bird had already managed to kill a man, and now it has kidnapped a girl. They cannot give advice to the giant monster, so she ran to her lord for help. When Yian Shing went outside, he saw a huge pteranodon flying in the sky, and it was holding a girl in its claws. All the inhabitants of the village were terrified and fled everywhere. The pteranodont survived in the late Cretaceous period and was the largest flying animal known to mankind. The open beak of this sphere reached dozens of meters. The girl's mother was sobbing bitterly on the ground. The poor woman did not know how to help her beloved daughter Xiaohu. She begged for help. The frightened child also cried and asked that at least someone help her escape from the clutches of this monster. She was still so young, and she had no desire to die. And Yian Shing quickly ran to the scene and examined the giant monster. Of course, he understood that his inhabitants would not be able to resist such an opponent. Therefore, he should take care of this matter. People shouted that the bird had killed a person again and ran away in terror. And Tianxin cursed in his mind. How could that cursed bird insult his Xuanhuang village? This was the only thing that worried the young lord. The girl's mother hit the ground in grief. She could not realize that her native blood would never be around. My heart was torn to shreds. There was no point in living anymore, and Yian Shing exploded with anger. He shouted at the pterodont how he could harm the people of his village and took out his weapon to avenge the cursed monster for the death of his people. The young man swung and threw his spear at the pterodont, and Yian Shing shouted that the cursed monster was going to hell, but the spear barely touched the creature and flew away. Therefore, nothing happened to the pterodont, only the bird became even more angry. The boy was amazed by the physical strength of his opponent. The monster opened its beak, and a layer of fire came out of it. That layer of fire flew at a crazy speed to the people who came to help their lord. But no one had any idea how to deal with magical layers. And Yian Shing shouted to his men that it was none of their business to deal with the magical creature, and ordered the men to move away. The lord himself took out his sword and barely managed to defend himself from the attack. The onslaught was so strong that Yian Shing barely repelled it. It was quite difficult, but the young man managed. And Yian Shing realized that he would not be able to cope without the phantom chains of yin and yang this time, and began to cultivate his strength. He was quite angry, and tried to show the bastard who was in charge. Instantly, the magic chains flew towards the pterodont in a flash to tame that animal faster. The pterodont was caught in strong tentacles, and he was not even going to give up. And Yian Shing took out his spear and set out to finish off this scoundrel who had dared to attack his village of Xuanhuang. Having prepared for the attack, the young man mentally sent him to hell, and he said in his voice that this is his revenge for all the inhabitants of the village that he killed. And Yian Shing swung and threw his spear at the pterodont with all his might. The young man's weapon hit the heart of the predatory pterodont, and blood splattered tens of meters from it. Huang Chenyan gazed at their lord in admiration and said that he was indeed like a god now that he had managed to deal with this monstrous bird. Another man shouted that the lord had finished the monster, but the mortally wounded pterodont, all wrapped in magical chains, turned and flew towards Yian Shing at maximum speed. And Tianxin also kept his eyes on the wounded pterodont. He thought that the bird wanted to take him to hell too. It was necessary to restore the chains immediately, because there would be a disaster. But Yian Shing didn't even have time to think about it, as the pterodont was already near the young man and cut into Yian Shing with its huge beak. And Yian Shing flew a few meters away, then quickly took out his spear and delivered the last fatal blow to the monstrous pterodont. The pterodon finally grunted its last sound and went to hell. Everyone looked frozen at the scene of the battle and saw how from the fall of the monster into the ground there were furrows the size of a man. Tired and wounded, Yian Shing looked at his slain opponent and thought that he was a worthy predator in the wild world. And it is simply unbelievable that this predator had the magic of a firebomb. The pterodont was from the Jurassic period. He should have magical abilities on his own. But now that he has integrated into the eternal realm, the predator has actually awakened his destiny. And Yian Shing was afraid that these were not isolated cases, and that this world was really turning into an era of barbarism. After the battle with the monstrous pterodont, the two men immediately rushed to provide medical aid to Yian Shing. Wang Dahu did not hesitate. He was the first to run to Master Yi and inquired about his well-being. And Yian Shing assured his fellow villagers, with a smile on his face, that he was feeling great, and that the enemy had been destroyed and would never harm Xuanhuang village again. Wang Dahu examined the dead bird. This, of course, was incredible, because the Cretaceous pterodont dominated all the skies from the very beginning. Wang Dahu understood that such a giant bird, even with magical abilities, could completely destroy their village without blinking an eye. And no one could resist him. Then Wang Dahu ran to his lord, fell on his knee and asked him to teach or give some method so that he would become stronger and be able to bring at least some benefit to the village. Wang Dahu added that he felt ashamed that he needed protection from such adversaries, and if he couldn't fight animals with a lord, then he was no different from an ordinary person. Yian Shing explained that only together could they become strong enough to protect Xuanhuang village. Therefore, even if Wang Dahu didn't ask, the Lord would still give it to this man. The Lord added that if the men worked with inspiration and continued to accumulate martial arts, then they would have a chance to obtain more advanced cultivation techniques. And Yian Shing explained that the techniques that he possesses have different levels, but the higher the level, the more useful it will be for men. The first thing that Yian Shing wanted to share with his soldiers was the Fury of Iron Blood technique. The Lord believed that she was the most suitable for all soldiers and generals. This technique will be especially suitable for soldiers who have already gone through murders and battles. There is already evil chi in their body, and the threshold is almost non-existent. The men carefully caught every word of their Lord. And Yian Shing added that it is most appropriate to use the technique as a basic martial art and then move on to the study of more advanced techniques. And Tianxin decided to build a library in their village. In the future, everyone who wants to will be able not only to learn new information there, but also to go there for training. Huang Chenyan also came closer to examine the dead pterodont. It seemed to him that the world outside had changed forever, and they would have to find ways to survive in such realities. And Yian Shing listened to Huang Chenyang and added that no matter how powerful the monsters that are killing the residents of his village are, there will be one road for all of them, the road to hell. The young man gave the order to organize people to bury this bird and the inhabitants of the village whom the bird had killed earlier. He said to pay special attention to the burial of the bird, to bury it as far away as possible. Huang Chenyan bowed his head and said that if one such bird appeared, there is a high possibility that others would appear. So he felt that it was worth strengthening the security to prevent another attack. And Tian Xing told Huang Chenyan not to worry because he already had a plan to deal with this and deal with the threat from the sky. The young man, with the help of Cultivation and the Platinum Order, generated 2 models of archers' towers on his hand. Yi Tianxing then threw the models of the towers on the ground and said that as long as they were in Xuanhuang village, they would defend the 4 directions and immediately attack any enemy. The young man noted that the frequency of tower attacks is not high yet, but when they kill monsters, they will evolve and become more and more powerful. Suddenly, huge towers of archers appeared before the inhabitants of the village. All those present opened their mouths in surprise and were once again convinced that their lord had many magical treasures. And Tianxing turned to the 2 doctors who had treated his wounds and asked if he could learn their names. The 2 doctors introduced themselves with pleasure. One was named Wang Fengshan. The other is Weiming Qiu. They were both glad to meet the head of the village and glad to be of service to Yi Tianxin. The young man said that he would like these doctors to open a medical clinic in the village and help local people heal their wounds. The doctors thanked for the shelter and will treat with pleasure. And Tianxing gathered the villagers and announced that he would build a library in the village to store his collection of treasures and techniques that could be practiced. Even if the residents do not join the army, they will also be able to practice, but each person can practice one at a time. And Tinsin decided to install it in front of the towers with archers, since they are already in their village. A few minutes later, a chic library appeared in Xuanhuang village. And Tianxing hoped that every resident of Xuanhuang village would practice and fight to protect the village. The men said in unison that they would definitely defend Xuanhuang village and do their best in training in the library. Lord Yi asked the residents to exercise responsibly. Huang Chenyan thought that the old way of thinking really needed to change. Otherwise, he risks being left far behind. Huang Chenyan kept his eyes on Yi Tianxin and realized that this master actually possessed so many treasures, as well as amazing bravery and incredible combat prowess. After weighing all his arguments, Huang Chenyan admitted that Yi Tianxing, with such a strong position and attractiveness, deserved to be a lord 100%. In the meantime, Yi Tianxing examined his creation, his library. He was proud of her appearance and decided to examine her immediately, so he hurried to the middle of the room. All the collection of sacred writings was an important trump card for attracting talented people. So Yi Tianxing decided to place in the library all the treasures and texts collected by him during his time on Earth. Before the young man had time to think about it, hundreds of books appeared in the space of the library and were placed on the shelves of tall cabinets. And Tianxing looked at the books and noticed that they were all placed on the shelves in order of difficulty, so that the villagers could easily train according to their ranks. And Tianxing also made sure that rare techniques could not slip out. For this, some rules must be established. Heaven forbid that any person should share the secrets of the library. Everyone who receives a copy of the book must swear that they will use it only for their own learning. Whoever makes copies and breaks this promise, the demon will take his heart and soul. After opening, the library was in great demand. Almost all residents of the village decided to visit that shrine, and after reading the holy books, they felt much better. Huang Chenyan also came here. He remarked about himself that it was simply amazing that the space inside was surprisingly so huge that one could only guess how many books there were. Wang Dahu was already standing in front of the shelves and was looking for the book that his lord advised him to read. He decided to practice Iron Blood Fury in order to better protect the village in the future. But only Wang Dahu was happy that he had found the book he had dreamed of for so long, as he felt an unpleasant sensation when he touched it. He realized that the book was locked. A sign appeared in front of the surprised Wang Dahu, announcing that anyone wishing to gain access to the books must make a promise. Wang Dahu understood everything, and immediately said that he promised that the book would never be told to anyone else personally, and that not a single word of the book would be told to anyone else. Wang Dahu continued that if he broke this word, his heart and soul would be given to the demons, and he would die. After these words, the book suddenly ended up in Wang Dahu's hands. But Wang Dahu could not have imagined that as soon as he uttered the words of the oath, the entire content of the book and all its secrets would appear in his head, without even having to read it. Huang Chenyan decided that if there were many people who chose the same technique, then he would not be any different with this technique. Therefore, the man decided to choose something radically different. Huang Chenyan looked around the shelves of magic books and wondered how to choose a good technique among so many. Then, Huang Chenyan's keen gaze settled on one book. He read its title and understood that it was Blue Blood Turns into a Red Heart. It was an ancient Confucian and Taoist skill that perpetuates majestic righteousness and is suitable for the practice and training of scholars. Huang Chenyan did not expect to find such powerful books in this library. Blue Blood Turns into a Red Heart is the most suitable book for Huang Chenyan, but Huang Chenyan was ashamed to accept such a great and precious gift, which no other book could compare with. Huang Chenyan thought that he had done nothing for the Lord and Xuanhuang village to accept such a gift. Therefore, he will try to do everything to get such a book. At the same time, Yian Shing was also engaged in cultivating his strength. During the training, he thought that he had created an incredible library, so it would only depend on the fish whether it would peck at the live one. In these difficult times, he did not have time to pretend to be an honest lord and pay attention to every bird. He hoped that these rare books would attract the best talent in the region. And Tianxing drew attention to the fact that the rate of absorption and cultivation had become 3 times faster than it had been before. The young man thought that it had something to do with Xuanhuang village. It was incredible, but the young man had first used dragon qi to strengthen the 2 meridians in his body. Once he opened them, his heavenly writing would reach the next level. In the dark night, ravenous rats sneaked into the village of Xuanhuang, bypassing all the traps. They smelled blood and hoped to make a living here. But as soon as the rats' paws crossed the boundaries of Xuanhuang village, hundreds of arrows pierced their ugly bodies at once. These towers of archers guarded the village 24 hours a day against enemy attacks. This was repeated every day. Every morning, the bodies of hundreds of dead rats lay under the tower with the archers. The men took away the carcasses of rats because the villagers used their meat for food. They were infinitely glad that those powerful towers protected them so successfully. Residents of the village tried not to waste time and practiced techniques and magical power every day. Wang Dahu had already reached the level where he could awaken a red flame. The woman prepared delicious dinners for the men. They understood that nobody liked working out on an empty stomach. Men from everywhere gathered for the appetizing aroma of delicious food. The young man brought a book to Yian Shing, where he collected information about all the residents of the village on Huang's instructions. Each inhabitant's name contained a special human skill, and Tianxing opened the book and began to study the inhabitants and their talents. But before he had read half of the book, Jia Yukun came running and shouted that another monster had appeared in the village, and Tianxin almost dropped the book in surprise. He did not understand how some monster could appear in a village that is so carefully guarded by towers with archers, and Tian Shing ordered Dahu to immediately gather all the soldiers and come to the rescue, while he, meanwhile, would go to see the monster immediately. Dahu replied that he understood everything and would do it immediately. Meanwhile, the residents gathered around a huge hole in the ground. The edges of the pit were stained with the human blood of that monster's victims. Residents covered their noses because it was almost impossible to breathe. The green liquid secreted by that monster had such an unpleasant smell that no one could stand near it. Meanwhile, Yian Shing had already rushed to the scene. He also felt that the stench was unbearable. The man reported to the Lord that a giant worm had appeared in Xuanhuang village, which could spew out poison that eats blood and flesh. And it was this monster that dragged Lao Jiao into that ditch. And Tian Shing immediately opened the jade book and learned that anger is a hunter-killer from underground. He is predatory and malicious, can spit sulfuric acid, and can regenerate. It was a predator that was supposed to take revenge, spray acid, and move fast underground. But Yi Tianxing still had to find a way to kill this monster. And Tianxing understood that it would be too difficult to find anger hidden underground, not to mention the deadly acid. Before Yi Tianxing could find an answer to the question of how he should fight anger, a crying woman came running and told him that there were piranhas in the river that dragged people into the river and ate them. And Tianxin thought that this was not enough just now. The river was one of the reasons for the settlement in this area, because the water was supposed to bring great benefits for planting plants and quenching thirst. And Tianxin was destined to solve such a problem with an asterisk, how to eliminate such strong monsters that interfere with the safety of the inhabitants of the village. The young lord looked up at the heavens, searching for answers to his questions. He understood only one thing. He was quite naive when he thought that managing the village would be easy. And Tian Shing called Daha to him and ordered him to gather people and carefully fill this pit with stones. He also said that residents stayed away from the pit. Yi Tianxing ordered the other men to go with him to the river and see what was really going on there. Everyone clearly understood the rules and began to implement them without hesitation. And Tianxin knew that if they couldn't deal with the piranhas, they wouldn't be able to deal with the X-worm either. And Tianxin and a group of men ran to the river, where confused and frightened women were waiting for them. They saw the head of the village and were glad that help was near. The woman said that she saw predatory fish swimming in this river. In front of them, they bit Qi Huang and dragged him to the river. And then, in one moment, they ate him alive. And Tianxin told the frightened women to return to the village and keep everyone away from the river. And what will happen to the predatory piranhas is a matter for men. Huang Chenyan came closer to the Lord and said that the world was too dangerous because not only strange insects underground, but also strange fish in the ponds inhabited this world. And Tian Shing replied that there is nothing you can do about it. The eternal kingdom itself is extremely hard. He asked the men to find several large sticks and bodies of green monsters and bring them here. Such a request surprised Huang Chenyang, and Yi Tianxing confidently said that they would finish off these predatory fish today. Huang Chenyan asked the Lord what he would do with the things he asked to be brought to him, and the Lord explained that there is simply no better way than to catch fish on bait. Huang Chenyan asked if the Lord needed his help, and the man replied that there was no need for this yet, so he could just stand aside and watch carefully. When the men brought all the supplies, Yi Tianxing ordered a rope to be tied to a wooden stick, and the other end of the rope to be tied to the green monster. Then, in Huang Chenyang's head, the whole picture of such an idea of the Lord formed, and he realized that Yi Tianxing was trying to catch piranhas like a fisherman. When the structure was ready, Yi Tianxing ordered the men to hold the rope tightly and raise it every time the predatory piranhas would swallow the bait. The men understood everything, and so, with joint efforts, the men loosened the ropes and the heavy body of the green monster sank into the water. As soon as the monster's body was in the water, piranhas attacked it from all sides. There were so many of them that they almost bit the rope with their teeth. And Tianxing saw that there were already enough piranhas and shouted loudly for the men to pull the ropes and raise the body of the green monster faster. After a few minutes, The ragged body of the monster appeared from the water, and a whole bunch of piranhas dug into it with their teeth and did not want to let go of their prey. When the body of the monster was dragged to the shore, along with it, predatory fish began to attract along the shore, trying to get back to the water. The men reported to Yian Shing that they had succeeded in catching a predatory fish and shouted that it must be attacked quickly to prevent it from hiding in the river. The soldiers immediately drew their weapons and pounced on the piranhas. They quickly stabbed all the prey to death with their swords. And Tianxin saw that these piranhas are quite active, and their meat looks quite attractive. Therefore, it could not be wasted like that. You could try once with this stone, and Tianxin understood that if he ate this magical cell, he would be able to discover life force, and also be able to constantly strengthen his physical body. After that, he really wanted to eat. A magical cell is an exotic treasure derived from fantasy. She can be used in the food tripod, and can also develop potential through eating powerful flesh. So Yian Shing decided that it would be pointless to lose such an opportunity, and swallowed the magic cell without hesitation. And Tianxin felt a terrible feeling of hunger after the magic cell was in his stomach. He was so hungry that he thought he would eat the elephant too. And Tianxin was surprised to feel that subconsciously he had entered the space of his mind. The young man thought that this was a food tripod. The first thing that caught the eyes of the hungry Yian Shing was a pile of piranhas lying on the bank of the river. He ordered to immediately take them to the village and prepare them for dinner. Surprised, the woman asked if they really had to cook these fish, and if they were really safe to eat. The man added that he had heard that piranhas are really tasty fish, and Tianxin said that of course piranhas can be eaten. They, the Chinese, ate all the heads of the guards until their complete destruction, and piranhas are nothing compared to that. And Tianxin ordered the soldiers who had just caught the piranhas to go and catch more fish in the same way. The soldiers bowed their heads and replied that they would carry out this order immediately. And Yian Shing turned his head to the present inhabitants and said that he was sure of fatigue, that everyone was very hungry, so he offered to satiate his hunger well today. And Tianxin offered to hold a real fish feast so that all the residents of the village of Xuanhuang could truly appreciate such a delicacy. The soldiers began to catch piranhas from the river. Eventually, they got so used to it that it was hard to find an easier job. You just had to worry about fresh bait. Huang Chenyan approached the Lord and said that he was actually very wise, because he not only managed to solve the problem of the predatory killer fish, but also the food supply. Huang Chenyan then continued that he thought there was no need to kill them all at once, because the river was too long and there was no way to do it all at once. And Tianxin agreed with such a wise thought, because if they do not limit themselves now, then the piranhas may disappear altogether. Then it will be necessary to look for other ways of providing food. And Tianxin decided to provide all the women with iron buckets. The fish will not be able to harm the residents if they use such a container to collect water. Next, the young lord ordered to make a fire and prepare a delicious meal. Everyone began to carry out this order with great pleasure. Residents who were responsible for cooking carefully cleaned the guts of the fish and started preparing a delicious dinner. The cooks couldn't handle such a large amount of fish, so they announced to the whole village that they needed help, and whoever was free should come to the fire and help fry it. The first cooked piranha was given to the head of the village. The chef offered to taste it. Lord thanked for the food. When the first piece was in Yian Shing's mouth, all of his taste buds were simply over the moon with pleasure. The Lord had never had such a treat in his life. When the men valued the fish, they also noted its special taste. They thought it must be because she was filled with qi energy. The bones were also large, so it was quite convenient to eat fish. Yian Shing had not yet had time to move away from the unsurpassed taste of the fish, when a young girl brought the Lord to taste fish soup. And Tian Shing liked to try that soup and almost died from the taste. The fish meat was so tender and delicious that it simply melted in Yian Shing's mouth. When the plate was empty, Yian Shing could hardly breathe because he was full from his stomach. And Tian Shing felt his body fill with magical energy after eating the fish. He wondered if the gourmand's cell had already started to work or not. The young man, as the main meridian, fills qi using food and absorbs the essence of the piranha. It was only one portion of food, and Yian Shing's physical body became several times stronger, as if he had begun to evolve. And Tian Shing thought it would become his weakness, but instead he got a huge advantage, so it was definitely worth it. Huang Chenyan approached Yian Shing and asked what the head of the village thought about this world. And Yian Shing answered this not simple question that this world is strangely not calm. Everyone here is free but can die at any moment. Huang Chenyan asked if he wanted to end this world full of chaos, and Yian Shing replied that it is simply not possible to do it alone. All that Yian Shing could do at that time was to lead the people who trusted him and try to somehow improve their living conditions. Huang Chenyan remarked that in order to survive in this chaotic world, the village head needed more followers. And although he is old, he has an idea how to help Yian Shing with some matters. Yian Shing said that Huang Chenyan has a good talent and is always willing to help, and he is grateful for that. But there is one interesting book in the book pavilion, Records of Jade Blood. And Yian Shing told the old man that he thought this book would suit him, and he hoped that Huang Chenyan would be able to copy its notes. And Tinsin said that it would be a great crime not to use the resources of this chaotic world. There was no one in the village who was more suited to Confucian training than Huang Chenyan. Huang Chenyan said that he understood everything and would work tirelessly on this book. He thanked Yian Shing for his trust. Huang Chenyan bowed and said that he would immediately head to the book pavilion to start studying the book. The head of the village said that Huan could take his time, and Yian Shing felt the wound he received in the battle with the pterodont and realized that it had healed. Still, the young lord noted that the gourmet's cell is something incredible. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang. This bell was placed at the entrance to the valley and warned of impending danger for the inhabitants. And Yian Shing ordered Wang Da to quickly gather the soldiers, take weapons, and do not hesitate to gather at the exit. A few minutes later, Wang Da-hu, the soldiers, and the head of the village rushed to the guard and asked what had happened. The watchman said that a huge number of rats gathered from outside at the same time, and apparently they are going to attack the valley where Xuanhuang village is located. When the men looked in the direction that the sentry pointed to them, they almost lost consciousness. In front of them was an incredible number of rats. They had no idea where they came from. Then everyone present felt shocks. They realized that the ground beneath them began to tremble. After a few minutes, hundreds of rats began to climb out of the holes in the ground. The watchman was surprised by such a cunning trick of the rats because they dug holes underground and so carefully prepared a hidden attack on their village. And Yian Shing agreed with this assumption and added that they came across something terrible underground that made them crawl out from under the ground. Wang Da-hu asked the head of the village if he knew what exactly made these rats come out. Even before that, their bodies were eaten by some kind of poison that there was no living space on them, and Yian Shing assumed that it was anger, a hunter-killer from underground. When the rats were digging holes to get into the village, they probably stumbled upon the chief digger by accident. He, in turn, immediately began to attack them, destroyed most of the rats. There, a giant rat appeared on the lawn. It was clear that he differed from the others in size and chest. It was the Rat King. At that moment, anger came out from under the ground. He opened his mouth and let out a frantic scream, and Yian Shing watched this battle from the sidelines. Two very spiteful species collided, so after a few minutes real chaos should have reigned on this lawn. The head of the village understood very well that they would benefit from any development of events, so they decided not to interfere and wait a little. Whoever was to die first would greatly benefit Xuanhuang village. The Rat King decided to strike first and charged. After a few seconds, the rat was already close to the underground digger and wounded him with its sharp claws. A transparent substance, similar to the blood of a terrible monster, was released from Arger's body. Wormanger became enraged and spat his sulfuric acid at his opponent, hoping to burn the rat through. The Rat King jumped away from the attack and immediately counterattacked. The rat apparently possessed magical vision, similar to a laser, which burned through an opponent. With these magical looks, the King of Rats managed to burn the body of the digger well. After such an attack, he became enraged and decided to take revenge on the rat immediately. Deadly saliva, which contained sulfuric acid, immediately landed on the body of the Rat King, and he began to decompose little by little. Very soon the rat fell dead to the ground. Meanwhile, anger was already approaching his hole. His goal was only to have time to hide underground and heal his wounds after a hard battle. Yian Shing immediately calculated these intentions This time, he decided that this monster would not be able to escape so easily. So the head of the village took out his sword and ran at full speed to the digger. The young man's weapon throw was lightning fast and hit the target straight. And Yian Shing said that last time, when this monster killed the inhabitants of the village, he got away with it. And Yian Shing approached the slain digger anger, and added that this would be the case with anyone who dared to harm even one of the residents of Xuanhuang village. And Yian Shing called his warriors and said that anger had killed most of the rats, but there were still enough of them left. So they have to find them and destroy them immediately. All the men, led by Wang Dahu, immediately rushed to carry out their master's order. They fought courageously and bravely. The men covered each other and handled the rats with ease. Meanwhile, Yian Shing came closer to the Rat King and examined his body. He said that apparently luck turned away from the king once the rats met the poisonous digger. And Yian Shing understood that if the rats had not come across anger, then it would not be worth counting on such a victory, because the rats were just darkness. But luckily, by the will of heaven, the Rat King's end had already come, and now Yian Shing was going to use the chains of yin and yang to take his soul. The Rat King, entangled in strong chains, rose above the meadow, and his soul left his body forever. After absorbing the Rat King's soul, the yin and yang chains reached a new level. No one expected the rat to bother the digger. Huang Chenyan remarked that due to such a coincidence, the village of Xuanhuang was greatly damaged. Lord added that it is not only luck, but also the gathering of people. And Yian Shing told Huang Chenyang that they needed to build a wooden fence around the village, because another time luck might pass them by. Of course, Huang Chenyan agreed, and even more, he had already given the order. There is enough wood in the valley to build a fence, and there will be enough for the house as well. Then the old man remarked that at any time there was a risk of encountering wild animals. Dahu began to argue that the old man should not assert anything without proof, and Yian Shing put his hand on Dahu's shoulder so that he would not be nervous. And he calmly told Huang Chenyan to do the construction and leave the rest to Daha and the military. So they decided. Every day, when villages were attacked by quality green monsters or rats, Wang Dahu and his warriors side by side fought off the enemy onslaught, and Tianxin did not look behind and helped the boys to cope with the constant danger. They understood that only together they would be able to survive in this chaotic world. Half a month passed, and the strong wall around the village of Xuanhuang stood majestically and pleased the eye. Huang Chenyan reported to the Lord that they had only laid a small part of the foundation of the village, and if they wanted to continue to grow, they had a serious shortage. And Tianxin asked what exactly he meant. And Huang Chenyan that if they do not replenish the population, sooner or later their village will die like a river without a source. Huang Chenyan added that even though they won that battle, the number of villagers and soldiers was still reduced. They have already thought about solving this problem. There must be survivors outside the village, and if they could be brought here, it would significantly increase the population. But monsters were raging everywhere, and they are taking a lot of risk outside the village. But she had time to discuss how exactly to solve such an urgent problem, when someone loudly shouted that a giant bird had appeared in the sky. The men raised their heads and saw those birds with their own eyes, but the head of the village had no idea what kind of bird it was. And Tianxin took out a jade book and decided to read about those strange birds. These were birds of long journeys. They traveled all year round. They liked to admire different landscapes. These birds of long journeys gave rise to one specific craft, traveling trade. Merchants lived directly on these birds and traveled to different countries, simultaneously engaged in buying and selling. And Tianxin knew that these shrewd men had eyes and ears everywhere. They exchanged their goods all over the world, and their appearance is usually a good sign, which means they were interested in something valuable. A ladder descended from the traveling bird, and a strange man climbed down it. He introduced himself and apologized for the inconvenience he caused when he so unexpectedly disturbed the residents of the village. And Tianxin said that he only amused him with his statement. After all, the village of Xuanhuang is so small that no one can disturb it. The traveler was glad that he was received so warmly. The traveler reported that his name was Chenxin Jia, which translated from Chinese meant an honest liar. Of course, such an unusual combination did not come to mind with such a name. Both Tianxin and Huang Chenyan also gave their names and said that one was the village headman and the other was an ordinary villager. And Tianxin asked if he could look at the goods that the traveler had, and he replied that he would gladly demonstrate everything to respectable men. Before lifting the migratory bird into the room on its back, Yi Tianxin created a convenient ladder with a railing. Cheng Xinjia asked if God was the headman of the village, if he was capable of such a thing. Cheng Xinjia opened the door to his best goods room and said that the world has changed at the moment, but good goods will always find a buyer. The village headman asked Chen Xinjia if he had anything he needed for his ruined village. Cheng Xinjia said, this village was not destroyed at all, compared to what he had seen during his travels. He said that there will not be 5 such villages in the whole world. Cheng Xinjia said that the world has become limitless because of the merging of different worlds. But despite the vastness of the lands under our feet, it still remained a small island. The traveler also told the village elder that there are other villages near them, that is, they have neighbors. Both Tianxin and Huang Chenyan looked at each other. They didn't even know they had neighbors. The merchant demonstrated his goods and said that although there are not many of them, everything is in full range. They got to him thanks to deals with people from all over the world. Huang Chenyan and the village headman inspected the goods. The merchant hoped that he would be able to interest the buyers in something. And Tianxin, with his vigilance, noticed the variety of different techniques that were gathered here. Huang Chenyan noticed some strange and interesting box and asked the traveler what it was. Mandrivnu explained that it is a universal printing press. You could use it to copy things. Huang Chenyan said that this was just an incredible find, and wondered how many other such rare things the merchant had. He replied that there is always not enough time, so he only has 3 things. 2 other things are the 1,000 opportunity box and the moon well. The box sensed the human mind and could lead it to the thing that the person really wanted. The moon well was also a valuable item. The healing water from it was able to heal any wounds, and Tianxin said that he was interested in some things and asked how he could pay. The merchant replied that he does not take gold and silver. Only barter, it doesn't matter to which culture the thing belongs. Then the headman of the village took out a pearl of incredible beauty and showed it to the traveler. His eyes widened in surprise. He had never seen such a valuable commodity in his life. Cheng Xinjia was delighted at such a valuable exchange. Both men were satisfied. After the exchange, the traveler climbed onto his bird and flew on. Finally, he shouted for new meetings. Huang Chenyan asked if they would be at a loss because they had to give away more than 400 wish pearls. The mayor explained that merchants are chasing profit, so it is impossible to incur a loss here. And Tianxin looked at the bag with his treasure with satisfaction, and explained to the old man that they exchanged those pearls not only for various treasures and techniques, but also for tools and weapons. And this is the most important thing. Huang Chenyan agreed with Yi Tianxin's thoughts on the importance of exchange and wondered if they could trust the merchant's words about the neighbors. The mayor said that this is very good news. Huang Chenyan didn't know just which way to look for those neighbors, and he asked the headman if he was going to bring those people to his village. Confident Yi Tianxin said that if people needed his protection, he could help them, and it would be beneficial for everyone. After all, they can only become stronger with increasing numbers. Then Huang Chenyan thought for a while and said that he seems to have come up with a way for them to find people in the neighborhood. And the old man offered to share his idea. Huang Chenyan said that if there are any settlements, they must make a fire to cook food. When it gets dark, you can take a closer look and find the light from the fire. And Tianxin said that this is just a brilliant idea, so when it gets dark, he will take a closer look at everything around him. He then asked the old man to gather all the residents for a demonstration of the moon well. When all the residents of Xuanhuang village gathered in the square, the village headman and Huang Chenyan stepped forward. Then Yi Tianxin took out the treasure that he managed to exchange from the traveler and threw it on the ground. In an instant, a moon well full of transparent spring water appeared on the square. Residents were incredibly surprised by such a miracle. Everyone felt a sudden rush of strength. Their souls and minds were truly purified. People felt warm as the moonlight fell on their faces, and Tianxin announced to all the residents that the water in the well could heal wounds and ease pain. If someone gets injured, you can just drink water from the moon well. The residents of the village were happy with such a gift. Now they cannot be afraid to work because their village now has precious medicine. And Tianxin carefully placed new books on the shelves in the library and was happy that his residents would now have more choices. He himself also looked at an interesting book for himself and decided not to delay further, but to immediately try the split jade spear technique. And Tianxin noted that this is an unsurpassed book, and its secrets immediately appear in his head. To kill enemies is to destroy all evil. A dignified life is better than a shameful death. A fragile body is a strong will. All power and authority is hidden in the power of the spear. Combined with the dragon technique, Yi Tianxin hoped to raise his cultivation level many times over. With the swing of a spear, the world will become as flawless as jade. Residents of the village spent their time every evening as usual. Someone was cooking dinner. Someone was on guard. Someone came to taste the delicious chicken broth soup. Respectable residents of the village also gathered to have dinner together. They shared their thoughts and told their dreams. And Tianxin, before having dinner, still decided to take advantage of the old man's advice. And late in the evening, when it was dark, carefully look around the village to see where their neighbors were. And Tianxin took a chicken thigh with him and thought to enjoy it right here. He noticed how with each meal his strength only increased, and he directly connected this with the gourmet's cell. And finally, just today, he noticed the light, which barely made its way through the sleeping forests. He realized that this light was from their neighbors, and after 2 nights of continuous searching, he found them after all. And Tianxin returned to his friends and told them that he had found light from their neighbors and shared his plans to travel to them. Wang Dahu offered his help for better security, but the village headman said that he would go alone, and Wang Dahu and the old man would stay here and ensure the peace of the village, taking command into their own hands. Huang Chenyan and Wang Dahu promised their master that they would do their best to protect Xuanhuang village, and the headman could fully rely on them. And Tianxin said that he was going to rest before a difficult journey, and the men left him alone. The young man was going to put all his energy into perfecting that night. He wasn't going to waste a single second, so he began to train and cultivate. By morning, he had to finish practicing the second step of the divine sea. The very next morning, Yi Tianxin was standing at the gate, preparing for his journey. Huang Chenyan and Wang Dahu led him and promised to make maximum efforts for the safety and prosperity of their village. Huang Chenyan and Wang Dahu told the village headman to be as careful as possible and not interfere with the village. The headman finally said that he would be back soon and set off. At night, he still managed to complete the practice of the second stage of the divine sea. So with his current strength, he expected to reach his goal quickly. The young man did not have time to walk a kilometer when a voice was heard shouting and calling for help from the dense thickets. And Tianxin understood that those were human voices, and most likely there were not many of them there. They all shouted that they did not want to be eaten and that someone would save them. The headman of the village came closer to the forest and realized that the voices were coming from there. But he did not see any signs of the village, so it was not clear where so many cries for help came from. Many people were put behind bars and shouted that they did not want to die. There were both men and women. They were horrified and screamed out of hopelessness. Next to the cage stood giant, ugly man-eaters who, ignoring the screams, lit a fire. And Tianxin looked around the meadow and realized that these were ogres, man-eaters. The uneaten remains of people lay nearby. One cannibal went to the cage for new food. He examined all his prisoners and stopped at the fattest one. He prayed that the cannibal would not touch him. When the cannibal pulled him out of the cage, the man said that he was the great prince of the Ming dynasty and threatened that if the cannibal ate him, he would turn the whole dynasty on him and he would not be well. But cannibals did not care about all the regalia of this man. Although this prince was a representative of the Ming dynasty, who always drowned in luxury and extorted exorbitant taxes from his people, the cannibals began to mock the prince and prepare him for a delicious dinner. The prince tried with all his might to beg for mercy and promised fabulous riches during his lifetime. But those monsters were doing their job. For them, the most important thing today was a delicious dinner, The man-eater lifted the man with one hand and dragged him to the hearth. And Yian Shing understood that in addition to the prince, who was hated by almost everyone for his infallible taxes, there were other people who needed to be saved. The cannibals tied the man to a stick and put him over the fire. They all gathered around the fire waiting for a delicious dinner. The men who remained in the cage also saw. One said that he was ready to plow his whole life for the one who would save him, and the other said that he did not think that the honorable scientist would end his life like this. And Yian Shing decided that it was not worth delaying the rescue for later, and rushed to help the poor people. Having not reached a few meters to the gathering of cannibals, Yian Shing took out his treasure and threw it at the monsters with all his might. A treasure trove of incredible beauty attracted the attention of the savages, and they moved closer to get a better look at it. One of them, apparently the bravest, took it in his hands and brought it closer to examine what was inside. But as soon as the cannibal brought the box closer, it opened. A huge whirlpool was formed, which dragged a bunch of cannibals along with their weapons somewhere into the other world. The men who remained behind bars were incredibly happy when they saw that those scumbags were almost gone, and suggested that the Holy Spirit had decided to save them from a terrible death. The angry leader of the cannibals was simply enraged when he saw that only a small box remained of his army of ogres. He took out an axe and with all his fury pounced on the box. The man-eater spared no effort to chop at the small object, trying to free his subjects from it. And Yian Shing realized that the time had come for his magical chains of yin and yang, and without delay he enveloped the man-eater with them from head to toe. And Yian Shing knew that his strength was already strong enough to fight against such strong opponents. So he told the ogre that he was unlucky today, and his chains would take his soul. The head of the village had already prepared to celebrate the victory, but the monster broke the chains of yin and yang, and only hundreds of small particles flew hundreds of meters and covered the ground. And Yian Shing was not just surprised, he was simply in shock. He did not understand how it was possible to break free from the magical chains. Meanwhile, the man-eater took out his sword and attacked the man. The people in the cage cared about the life of their liberator very much. They shouted to him to be as careful as possible and warned him about the attacks of the monster. And Yian Shing prepared to repel the attack and quickly drew his sword. But the man-eater's blow was so strong that the young man could barely stay on his feet. The man-eater was glad that his blows were so strong. He roared with satisfaction and attacked harder and harder, and Yian Shing was amazed by the strength of his opponent. He had never met such monsters, and Yian Shing barely repelled the attack and prepared to attack. This time he decided to show his true strength and just to test his new techniques. The village headman decided to use a split jade spear. Cultivating his strength quickly and taking out his spear, Yian Shing loudly said that the meteor was headed for the moon. After these words, Yian Shing hurled his spear at the ugly man-eater with all his might. The spear flew at the speed of sound, and after a few seconds reached the enemy. The monster just crouched down in pain, and Yian Shing thought that he had shot the enemy with a spear with all his might, and only his skin was damaged. It seemed that man-eating ogres had incredible defenses. Not even a minute passed as the ogre, cannibal, jumped to his feet and ran to attack the young man with new strength. It was necessary to quickly decide what to do next, because he could not hold on for so long, and Yian Shing quickly repulsed the attack. During this duel, he managed to knock the sword out of the ugly man-eater's hands, and Yian Shing decided to use the Great Border Sword technique. It was the most advanced technique of the Dai Kingdom. It is good that the young man managed to finish training in this technique. The headman of the village shouted that he doubted that the ogre, man-eater, would be able to resist this technique and used all his strength to attack, and Yian Shing sped up and rushed to deliver his blow. Finally, the man-eating ogre let out his last grunt and fell to the ground. And Yian Shing breathed a sigh of relief. Such a victory was not easy for the young man, but it was worth it. The people in the cage were incredibly happy. They understood that this stranger saved them from certain death. They shouted words of gratitude and respect to him. The head of the village raised his cube and examined it. It contained 126 rooms with bars. Each room can be a secret death room or a shelter. Not one monster could survive in the secret chamber of death. And all ogres, cannibals, went to such rooms. No matter how hard they try to get out of there, they will not succeed. In the middle of those rooms, only a trap and inevitable death awaited each monster. This was the power of the dimension of the magic cube which uprooted evil from its roots. And Yian Shing clearly knew that all ogres, man-eaters simply cannot survive there, and soon they will all go to hell. The head of the village approached the cage and released the people. They fell on their knees in front of Yian Shing and said that it would be an honor for them if the master would take them as slaves. The young man told the people to get up from their knees. He gave his name and said that he only came here to find survivors and protect them. And Yian Shing invited people to go to his village, where they could work for the common good, support each other, and live happily ever after in safety. The men began to list their skills. Some built ships, some were carpenters, some worked on construction. And Yian Shing thought that these people are worth their weight in gold, and they will play a big role in the construction. Then a young man approached Yian Shing and said his name was Chao Zheng. The village headman saw that the man's body was flowing with true qi and was surprised that he bowed to him. Yian Shing remembered that he had come across such a name in a TV series where Chao Zheng was a court eunuch and a very influential person. But that character was 50 years old, and this is quite young. Chao Zheng explained that he had sworn to bow only to whoever saved his life. The headman asked if he was the head of the search service of the Ming dynasty, because this question worried him the most. Chao Zheng replied that he was indeed a dignified person in the Ming dynasty, but when he entered the new world, all his memories remained. But for some unknown reason, he became younger. The village headman realized that it was the same character from his TV series. It only explained that people can only appear in one account and cannot appear in thousands of identical versions of themselves. There are also those who have preserved their memory. Chao Zheng was a confirmation that you could meet not only people from different eras, but also fictional characters from movies, series, stories, and even cartoons. The head of the village understood only one thing, that living in this world was becoming more and more interesting. And Yian Shing asked Chao Zheng if he was really willing to serve him. And he answered that he was ready to swear by heaven that he would be faithful until the end of his days. The village elder said that he and everyone else would now be residents of his Xuanhuang village. He told Chao Zheng to gather all the people, because soon they would set off together. And while Chao Zheng was gathering people, the headman of the village decided to inspect the area. He hoped to find something interesting and valuable for further existence in this world. It seemed that ogres, man-eaters, were also building a village. The mayor stopped in front of the magnificent building and decided to go there and inspect everything thoroughly. As soon as Yian Shing entered the middle of the building, he immediately moved into the space of their destiny. The village headman stopped in front of a red aquarium where a strange creature was swimming. This lake was the fate of cannibals, and most likely this kid was just the patron of their destinies. Suddenly, the carp of Xuanhuang village's fate broke out and jumped into the lake of the fate of ogres, cannibals. And Yian Shing was not joking, because he did not want anything to happen to his talisman. The carp of the village's fate swam at top speed towards the strange man-eating creature, and after a second, he tore it into pieces and ate it. Then there was an absorption of fate. After the golden carp of Xuanhuang village ate the baby ogre, the village's sky lake grew significantly. In addition, the golden carp also reincarnated. His aura became hundreds of times stronger. And Yian Shing understood that the destruction of foreign settlements leads to the absorption of their destiny, which in turn leads to an increase in the population and expands the space of destiny. Then Yian Shing came across the images of Wang Dahu, Huang Chenyang, and his own. He did not understand why exactly they appeared in the spiritual space. The guardians of the soul exist in the spiritual space of the host. They allow its owner and the village to endow each other with spiritual power. In a takeover, all power is transferred to the winner. And Yian Shing requested in his Jade Book that the soul guardians would help his village become stronger and also increase his spiritual power and the power of his skills. However, on the other hand, during these half-months, Old Huan and Dahu invested a lot of their energy in the construction of the village and became irreplaceable and honorable residents of it. That is why, thanks to their hard work and dedication, they have earned recognition and respect. Then the old man wondered why exactly his spirit was of a different color, and thought that it was because of his position. When the young man walked further, he came across a stone chest, and Tianxin hoped to find rare treasures there, so he quickly moved in that direction. But when Yi Tianxin tried to open the trunk, he realized that it was extremely heavy. Only the cover weighed more than 100 kilograms. Finally, the chest was opened. Treasures appeared immediately in front of the young man. They were so diverse that the eyes ran wild, which one to look at first. One pebble interested Yi Tianxin. When the headman of the village took it in his hands, he felt that it was quite heavy. This is where his jade book came in handy, where he read more about the stone. It was a cellular magic iron, a treasure of the highest rank, the middle class of the heaven rank. It was able to raise the artifact to a higher level, and Tianxin felt how the space of the secret void stone was trying to absorb the cellular magic iron. But why he had that redhead, the headman of the village had no idea. And Tianxin decided to let space absorb the cellular magic iron and see what would come of it. At the same time, the cellular magic iron crumbled into thousands of small pieces and scattered across space. After a while, those pieces of cellular iron began to merge with the expanse of void stone. And Tianxin began to worry that this whole process would not lead to the destruction of the space, because all the rare treasures of the village headman were located there. And Tianxin understood that the cellular magic iron has the ability to enlarge the space thousands of times. The old man now knew where he would be able to place things of gigantic sizes in the future. Cao Zhen knocked on the building where Yi Tianxin was and said that he had gathered all the people, and they all unanimously decided to follow the master. And Tianxin asked to be called elder or sir. Cao Zhen held out the village elder's book and said that it contained all the basic cultivation methods, and he wished to present them to his master. The young man said that these are the basics for all practices, or does he really want to give them away? Cao Zhen reported that he had already grasped all that knowledge and was ready to follow his master. The headman of the village gladly accepted such a gift and informed that there is a repository of various scriptures in his village, and when the time comes, all those who wish will be able to choose a method of improvement for themselves. And Tianxin said that he would take those who wished to his place in the village. And all those present were happy that they would finally have their own house, and they were ready to work for the benefit of the village day and night. The guards of Xuanhuang village saw a whole crowd of people approaching the gate. They decided to call General Wang Daha to play it safe against an enemy attack. But when the people came closer, everyone saw that their village headman was crawling along at the head of such a group. They did not expect to see him so soon in their native walls. And Tianxin returned to the village with the people whom he managed to save from death, and this greatly impressed his assistants and other residents of the village. Unexpectedly for everyone, a lot of people joined in such a short period of time. Yi Tianxin introduced the villagers to Cao Zhen and the other newcomers. Then Yi Tianxin, without even resting, again went in search of other villages in that valley. Judging by the light from yesterday's bonfire, there must still have been people in that valley. Soon he was tempted to find another settlement. There were soldiers on guard, so Yi Tianxin decided to be very careful. And Tianxin could smell the strong smell of blood. And all over the area there were visible traces of the battle. It looked like there had been a fierce battle here not too long ago. The village headman came closer to the guards, but she did not sleep and quickly asked her husband who he was and what he needed. And Tianxin told that he got lost in the wilderness and asked to quench his thirst. But the guard rudely replied that this is not a hotel for him and there is no water, so let him get out of there. The general's aide intervened in the conversation and said that this man should go to the village of the Yan family. After all, they all have similar fates here and must help each other. And Tianxin thanked the assistant general and introduced himself. He replied that there is no need to thank because in the modern world all are brothers and sisters, and although they lacked food, they have water. The man said his name was Yang Yanping, and the Yang family village was founded by his father. He was the elder brother of the family, and was a general in the court of the Northern Song dynasty in the past, and Tianxin knew about him from his past life. He was one of the generals of the Yang family who fought back against the Liao state during the Northern Song dynasty. Yang Yanping said that the stranger was a real warrior since he managed to overwhelm the crocodile. But the old man replied that he only used brute force and asked about the recent battle in this village. The head of the village said that as soon as he came here, he felt the sharp smell of blood and the aura of death. So everything pointed to the fact that he faced unusual enemies. Yang Yanping said that their enemies are a huge wolf pack. The Wolf King is at the head of the pack. He is extremely tough, and all the soldiers and villagers are terrified of him to death. Yang Yanping said that now the whole village is on guard, so he should return to his duties. The headman offered his help, but Yan told him to rest for a while. Yian Shing had time to rest, and decided to take a closer look at this village. He noticed how the residents helped each other to bandage their wounds after the last battle, and Tianxin realized that there were a large number of people living in this village, and their moral condition was at the very bottom. It looked like the wolves had finally tortured them, and Tianxin called his name and said that the bones and red meat of this crocodile could make a good soup, and he would like to share a delicious lunch with the residents. Yi Tianxin then asked if there was a good cook among those present who was willing to demonstrate his skill to everyone. A man came out of the hut and asked permission to show him his culinary skills. He examined the crocodile's tail and said that the meat of the tail was fresh and juicy. It melts in your mouth and can be used to make a dish called Heavenly Dragon's Presence. Then the man examined the crocodile's paws and said that the flesh of its paws has plasticity and elasticity. This is the kind of meat that is needed for the preparation of the claws of the Dragon of Ice and Flame dish. And Tianxin said that it is clear that the man is good at cooking, so he can provide him with any cooking utensils. But the man replied that his name is Lai He and he has everything. Lai He explained that he was a chef of the highest order, and, like every good chef, he always had all his tools with him. The man unfolded a set of high-class knives in front of the audience, and Tianxin was surprised that the kitchen utensils were made of black iron. He was definitely a character from the River Flow's Manhwa, and he had the nickname Two-Tailed Scorpion. Residents also noticed that the tools were made of black gold, which, by the way, was valued more than ordinary gold. And Tianxin said that if he didn't need tools, he still had something that a good cook would need and handed him garlic, onions, and ginger. Lai said it was just a treasure for the cook, and asked the stranger how he managed to get these three great ingredients in this world of chaos. The elder said that he collected on the way, although in reality, Yi Tianxin grew those vegetables day and night, and then simply harvested them to improve the taste of the dishes. But it was not necessary for anyone to know this. The cook took that treasure and started cooking. Like that sorcerer, he skillfully cut vegetables and selected the best pieces of meat. And as soon as he started cooking, all the inhabitants of the village flocked to the incredible aroma that attracted them to the cauldron. From the outside, it was like real magic. The time has come to extract the deliciousness from the cauldron, and an incredibly appetizing dish called the Presence of the Heavenly Dragon appeared on the table. And Tianxin was honored to be the first to try it. The meat of the crocodile's tail even glowed with some kind of glow. When it was in Yi Tianxin's mouth, he felt how tender, soft, sweet, salty, and incredibly delicious it was. And Tianxin told the cook that he was truly a master of his craft and that there was no equal in the world. But the cook offered to try the second dish. A dish called Claws of the Dragon of Ice and Flame appeared on the table. It looked very appetizing, so the headman of the village decided to delay the tasting. And Tianxin has yet to taste crocodile legs in sauce, but when he tasted it, his taste buds just flaked with pleasure. It was an incredible feeling. The Cauldron of Fate's secret reached a new rank after Yi Tianxin tasted the new dishes, and Tianxin realized that he would reach a new level with the help of this magic cauldron. He did not even guess that he would get so much benefit from the new world. The headman of the village realized that the ability of the gourmet's cell is unrealistically strong. Now, more than ever, he felt his vital forces flourishing. He liked it very much. The headman of the village thanked Lai He sincerely and said that he has perfect cooking skills. The cook said that there was no need to thank him because he too enjoyed the delicious food. The headman of the village said that all the remaining meat belongs to the inhabitants of the village, and the bones can be used to make a delicious broth. Lai. He was pleased that he had succeeded in pleasing the guest of honor. While the men were talking about the delicious dishes, General Yan approached them. His full name is Yang Ye. The nicknames by which he was known throughout the world were invincible. Yang Linggong. The general said his name was Yang Ye and he was Yan Ping's father, then asked if he could take the brave man away for a few words. Surprised Yian Shing, of course, agreed. The cook asked the man from the village why the general took this man away for a secret conversation. And the man replied that it's none of their business and it's enough to make small talk, but it's better to cook delicious meat. The general asked how it would be better to address the man, the brave man or the elder eye. And Tianxin asked how he knew him. And the general explained that as soon as he got into the new world, he heard a voice in the void. And Tianxin said that when he came, he immediately gave his name without concealing it. And the general realized that this was exactly the brave man who was one of the first to found the village of Xuanhuang. General Yan asked why the headman was not in his village and why he came to them. The young man said that his village is also in this valley and he decided to study the situation. The general asked if the headman was afraid that his village would be attacked by wild animals while he was away. And Tianxin said that he had taken all the necessary measures and built strong defensive structures. The general thought that in such a turbulent time, only an ordinary person could build a village and provide it with reliable protection. Surely this young man has talent. After thinking a little, General Yan asked the headman what he thought about his village, and Tianxin asked if the general wanted to hear the truth or if it was better to lie about the real assessment. General Yang said that he is a military man and hates sycophancy, so he only wants to hear the truth, whatever it may be. And Tianxin said that it was for the best, because he himself did not like flattery. Then the young man continued that Yan's village looked more like a military camp. The inhabitants of the village look confused and desperate. In such an environment, the village will not last long. Something needs to be done about it immediately. The head of the village added that the general's soldiers were not capable of protecting these people. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud sound. Elder, I asked what it meant, and the general explained that it was a signal horn, and that it was announcing that wolves had attacked them. General Yang said he needed to go help his soldiers, and he advised the young man to take care of himself, and Tianxin offered the general his help. General Yang, of course, agreed. Extra hands would never hurt, and Tianxin saw how well-armed soldiers lined up and waited for the general's order. The two sons of the general stood next to the soldiers. The second eldest son was named Yang Yanding, hence the nickname, the second son of Yang. According to historical data, Yang Ye's family army made a huge contribution to the success of the Song dynasty, and each of the 7 brothers earned the rank of assistant general. The general did not have time to reach his sons when he began to be interested in the situation. How many wolves? How are you? Elder Yang asked why Brother Yi had come to them, and Tianxin responded to help. The warriors reported that this time the pack was too large, and all the wolves marched on the village in full force. It was already visible to the unaided eye how a huge pack of wolves headed by their leader was walking along the valley. Yi Tianxin assessed the situation and noted that the Yang family army was in a hopeless situation. One of the brothers pointed to a huge silver wolf and told the other brother that it was the same wolf that caught his eye in the last battle, and the wolf would attack their village again. An angry wolf walked ahead of the pack. Apparently, he brought everyone here to avenge his battle wound. Elder Yang said that last time they failed to kill him, and now that leader brought the whole pack with him for revenge. And Tianxin saw an image in the form of a moon on the old wolf's forehead, and assumed that it might be related to the moonlight. But he decided to make sure with the help of a jade book. A silver wolf howling at the moon feeds on the moonlight and becomes stronger. The healing rate of his wounds increases, and under the moonlight, his strength constantly increases. And Tianxin told the general that they should attack immediately, because if they wait until the moon rises, there will be no one to defend. The general knew this, but he also thought about who would protect his village. General Yang said that these wolves are too smart. Last time they pretended to be dead, and now they're here again, and they've also brought significant reinforcements. Then Yi Tianxin decided to test what exactly the wolves were capable of, and at full speed decided to strike first. The leader of the pack was the first to notice the danger. He grinned and prepared to repel the attack. After a few seconds, the first blow was delivered, and the leader jumped back. The other wolves immediately rushed to help their leader, and Yian Shing changed his tactics, raised his cultivation, and was already ready to attack again. His goal was to inflict maximum damage on them before the moon rose. General Yang watched the brave warrior from the sidelines. He noted the warrior's perfect mastery of the spear, quick change of tactics, maximum accuracy, and subtle intelligence. After several successful attacks, the general had hope that this brave elder would help them in the battle with the wolves. General Yang warned that these wolves are too smart and they know that they need to attack from all sides. Therefore, everyone should be as attentive as possible, and Yian Shing fought with the leader of the pack. The wolf's attacks were lightning fast and unpredictable. The young man was amazed at the incredible strength of his opponent. The elder thought that it was a great fortune that his body was blessed by the realm of the divine sea and that he was not injured. But he also noted that wolves know to attack weak points. Elder Yang saw how the young warrior was struggling to fend off the attacks of the entire pack, so he asked his father to call his army to help. But the father said that it is still too early. Meanwhile, a huge moon rose in the sky. The leader of the pack climbed a rock to be fully illuminated by the moon's rays and began howling at the moon. That wolf howled, and that howling became terrifying to the bravest warriors. And Yian Shing guessed that this wolf was not only the leader of the pack, but also the king of wolves. The cunning wolf specially waited for the moon to appear in the starry sky, so that he would have advantages in the attack, and still wait for such a suitable opportunity. This wolf king possessed a heaven-given ability, the shining silver moon. When the wolf king howled at the moon, the whole wolf pack gathered under the rock. They also kept their eyes on the wolf. And Yian Shing guessed why all the wolves gathered around the rock, because the king of wolves is able to make his subjects stronger with the help of moonlight. The wolves all turned around and charged with renewed vigor. It became clear even to the dumb one that the whole pack was transformed, and now it was not worth counting on an easy fight. The two brothers asked their father to give an order and help Brother Ai. They understood that the wolves had become hard and ferocious, and he could not cope with them himself. General Yang replied that if they start attacking the wolves, then they will in turn attack the villagers, because they will begin to take revenge for the attack, and General Yan could not allow this. The general also added that those who do not take care of themselves will be punished by heaven and earth. Therefore, if you choose a side, he will choose the village. He said that no one would leave the position without his order. The Wolf King attacked the young warrior with new strength. He phenomenally sought out the opponent's weak points and launched lightning-fast attacks. And Yian Shing barely restrained the onslaught of the wolf. He realized that the power of the attack had increased in an instant. The headman didn't even have time to attack. He only had enough strength to repel the attacks. Elder. I did not have time to catch his breath from the attack, as the enraged wolf pounced from the ambush with new forces. It happened so quickly that the soldiers present were gasping for breath. The eldest son, Yan, no longer asked. He shouted for his father to give the order to attack the wolves, because otherwise Brother I will simply die from the calls of predatory animals. The wolves had already attacked Yian Shing not one by one, but a whole pack attacked the young man. They surrounded the exhausted warrior and craved his blood. Finally, General Yan's heart could not stand it, and he decided to help the village elder. He took the sword from his eldest son and said that he would go to help the boy, and they would protect the villagers. Then a cook approached the general and told them not to worry about the peasants, but rather to help the soldier. The villagers cannot always rely on the Yang family soldiers who risk their lives. Touched, the general looked at the brave villagers. They assured him that they have the strength to resist the enemies. The more so, the cook assured that he knows how to skillfully wield a knife. Finally, these arguments influenced General Yan's firm decision, and he ordered all his soldiers to take up battle positions. The boys gladly obeyed their general's order. General Yan shouted at the attack as hard as he could. Everyone was preparing for a deadly battle. This order was eagerly awaited by the general's sons, who wanted to help the brave warrior with all their hearts, and by the peasants, who were tired of hiding from constant danger, and by the brave soldiers. All the men rushed into battle with hatred and a desire to take revenge on the wolves. The general's sons shouted to Yian Shing to hold on, because they were already on their way to help. Some of the wolves left Yian Shing alone and returned to the soldiers in front to repel the surprise attack. And Tian Xin knelt down to at least somehow regain his breath after such a hard fight. But the Wolf King was just waiting for the brave warrior to lose his strength. The Wolf King activated the power of moonlight and prepared to attack. He could not miss such an opportunity, and Tian Xin was too weak and did not expect the attack. The Yanbarites noticed that the Wolf King was preparing to finish off his opponent and shouted to warn of the danger. Second son Yang shouted that brother Yi was in danger and ordered Yang Day and Yang Yi to help the brave warrior. At that time, he fought courageously with one of the wolves. The Wolf King began to blind his opponents with a bright moonlight and slowly approached the men. The two warriors stood in front of Yian Shing, shielding him from the bright radiation with their backs. They told the boy not to worry and to trust them. The wolf attacked with a bright light. The eyes of the soldiers could not stand such a glow, but no one was going to give up. They courageously stood in their city. All the men squinted their eyes to somehow withstand the bright light. Behind him, it was impossible to understand where the Wolf King was at that time. Yian Shing's hand was injured. Yang Day and Yang Yi asked the village headman if he was all right and if he needed medical attention. They saw with their own eyes how the wolves bit his hand. Yang Day and Yang Yi were surprised when the young warrior replied that he was fine. They realized that the boy's body was able to completely block the Wolf King's attacks and wanted to know what kind of gift it was. And Tian Xin said that his hand had already been bitten once by a representative of the wolf world even before he entered this world. And that ancient wound seems to have awakened the heavenly law of the Dragon Emperor. It was at the moment of danger that Yian Shing awakened the divine sea realm form. So they stood facing each other on the battlefield. On one side is the King of Wolves, on the other, Yian Shing with two brothers. They understood that only one person would remain alive today. Second Bran Yang noticed that Yian Shing's hair had turned white. He wondered for a moment what exactly had caused such a phenomenon and thought that some kind of transformation had taken place. The Wolf King decided not to waste time and delivered a powerful blow with the help of moonlight. And Tian Xin managed to dodge the blow, although it took a few seconds. In the place where the battle between Yian Shing and the Wolf King was taking place, a powerful explosion of lunar energy thundered. The village headman realized that the speed of the shot was too high and powerful. However, Yian Shing had already realized that the Wolf King was accumulating energy for the next attack for too long, which is why he could easily dodge the blow. This time it was time to attack the village elders, and Tian Xin gathered all his strength and rushed to attack. The Jade Dragon Spear was filled with energy and struck straight at the target. General Yang also watched the battle of the two warlords out of the corner of his eye. He noted that the strength and speed of a daredevil will increase 1,000 times. The exhausted Wolf King sat down on the ground and began howling at the moon. It was a terrifying howl that made even the bravest warriors feel terrified. And Tian Xin triumphantly approached the mortally wounded Wolf King and asked if he too had the strength to continue their fight. The last strength left the leader of the pack and he began to close his eyes. Considering the amount of blood the Wolf King had lost, he didn't have long to live. He repeatedly attacked the village and killed the villagers, so death awaited him for his actions. General Yang's eldest son fought bravely alongside Yian Shing. He also barely had time to fend off the attacks of angry wolves. During another repulse of the attack, the brave warrior's spear broke in two. He cursed because of the lost weapon and did not know what to do next. The wolves were only glad that their opponent was left without a weapon and prepared for another attack by the brave warrior. And Tian Xin immediately decided to help Brother Yang and threw his spear at him without thinking. The eldest son, Yan, deftly caught him just at the most dangerous moment. As soon as the spear was in the skillful hands of the eldest son of Yan, he quickly began to repel the attacks of the wolves, which flew tens of meters from the powerful blows. When Ian looked at the spear, he noticed that it was covered in blue flames. He thought that Brother Yi had covered him with his spiritual power, so killing wolves became much easier. At the same time, the magical chains of Yin and Yang were slowly approaching the dying Wolf King. They wrapped the pack leader's body tighter and tighter. And Tian Xin regretted that last time in the battle with the man-eating ogre. That bastard managed to break the 4 chains of yin and yang. If the chains had not been lost in the last battle, the magic chains would now have accumulated enough energy to gain new powers. Fewer and fewer wolves remained on the battlefield. At the time when it seemed that victory was on the side of the people, another giant wolf appeared on the field. This wolf was much bigger than the killed one. There was also a silver moon mark on his forehead. The wolf became enraged and sent his powerful, shining moonblade strike. Senior Braun Yang shouted that there was another wolf king and he began to attack. But the goal of that powerful blow was the soldiers, and the heavenly lake was the fate of their village. After a powerful explosion, General Yang fell to his knees. He said he was too reckless. The wolf specially diverted everyone away from the village to attack the heavenly lake of destiny. The mind of this predator simply caused panic in everyone present. General Yang said that the fate of their village had come to an end. Miserly male tears appeared in his stern eyes. Morally broken, the elder son Yang told Yian Shing that he helped the old man. Now he is asking him for help for his village. And Yian Shing said that he would do everything in his power. The giant king of wolves approached his dead son and began to lick him. And Yian Shing realized that since he had killed the little wolf, he would be the target of his father's revenge. At this time, the barking of dogs was heard throughout the battlefield. Everyone turned their heads to see where he came from. A dog was standing near the completely destroyed house barking viciously, and Yian Shing thought that the dog was quite strange in appearance. She was completely bald, her limbs grew strange green fur, and her whole body was covered in green flames. Next to the dog lay the bloody dead body of a child. It looked like this dog was devoted to its owners until the Wolf King took their lives. The angry dog decided to take revenge for his owners. Because of the destroyed home and the murdered owners, she was ready to give her life in battle with the King of Wolves. But the King of Wolves immediately struck the poor dog with a moonblade, and it flew away dead several meters. After that, the Wolf King continued to destroy the houses of the Yang family village with his deadly moonblade. Then the Wolf King sat down and began howling at the moon. He was preparing for a deadly fight with the abuser of his child and called the pack for help. And Yian Shing thought that he would have to deal with this cursed creature today. The headman of the village took out his bow and charged it with a magic arrow. Only with it could he inflict a mortal wound on the King of Wolves. All that remained was not to make a mistake. The arrow flew at a furious speed towards the Wolf King, and he noticed it too late. The Wolf King did not have time to react quickly to the attack, and the arrow hit the wolf's body. A terrible howl of a wolf rang out over the battlefield. The second brother Yang said that the arrow hit the target straight. Who would have thought that at the most crucial moment, the Wolf King would stumble over a stone? The mortally wounded wolf was not going to give up. He still hoped to kill his enemy, so after gathering energy to a heap, the wolf quickly began to generate his magical moonblade. All the soldiers present saw this. Therefore, elder brother Yang shouted loudly that brother Yi would now be attacked by the deadly moonblade and that he would have time to repel the blow. And Yian Shing knew that he would not have time to dodge the blow. He could use force, but in that case, the moonblade could touch the civilians. Therefore, the old man had to come up with another way, and Yian Shing felt an unseen power flowing through the magical chains of yin and yang. The head of the village thought that the chains must have accumulated enough energy with the help of that wolf's soul. Just in time, the yin and yang chains gained new, powerful power, and Yian Shing received a new level of chain power, the gifted heaven of yin and yang vision, the yin and yang cutter. And Yian Shing quickly made a decision to immediately test this gift in a deadly battle. He aimed his magical slicer straight at the Wolf King, hoping to send him to hell. The warriors were also in a state of shock at such a sight. One said Brother Yi summoned 2 giant pythons, and the other was surprised by the fact that they act like real scissors. The Wolf King had already accumulated enough energy and prepared to attack. The end of the decisive battle was determined in seconds, and this time, luck was on Yian Shing's side. His magic chain struck the Wolf King like lightning. The energy from the collision of such powerful magical streams scattered all around. The wolf pack also witnessed such a legendary battle between Yian Shing and their leader. Although the enraged wolf tried to growl viciously, It was clear that it was his last cry. The village elders' chains did their job and mercilessly took away the Wolf King's soul and last strength. Finally, the Wolf King fell dead to the ground, and Yian Shing looked triumphantly at his so strong but already dead opponent. The pack of wolves, as soon as they saw that their leader had come to an end, then ran away through the forest and did not try to attack the brave warriors of the Yang family anymore. All the warriors began to shout triumphantly that the wolves had retreated and now victory was theirs. They were glad that the pack had run away, tails wagging as soon as they saw that their king had gone to hell. And Yian Shing was also happy that they had managed to survive such a difficult battle. Now it was possible to breathe a sigh of relief, because the wolves' desire to attack the village was gone for a long time. And Yian Shing turned his head and saw the two brothers carefully helping their father to his feet. He was seriously injured during the battle. The eldest son, Jan, approached the elder and said that he understood that his father had no right to ask him for help, but he asked permission to explain everything. The general said that he was not a coward and would not beg for mercy. He said that he will not lie and frankly admits that he deliberately put Yian Shing in danger and wants to ask him for a favor. General Yang said that the Yang family's village has been destroyed, so he asks to receive the survivors and take care of their safety. He himself atones for his guilt by committing suicide. Residents of the village did not want to believe what they heard. They assured their general that he was not to blame and that all of them would not have lived a day in this world of chaos if it were not for him, and that Yian Shing would understand him. But the headman of Xuanhuang village came closer to the general and put his hand on his shoulder. He smiled at the man and said that he was sure that the general had done everything right. Yian Shing said that being an elder means putting the lives of his residents first. So if Yian Shing was in that situation, he would do the same. And Yian Shing added that in this world it is impossible to make a decision in an ideal way, so he does not hold a grudge against the general. He also added that the general is seriously wounded and needs help. The sons offered to take their father to the village to provide the necessary assistance, but the general told his sons to take care of the privates, and he wouldn't live long anyway with such injuries. General Yang decided to stay here on the battlefield to bid his soldiers a proper farewell and bury them. And Yian Shing went to the destroyed village to see what survived there and who needed to be given the necessary help. When he opened the dilapidated shed, he saw that unusual dog that still showed signs of life. The headman was surprised that she survived after a direct confrontation with the king of wolves. And Yian Shing thought that this dog was also destined to fight the Wolf King, and now that it had received a fatal wound, he could not leave it here to die. Residents of the village said that this dog belonged to Erden. People used to chase her away until Erden sheltered her. They were not divorced, and now she will not last long. And Yian Shing turned to the dog and it opened its eye. The young man understood that the dog definitely wanted to live. The headman of the village turned to the dog and said that he could see that it understood human language, and that a wonderful future was waiting for it. He will not leave her to die and will help her. And Yian Shing told the dog that he also fought side by side with her against the Wolf King, so he wants to befriend her. He asked her to drink water from the moon well, and then she would survive. The village headman told Yan Ping that the spear he had given him during the battle was extra, so if it suited him, he could take it for himself. The elder brother was happy with such a gift. General Yan returned and thanked the young soldier for helping and saving the residents of the village. And Yian Shing replied that there is no need for thanks, because in this world, we need to help each other. Yian Shing then said that he had water from a healing moon well that could heal any wound, and the general accepted such a valuable gift with great gratitude. The sons helped their father to remove his military armor and washed his wounds with holy water. And to their great surprise, the wounds really began to heal right before their eyes. General Yang and his sons were very grateful to the old man for saving their father, and Yian Shing just smiled back and said that he was doing what he had to do. Then the general approached the young man and said that he had an errand for the brave warrior, and Yian Shing assured that he would do everything in his power. General Yang said he hoped that Yian Shing would welcome the peaceful residents of his village, and Yian Shing asked why he was talking about it now because he is completely healthy. But the general said that in this terrible time he is simply not able to feed these people, and they need a really talented leader. And Tianxin said that maybe the general is in a hurry and he needs to think things through before making such a decision. But the general replied that he had considered everything, and his decision was clear and balanced. The general went out on the porch of his residence and addressed all the residents of his village. He said that Yian Shing is the headman of Xuanhuang village, which is not far from their village. The general then said that he was able to provide them with a stable life. People began to defend their general. They said that he was loyal to the people like no other, and he should not blame himself at such a time. General Yan thanked his residents for their understanding, and he was sure that under the leadership of the elder Y, the people would be able to live much better, and gave him the word. And Tianxin stepped forward and said that since General Yang had entrusted the inhabitants to him, he could not refuse. Xuanhuang village needs every new resident. The headman said that although his village is not an earthly paradise, all residents are united by the belief that they will be able to build their native home and resist wild animals and disasters. All residents of the village listened very attentively to the speech of their new leader, and they really liked what they heard. And Tianxin continued and said that he promised to provide them with techniques for self-defense and self-cultivation if they would join him. The general thought that in such a troubling time, the equipment was a valuable resource, and the young warrior was ready to share it with anyone willing. He knew that the residents who followed Yian Shing would become stronger. The cook said that he is ready to go with him to his village, and although he has no other skills than cooking, he is ready to cook delicious food for everyone. The other residents also wanted to join Yian Shing so that General Yang would no longer worry about their safety at the risk of his own life. General Yang said that although he was glad that all the residents appreciated his efforts, he was still a little sad at such a rapid change in life. And Tianxin turned to the general and said that he hoped that his army would go with them, because he needed an experienced general like him. And the general was happy with such an offer. The elder son told his father that it would be better for them to join Brother White. And the younger son added that didn't his father dream of providing a peaceful life for the common people? After considering the invitation and words of his sons, General Yang asked to accept his boundless gratitude from him personally and from the entire army of the Yang family for his generosity. And Tianxin said that he was happy with this decision, and together with the Yang family army, Xuanhuang village would definitely become stronger. The mayor promised to protect the general, and the general to protect the village. The dog was lying on the floor of the room and thought that if the man really wanted her to live, he could have unscrewed the cap from the bottle, because he almost died here. The dog continued to think that if that idiot was really strong, then why didn't he save Yurden then? And why did he get mortally wounded, and why did the water taste so bad? But before the dog had time to ask all the questions, she learned that she could speak human language. She got up on her paws and looked at her body in surprise. The wounds really healed. Residents of the village also noticed that the dog's wounds had healed and it could talk. All the people retreated away from her and began to shout that this dog had turned into a monster. And Tianxin also heard the dog talking and wondered if it was possible that the healing water from the moon well could make the dog talk. He was worried about the question of what actually happened. Previously, due to the green aura around its body, this dog was already different from all other dogs, and now she also knows how to talk. It was just amazing. The dog suddenly began to cough and then spat out a bone along with the saliva, and Tianxin guessed that it was a transverse bone. Animals cannot speak precisely because of the transverse bone in their pharynx, which prevents animals from reproducing and pronouncing speech. That is why animals do not know how to talk. The Chi Masters created a special pill, a bone change pill, to remove the transverse bone and enable spirit animals to speak. It is unlikely that this ugly dog got such a pill, because the pill was quite expensive, so no one present could buy it. Perhaps it was the wolf's moonblade that broke the dog's transverse bone. The dog began to say that she is really a genius since she can talk, and since she is a genius of the dog clan, then her name should be appropriate, and not a green leaf as before. The name should match the aristocratic origin of the dog, so that its enemies would tremble with fear. And after going through a whole bunch of names, the dog decided that from now on its name is the Green Emperor. When he decided on a name, he began to think about how to thank Yian Shing for saving him. He had heard that for a drop of goodness they should return a whole stream, but he did not have that. Then he remembered that people talked that it was possible to count on nature. But his savior was not a dog, not yet to the taste of the Green Emperor, so there was no need to rush with such an idea either. People watched this strange dog with interest. They had never seen dogs talk in their lives, especially to themselves without ceasing. They are a little tired of listening to that nonsense. And Yian Shing carefully looked at the strange dog and rejoiced at the fact that she was arguing so intensely with herself. And Yian Shing came closer to the dog to better hear the story. The dog turned its head and saw the young man. She asked if he was Yian Shing. The dog knew that he had killed that damned wolf and avenged the death of his master, that the dog would not forget. The dog continued his story. She said that she will not be able to eat or sleep until she finds a way to thank her rescuer. And she also wants long green wool to be unique. She couldn't thank him because at the moment she was poor, and if the dog is an emperor, then he can get rich at any time. It's just a pity that his past owner can't enjoy the wealth. The voice of that dog was already in everyone's ears, and she thought louder and louder that after death, the owner could be reborn into a dog, and into a tree, and maybe even into a bird. And Yian Shing took out his chains and closed the dog's collar. No one had the patience to listen to delusions, especially the village headman. He already regretted saving her from death. All residents breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was silence, and they could hear each other instead of the strange dog talking. They thanked the old woman that the dog shut up, and Yian Shing offered General Yan to taste wolf meat and regain his strength before the difficult road. And he gave the remaining moon water to the two brothers and told them to divide it among the villagers. Somewhere far away in the sands, there was a village of the Emu people, which translated from Chinese meant a village of a people of shepherds who use people as livestock. They lived in tents and covered their faces so that the sand did not get into their eyes and mouths. Ordinary captives lived in cages and waited their turn to die. Pretty girls also sat around the clock and waited for their participation. They understood that most likely they would die. Only the question remained when exactly. The strong men were used as labor by the inhabitants. They toiled round the clock under the rays of the scorching sun, and the overseers whipped them liberally when they slowed down. Every day, beautiful women were brought to the main tent to the Lord for his sexual pleasure. But he abused the poor girls so much that no one ever returned from there alive. Tortured women died in the Lord's tent. He spat on the next girl and said that this wretch died very quickly, so he ordered the Shuga to leave her corpse to make soup later. The soldiers received an order from the first Xianwang. 40 kilometers to the south, there is a valley with rivers where a new base can be built, so they should split into 3 groups and find and report. Xianwang looked in the mirror and said that it was just a great view, and it was just a perfect solution. The valley that the mirror showed him was rich in pastures and clear waters. It was a beautiful place. Xianwang believed that as long as he acted on the instructions of the magic mirror, his empire of the Yimu people would spread across the land. Then Xianwang asked the shaman if the ogres, man-eaters with whom she cooperated, were really killed by some Chinese. And the shaman confirmed this information. This shaman, named Dorolo, said that the messenger saw everything with his own eyes, that Chinese destroyed the village of ogres, cannibals himself. Xianwang was unhappy that they had a strong opponent who also possessed inhuman strength. Then he asked who the messenger was. The shaman assured that he is better, and his name is Hua Tianyu. The shaman reported that a messenger had sent them a message this morning with the help of a raven. Now he is in the village of the Yan family, and he just needs to wait for a good opportunity to attack. The terrifying-looking man laughed evilly and said that he was lucky to be the first Xianwang Liu Bao to create the great dynasty of the Yim people. And when the right time comes, all the Chinese and relatives of Yandi and Huangdi will become worthless slaves, and he will become the great emperor of the whole world. At this time, Yian Shing and the eldest son of General Yang were peacefully having dinner in the village of the Yang family. The headman offered to taste the wolf's meat, because it looked very appetizing. A man named Hua Tianu was a messenger of the Yimu people. He was sent to the village of ogres, cannibals, to exchange goods. One even found out before his arrival that Yian Shing had destroyed all the ogres. But he did not get upset, and decided to pretend to be one of the villagers and go with them to the Xuanhuang village and inspect it more thoroughly. Hua Tianyu obediently walked along with everyone and tried not to draw too much attention to himself. But when they came to the village, the headman suddenly disappeared in the forest without saying a word. Apparently, he wanted to look for more people in this area. Hua Tianyu decided that now was not the best time to attack because they would gain much more if they waited a little longer. Hua Tianyu secretly went after Yian Shing. As was to be expected, there were even more two-legged rams in the village of the Yang family, and there were quite a few women among them. In the end, a large number of people joined Yian Shing, and this could not but be happy, because now they will all be in one place. And Yian Shing also mentioned the repository of sacred writings, and if he really has a large number of rare techniques, then it was just incredible luck. And Tian Xin, when everyone was satiating his hunger, told them that yesterday, when he was going to their village, he cut a path in the forest, and now this road led directly to his village, Xuanhuang. And Tian Xin said that they might encounter wild animals on the way, so he would guard the villagers in front and General Yang's army behind. When the details of the route were agreed, everyone went home. When the convoy of people guarded by military soldiers passed, a green dog appeared on the road. The dog snarled viciously and said that now he would not be far behind the old man, because he had allowed himself to close the mouth of the Green Emperor himself and would definitely take revenge when there was an opportunity. The still Green Emperor complained that today he was only given a wolf bone to eat so that he would sharpen his teeth. And his honorary status says that he should eat only meat. The dog wondered how they dared to give the emperor a bone and whether it was appropriate. Although when he remembered how tasty that bone was, he joyfully wagged his tail and ran on. The path was not easy at all. First, they were attacked by a ferocious bear, and Yian Shing had to use his magical techniques to deal with such a strong opponent. Then the people were insidiously attacked from behind by some monsters, and then General Yan's army came to the aid of the villagers. They fought very bravely and courageously. When the danger was over, the soldiers laid down their weapons, and the villagers were able to continue their difficult journey to their new home. Finally, the headman of Xuanhuang village led them to their destination. And Tian Xin already missed his village, although he was only absent here for a couple of days. When they approached the fence, the villagers were pleasantly surprised that the fence was so high. It was a good defense, and Tian Xin was surprised at the height of the fence. After all, when he left the village, the fence was not that high. It was obvious that Old Man Huan and the other builders had done a good job in his absence. Also, the builders came up with the idea of using a thorny shrub to strengthen the wooden fence, and it was simply breathtaking. The builders knew a lot about their business. The two brothers also looked at the fence with surprise. They remarked that Xuanhuang village seemed so majestic. There were so many defense structures and towers here. Then people noticed some amazing big bird high in the sky. No one knew what kind of bird it was. General Yang was the first to recognize that handsome man and said that he was a majestic phoenix bird. And Tian Xin agreed with this assumption. It was indeed a sacred phoenix bird. His appearance included a mixture of kinglin and deer. He had the head of a snake and the tail of a fish, the back of a dragon and a turtle, the face of a swallow and the beak of a chicken. Xian Wang Liu Bao also noticed a legendary bird in the sky. He admiringly admired how this free and noble bird flies high in the sky. The shaman said that the appearance of the phoenix is a good sign because the phoenix will not land on anyone in an area where there is no treasure. Xian Wang Liu Bao replied that no matter what the treasures were, they would be his. Xian Wang Liu Bao said that this new world is simply incredible. Even such a rare bird as the phoenix appeared in it. Who knows? Maybe they will become immortal altogether. The shaman noted that the master is very talented and he will definitely reach the heights if nothing happens to him by chance, so he needs to become as strong as possible and the sooner the better. Xian Wang Liu Bao told the shaman not to worry about his strength. He is improving with the help of Chinese women and has already reached the second stage of the Divine Sea Realm. Xian Wang Liu Bao immediately ordered his servants to bring 2 more beautiful women to his tent. The servants immediately rushed to carry out the order and dragged the 2 girls by force. One of the gates heard the girls screaming to be let go and begging not to take their clothes off. She understood that she would die anyway, so she wanted to die idle. Therefore, the young girl rushed and hit a stone to her death. The guards just laughed at such an act of a young girl and decided to wash her clean and prepare a delicious dinner from her. Chen Shun and Wu Guang of the Huaxia people were among the leaders of the peasant uprising in the last years of the Qin dynasty, and now they turned the mills around the clock in captivity. Chen Sheng asked his comrade if they should die with dignity if they were still captured by these foreigners and could be said to be considered dead. Another asked how exactly, because there are too many of these Huns, and besides they have cavalry, it will not be possible to escape for sure. Chen Sheng then said that he had talked with the captives yesterday and learned something. Some of the prisoners secretly keep sleeping powder. All that remained was to figure out how to feed it to the guards. Then they decided that one would get the powder and the other would get the volunteers. The boys knew that no one was satisfied with their position now, so at one call, there would be 100 men who would respond. That's what they decided to do when a good opportunity presented itself. And Tianxin opened the gate and invited his new residents to enter his village. The whole village was filled with the aroma of delicious food, and the headman said that they were just preparing dinner, so there would be an opportunity to celebrate. Wang Dahu was the first to go out to the meeting and said that they had finally returned, and Tianxin praised his fellow villagers that they did a good job. The local chef invited the new residents to enjoy a fresh lunch. A new batch of meat has just been fried. New arrivals have not tasted so much delicious food for a long time. The men of the village served the women a meat broth and said that they would help rebuild the building in the future, and they would no longer have to dine in the open air. Soldiers from General Yang's army also turned their attention to the soldiers of Xuanhuang village. Their bodies were covered in flames. It was the result of long and persistent training in magical techniques. And Tianxin introduced his new brothers to his fellow villagers. Everyone said their names and showed respect and honor to each other. Old Huan greeted them and said he was at their service. Wang Dahu looked carefully at the newly arrived troops and thought to himself that with such an addition, it was unlikely that the power of their village would increase. Huan told the old man that a phoenix had landed in the valley, so there must be treasures there. If you believe the legend, the phoenix does not sit in places where there are no treasures, but it sat in a lowland, and it is very far away. And Tianxin began to ponder the fact that even if there were treasures there, were they worth going to such a distance, or was it better to focus on more pressing tasks and risk his life? The headman said that there are more than 10,000 people in their village, and it might be better for them to focus on construction. Wan said that if the general's army is now with them, then they need to separate. And Tianxin also thought about it, to separate the soldiers and the peasants. And they decided to create a military council in the village, which would compile lists of personnel and lead the army. Wan also said that there are already enough carpenters, blacksmiths, etc. in their village. Therefore, it is necessary to unite them in the near future and create a labor pavilion. While Yi Tianxin and the old man discussed the beautification of the village, Yang Ye, Yan Ping, and Yan Ding went to the Buddhist scriptures pavilion to find suitable techniques and begin training. The older brother was delighted with what the library was made of. The material was like glass. The second brother was also surprised and said that he heard from a local that Yi Tianxin personally created it. The father turned to his sons and said that all these cannons are of the highest quality, so they need to choose the necessary technique and be serious about improvement. Only in this way they will find brothers. Yang Yi also replenished the library with his only family technique, the diamond, dragon, and elephant technique, as a sign of gratitude. Then everyone present carefully chose their own technique. They chose Heavenly Warrior Law, Oblivion Law, and 8 blades of blood and iron. She learned new techniques in one breath. When the deep night came, all 3 went to rest. Hua Tianu also decided to take advantage of this opportunity and take possession of the equipment that the village headman had so carefully collected. He sneaked into the library and was glad that he could do it so easily. He walked up to the shelves, and his eyes widened in shock. He did not expect to see so many technicians here. He even thought that he could not steal everything, so he decided to stop at a few. He needed Xian Wang to trust him, so he wanted to bring such valuable gifts as a sign of his loyalty. When the hand reached for the rare book, the man felt an electric shock. Surprised, Hua Tianu began to think, What could have stopped his hand? After all, he could clearly see how 3 of the Yang family were here, and he was sure that they were not just talking here. But while Hua Tianyu was deciding how exactly to get the valuable technique, he heard a voice saying that maybe he needed to say some kind of spell to get the writing. Hua Tianyu turned his head in fright and saw the village headman standing behind him. He menacingly asked the man what the hell he was doing here. Hua Tianyu jumped back and prepared to attack. The headman said that on the way to the village, he felt the remaining qi energy, and he realized that among the villagers there was a practitioner who possessed considerable power. The mayor asked why he hid who he really was. Hua Tianyu said that once he was exposed, he had nothing to hide and immediately changed his appearance. Hua Tianyu prepared to attack and immediately struck the first blow. It was quite unexpected and powerful. It was obvious that the old man was not dealing with a newcomer, and Tianxin barely had time to deflect the attack. Yi Tianxin then quickly gathered himself and counterattacked his opponent. Hua Tianyu was thrown several meters away by the powerful blow and fell to the floor. The village headman approached Hua Tianyu, who was lying on the floor and barely recovering from the blow. The headman asked the man who he was to tell him immediately why he came here. An angry Hua Tianyu just lay on the floor in silence. He was not going to admit the purpose of sneaking into the village. Hua Tianyu then used his magical energy to launch another attack while the elder was not expecting it. And Tianxin did not expect such a quick blow and barely jumped away from the opponent. And Tianxin looked at his hand. It was injured by Hua Tianyu's powerful punch. It became clear that today would not be easy. Hua Tianyu angrily said through his teeth that the elder was a complete fool if he put his hand up to block his blow. The headman of the village asked with a smile, was it a normal blow? He just didn't want to destroy the book pavilion he had worked so hard on. Suddenly the village headman stood behind Hua Tianyu and quietly whispered in his ear that they were not in the pavilion now, and he had nothing to worry about. And Tianxin struck a very strong blow. His opponent did not count on such incredible strength, so he flew away and fell to the ground for a second, losing consciousness. And Tianxin looked at the opponent, who was lying face down in the mud, and said that he did not allow anyone to spy on his village and stick his nose in here without permission. Then Yi Tianxin came closer to Hua Tianyu and said that he was asking for the last time what kind of old man he came here and who he was. Hua Tianyu barely got up after being hit. His face was bloody. Through gritted teeth he said that he was a subordinate of the leader of the Yi Empire, the first Xian Wang. Hua Tianyu then returned and angrily shouted that his Yimu people would sooner or later conquer this entire world and all human settlements. And Tianxin looked at his opponent and said that it was a brave act if even in the face of death he did not want to tell anything. And Tianxin said that he was not going to kill him. He also said that he had conveyed to his Xianwang that he forbade any foreigners to insolently invade his settlement. And Tianxin said menacingly that they were not a herd of sheep, and if Yi had the audacity to attack them, they would respond in kind. Even if they do not doubt, he will not leave them anything. An angry Hua Tianyu rose to his feet and shouted that they still wouldn't leave them alone. And if the old man lets him go now, let him not regret it in the future. Getting up, Hua Tianyu trudged out of the village, dragging his feet with difficulty. But suddenly, a sharp, unbearable pain shot through Hua Tian's back so that he bent over. Hua Tianyu then fell to the ground dead. The earth shuddered from his heavy fall. A large sword was sticking out of the man's back, which pierced the man's body through and through. A eunuch approached Yi Tianxin from behind and asked if his humble servant had done everything correctly, and if this was exactly what the headman of the village wanted. After thinking about it, the mayor answered that this was exactly what he wanted. Being born in the modern world, Yi Tianxin had seen many stories in movies where thieves were let loose, so taking the scoundrel's life immediately was the most rational decision. And Tianxin thought that when he saw this man's lust for life, even though he was an enemy, some inexplicable compassion still compelled him to spare him. Then the headman of the village said that maybe he just wanted to lull his vigilance so that he could then get rid of him without any risk to himself. And the eunuch agreed and said that he understood everything, and Tianxin looked at the dead man once more. This was the first traitor he had to deal with in his village. He said that it was too late, so he ordered the eunuch to dispose of the corpse. Finally, a new day has arrived, and Yian Shing slept very soundly as never before. He managed to get a good night's sleep and regain his strength. At home, the old man of the village slept safely and sweetly. He did not have time to go outside when his residents surrounded him and invited him to join the delicious breakfast they had already prepared. But Yian Shing said that he was uncomfortable. A well-dressed man came forward in front of the village headman and said that he had some treasures and would like to present them to Yian Shing. The mayor asked his name and said that he would only be glad. The man said his name was Jia, and he was passionate about cultivation. He also added that he would like to get to the pavilion of Buddhist canons to choose his technique. And Yian Shing said that techniques cannot be transferred just like that, but if a man has a really valuable treasure, then an exception can be made. Jia showed an orb that shone brightly and said that he had found it, and the light that this thing was emitting said that it was truly incredible. The headman examined the sphere and said that it looked like this thing was indeed a treasure. He agreed to accept her, and Jia allowed her to go to the pavilion and choose any equipment on the first floor. When the gift was in the hands of the headman of the village, he began to think that this man was somehow strange. Because he gave the gift in the morning in front of the whole village, something was wrong here. Jia chose the Polar Star Child technique in the library. He examined the book and decided to study it with the help of the biochip in his body, because for him this technique was of no importance. Jia took the book in his hands and said loudly that Yian Shing is just a man with incomprehensible intentions, and he is blessed by heaven, and he is the main hero of this world. But he did not have time to finish his pathetic speech when he heard the barking of a dog. He turned around and saw a strange green dog barking aggressively at Jia. The Green Emperor bared his teeth at the man and hissed that this bastard had taken half of his and his master's supply of bread, and they had to starve because of him. Jia, startled by the strange beast, quickly scanned the entire book from beginning to end and shouted at the dog that it deserved a terrible death. Jia quickly flew out of the book pavilion and shouted that he had already gotten everything he wanted, so there was no point in staying in this village. The dog ran after him. The man did not manage to escape for long. Before running 10 meters, Jia felt an angry dog grab his leg and knock him to the ground. Jia shouted that he was still the most talented here. Jia felt the Green Emperor's teeth already digging into his buttocks. In pain, he screamed frantically that now this nowhere dog would surely die. Jia took out a green wish key from his pocket and quickly whispered an incantation. The dog didn't have enough seconds to get his teeth on this scum. At the place where the Green Emperor pounced, hoping to catch the spy on his trail. Only the voice of that scum sounded for the last time, that he will definitely return to take revenge. And Yian Shing also ran to help the dog, but did not have time. Later, he said that he did not even think that this blessed one had a protective treasure. The head of the village went to his room. On the way, he thought that the bite of the Green Emperor certainly did not bode well for that man. And Yian Shing picked up the sphere he had received a few hours ago as a gift, and decided to find out what kind of treasure Jia had brought him. The elder took out his jade book and decided to look for more information. It was a true soul mutation crystal layer. He could absorb many souls and then connect with the biochip. When the layer was connected to the biochip, it gave birth to new mutations and fell into hibernation, forming new treasures. The mayor only knew that biochips are used for listening and tracking. The headman guessed that Jia had placed the biochip in this crystal sphere with clearly evil intentions. He wanted to find out what Jia really needed, and Yian Shing took the crystal sphere in his hands and decided to perform the ceremony. He clearly knew that only the owner of this thing could really know whether the mutation there was good or bad. Right now, the crystal sphere was in deep slumber amidst this primordial chaos. The head of the village had no idea what a strange treasure he would create. It was only necessary to wait a little while he was in the spiritual space. Before Yian Shing could concentrate on further work, there was a knock on the door. The door opened, and many men entered the room. Juan reported that everyone whom the village headman wanted to see had gathered here. And Yian Shing told old Huang that he had done a good job, and many people were seeing each other here for the first time, and now he would introduce them all. The headman of the village announced to everyone that he had gathered them here to create a management system, and they had a lot to discuss. so he invited everyone to sit comfortably at the table. When the population of Xuanhuang village exceeded 10,000 people, Yian Shing decided to create several governing bodies to solve the internal issues of their village. First of all, a military chamber was created, which was in charge of all military affairs of the village: mobilization of troops, defense of the village, division of internal affairs. Then a labor chamber was founded, which managed the construction, creation of new tools and technologies. They entered Zhu Dachang, Lian, Hu Bin, and Te Nu. A civil chamber was also created, which managed the registration of the population, the division of the population into ordinary people and practitioners, created records and lists of the population. Also established were the treasure chamber under Shuo Jin, the food chamber headed by Lai He, and the virtue chamber headed by Huang Chenyan. They also created a judicial ward under the leadership of Zhang Yue, and a medical ward led by Wang Fengshan and Qiu Shiming. And Yian Shing was satisfied with such productive work. Local residents were also introduced to the new village management bodies. They were surprised that so many new wards were created at the same time, and everyone chose where he could best show himself. Some wanted to be admitted to the labor ward because they knew how to make beautiful wooden products. Some to the medical ward because they treated well and dreamed of mastering the technique of acupuncture. Some fought well. In his small house, the old master was hard at work on an important product. The work required clear movements, so he concentrated on an important matter. Here are the last couple of strokes of the chisel, and the carved hieroglyph on the wooden board began to glow with a blue glow. The master's apprentice shouted loudly that Master Lu had really managed to finish such an incredibly important work, and he had managed to transfer the rune to the wooden board and create a talisman. Master Lu wiped his sweaty forehead and said that finally, after so many failures, he managed to do it, and this world never ceases to amaze the old man. He was able to create such a work of art after he read the Canon of Serene Signs and learned that through cultivation one could obtain the truth of qi. The talisman will be considered complete only by infusing true qi into the carving, and then it will absorb the original qi of heaven and earth, and then become a real talisman. Various talismans can be installed on objects and items. For example, if it is installed on a tower with archers, this can increase its explosive and killing power. If you install such a talisman on a residential building, you can multiply its protection against enemies and evil spirits. Master Lu asked his disciple Hu Bing if the elder had really invited him to participate in the establishment of the governing bodies, and the student said that the elder had gathered all the masters in one place. Hu Bing said that he has now taken a job in the labor chamber to oversee the construction and creation of new tools. Master Lu agreed that there were too many people in the village now, and if they were all improving, then they should be divided into specialties, and the headman chose a very opportune moment. Hu Bing told his mentor that he was very wise and talented and could help them, but the master replied that he agreed to enter the labor chamber, but only when he finished his studies. Master Lu added that without significant achievements, he has no right to hold high positions, so he needs to wait a bit, and his student agreed with the opinion of his mentor. Meanwhile, Yian Shing continued his experiments with the crystal sphere. After long hours of magical practices and meditations, it seemed that the transformation of the crystal sphere was coming to an end. The crystal sphere began to change its shape, as if something wanted to escape from it. Then the sphere tensed up, small cracks appeared on it, and later a hand appeared. A second later the sphere broke and a little girl climbed out, and Yian Shing jumped back from surprise. He was ready to see anyone there, but not a child. The little girl looked around and saw the surprised headman of the village. She sat down comfortably, straightened her little hands, and said sweetly to the old man, "Dad." And Yian Shing's eyes nearly popped out of surprise. He refused to believe his ears. And Yian Shing asked the girl if he did not hear that she called him Dad, and the kid repeated it again. The girl explained that earlier the crystal sphere came into conflict with an alien biochip and plunged into a state of primordial chaos. And Yian Shing's blood entered the sphere at the moment of conception. And that is why Yian Shing is now the blood father and she is the blood daughter. The mayor asked if she had a name, and the girl said that she doesn't have a name yet, but he can name his daughter himself. And Yian Shing said that she was as if strewn with bright stars, and her cape was like the starry sky, so he gave her the name Xinhai, which in Chinese means sea of stars. And Yian Shing said that he saw that the boundaries of her spiritual body were not very stable, and wondered why this was happening. Sin explained that she was born with the help of a crystal layer of the true soul and a biochip, so her body is controlled by runes and data. And since it just appeared, the spiritual body is not stable. However, Shing naturally possessed the magical abilities of the spiritual artifact and the powerful computing abilities of the biochip. As she continues to grow, so do her magical abilities. And Yian Shing asked the girl what abilities she had at this time. Shing said that she could envelop Xuanhuang village and the heavenly lake of destiny with a star net. With the help of the star grid, Sin can observe living things in the village, as well as track who enters it. This star grid is like the street version of CCTV. Sin turned to her father and said that if he wants to use the star grid in the village, then he needs to connect this rune with the heavenly lake of destiny. And Yian Shing agreed to connect the rune to the lake of destiny, and then he asked Shin to help her work. The girl gladly agreed to be useful to her father. When Yian Shing and Xinghai approached the lake of destiny, the elder noticed how it had become much larger in just a few days. The headman of the village thought that perhaps the lake of fate was growing in accordance with the increase of the village itself, which had undergone a significant increase in recent days. Yian Shing was also interested in the question of why the patrons of the soul have different colors. He thought that color stored information that he had not yet been able to decipher. The guy remembered that in video games it is possible to collect shikigami, spiritual bodies, and the improvement of skills depends on their qualities, which differ in color, may be the same here. The mayor thought that maybe the color depends on the influence of the soul on the fate of the village and on the contribution of the person himself. He remembered that old Huan was blue in color, but now he was red. Yian Shing said that he would now dip the crystal sphere and rune into the heavenly fate lake, and then it would take over the creation of the star grid. Sin said she understood everything, and Yian Shing plunged the crystal sphere into the heavenly lake, then threw a rune at him. Part of his work was done, then it was Sinhai's job. The fate carp swam to the crystal sphere and the transformation process began. At the same time, Xinghai, thanks to her abilities, formed a star grid in the form of a large protective sphere over Xuanhuang village. Xinghai turned to her father and said that the star grid had already covered the entire village, but no one could see it except him. And Yian Shing said that it was an excellent job. In the future, he planned to create a citizen's card for personal identification in order to consolidate the information of the population of the village. And Yian Shing continued that when the time comes, a database and computing power will be needed to create an access control system. And this will already be the work of Sinhai. Meanwhile, under the whips and oppression of foreigners, Chen Shen and Wu Guang were preparing a popular uprising in the Central Plain to rewrite history forever. The men waited for the dark night, when they would all be allowed to go to rest. Tired and exhausted, they returned to work again all day tomorrow under the scorching sun. Chen Shen said that he contacted everyone who was ready to fight back and asked if he had managed to get the sleeping pills. Guan said that he got sleeping pills and even came up with an escape plan. The man said that he had convinced the men to build the southwest corner of the wall out of rotten wood, and when the time came, they would be able to escape by punching a hole there. The man also added that he managed to damage the bottom of the cage with a stone so that a gap formed there. Therefore, the matter remained to eliminate the foreigners, steal the key, and free the women. Chen Shen said that it was a great plan, and once they managed to get out, he promised to wreak havoc in this military camp and take revenge on them all. The men knew that these foreigners were far from stupid, so putting the plan into practice would not be easy. Guan told him not to worry, because he had already found a fighter for justice. This fighter for justice was called Wang Kai. He is from the future world and he willingly became a victim. Those damn foreigners tortured his own sister to death and then ate her, and he wanted to take revenge on them so that those scum would burn in hell. Besides, Wang Kai had heard about these men in his history lessons, and he believed that they would manage to get the Chinese people out of here. He had such a dream, and he believed in it above all else. Guan approached Wang Kai and said that his death would not be in vain. They will certainly take revenge for him, and will never forget his feat when he sacrificed his own life. They came up with the idea that Vaughn would eat the sleeping powder and incur the wrath of the guards to kill him. Then those cannibals will eat his body, and in this way the sleeping pills will be spent on the foreigners. The boy took the powder and said his last wish that the men would kill as many of these scum as possible and save the Chinese people from such terrible abuse. Chen Sheng said that the powder is quite powerful, so the boy needs to move all the time, because once it starts working, his body will start to disobey, and he won't be able to walk. Wang Kai told the men not to worry. He would do everything right. Finally, he told his sister to wait for him, because he would soon see her. The angry guard shouted that the first Xian Wang was very unhappy with their work, and if they were not going to rest at night, they would go back to work now. Men began to come out of their rooms at will to return to hard work. Wang Kai went first. He remembered that he needed to move as much as possible, so as not to fall asleep himself. The guard made a remark to him about the fact that the boy dared to look at him. Wang Kai then suddenly shouted that he was the one who would destroy all of the cursed Yimu people. Wang Kai then pounced on the guard and began choking him. The guard fell to the ground from surprise. Men who did not intervene in the fight only loudly supported the young brave. The other guards saw that a riot was brewing, and in order to prevent the people from starting a riot, they quickly rushed to the cage to restore order. They shouted to each other that the biped had gone mad. After only a few minutes, help rushed to the bewildered guard and pushed Wang Kai back to the cage. The poor guy flew several meters from the powerful blow of the angry guards. When the guard on whom Wang Kai attacked rose to his feet, his eyes burned with hatred. He snarled through gritted teeth how dare he raise his dirty hand at him at all. All the guards encouraged their brother and shouted that he should not hesitate to stab this smelly two-legged ram. And the guard took out his sword and ran to Wang Kai. The guard thrust his sword straight into the poor boy's heart with all his hatred. He fell dead on the floor. The brave man's last words were a request to help him avenge his sister. The guards looked disgusted at the murdered boy and only said that he was mumbling something else. Then they ordered to throw this fat two-legged ram into the cauldron and prepare dinner. The women who sat in cages and waited for their painful death also heard and saw these fights with their own eyes. They began to worry even more about the poor boy. The angry men swore that Wang Kai's death was not in vain, and that they would surely take revenge on the perpetrators for all the tortured Chinese people. When night came, all the guards dined on the delicious food prepared by the brave boy. But before they had time to finish their food, they began to slowly fall asleep. After a few minutes, all the guards of the camp were lying on the ground and saw the seventh dream. At that time, the men used the prepared plan and got out of their cages. The men took the guns from the sleepy guards and decided to burn this damned camp to hell. Their long-awaited time to make their wishes come true has finally come. Chen Shen and Guang ordered the men to take the weapons from the guards and kill them to death. Then they told everyone to take torches and set fire to this camp. The men found the keys and quickly freed the women. They told the women to move as fast as possible, because this was their only chance for salvation. The woman knew that this is how it is. After a few minutes, another group of men cut a hole in the rotten wall and waited for the women to let them in. Everyone was ordered to move as quickly and inconspicuously as possible. One guard, who was on a high tower and had not yet had time to treat himself to a delicious dinner, noticed how the prisoners made an escape. He was not confused and started blowing the bugle. Surprised, the first Xian Wang came out of his tent and shouted who dared to wake His Highness in the middle of the night. But the first thing he saw were his soldiers killed and a raging fire that covered more and more territory. An angry first Xian Wang rehearsed that he had the power to kill all the fugitives immediately. He shouted how those damned two-legged rams dared to set fire to his camp. The soldiers of the Imu people immediately rushed to carry out the order of their master. Xian Wang shouted to them in the race not to take prisoners, but to catch up and kill everyone. He wanted to see their corpses. Chen Shen and Guang noticed that they were already being chased. They asked if any of the people remained in the camp and found out that everyone managed to get out with the fugitives. The men decided that they needed to split up in order to split up the pursuit force as well. They said goodbye and wished each other luck. The military decided to catch up with the fugitives on horseback. so they will have a significant advantage in speed. The commander-in-chief gave orders to his subordinates not to leave anyone alive. One of the wards said something incomprehensible, and the commander himself almost killed him out of anger. Here it was necessary to catch up with the fugitives, hear the one with his remarks. Enraged, Xianwang sat in his tent and couldn't figure out how these rams dared to run away. He said that it was necessary to finish them all from the beginning. He then asked the shaman if there was any news from Hua Tianyu, and the shaman replied that they had not received anything from him for several days. Most likely he had been exposed and killed. Xianwang almost went mad with rage. He did not expect to hear such an answer, because with the help of his spy, he hoped to expand his possessions and capture more two-legged people. He had no idea that it would be so problematic. Last time their spy told about a certain Yian Shing, that his strength exceeds all others by several times. Xianwang had heard that the village headman could perform miracles. He constantly thought about this boy and wondered how strong he was. Xianwang knew that one day they would have to meet. The village headman decided that the time had come to occupy himself with important matters, and he headed for the book pavilion. And Yian Shing picked up a very interesting book about talismans. It was a talisman compendium that covered much of the relationship between talismans and the prohibitions that could be set with various talismans. The most important among the talismans were Future Flame Talisman, Ice Talisman, Sound Talisman, War Talisman, and Copying Talisman. A number of such talismans belonged to the group of attack talismans, such as the Talisman of the Future Flame. Although they were very powerful, they were not suitable for creating citizen cards. For such a purpose, it would be best to look for a talisman, a carrier of information. Judging by the information that I managed to find, it was not difficult for Yian Shing to create such a talisman. The talisman could change depending on the information about its owner. This would help create a short for each inhabitant of Xuanhuang village. However, there are several difficulties in making a citizen's card. Firstly, ordinary materials will not be suitable for their manufacture because they cannot withstand its power. The book recommended using the bones of wild animals after cleaning to create cards. They are not as hard as iron, and besides, they contain spiritual energy. The main thing is that you will need a lot of dice, because you also need to make a lot of cards. But for such a long period of hunting, the inhabitants had to accumulate a sufficient number of bones of wild animals. Earlier, Yian Shing managed to find the melting furnace of natural disaster. It should be suitable for melting the bones of wild animals. The village headman got his find. The only problem was that this furnace needed not ordinary fire, but spiritual fire, and it was possible to maintain such a fire only with the help of one's own chi energy. So the headman of the village decided that to begin with he would need animal bones and materials for remelting. And then he will come back here and try to make talismans. And Yian Shing returned to his room, and immediately his humble servant entered there. He was glad that the old man had returned. The elder said that he was in the pavilion studying the secret runes. The village headman handed the eunuch a list of the necessary materials and asked the eunuch to get everything. But the main condition was that the bones and blood of the animals should be fresh. Less than an hour passed, when he got jealous and knocked again on the door of the village headman and brought a bag. He said that he got everything according to the list, just as Yian Shing had asked. The mayor thanked for such a quick execution, and Tensing with one movement of his hand threw all the bones of wild animals into the cauldron for melting. The first task in making the cards was to remelt the bones, so Yian Shing set about implementing it. This required his own energy, and a lot of it. The bones began to be slowly heated, and then completely dissolved in the cauldron, which was constantly maintained at the appropriate temperature. It was convenient that the cleaning speed was easily controlled. The more chi energy was used, the faster the bones were cleansed. But in the future, if it is necessary to produce a large number of cards, then a large amount of energy will have to be used. The headman of the village understood that if he worked without rest, he would use up his chi energy very quickly. Finally, the last drop fell into the container for remelted bones. The headman of the village breathed a sigh of relief. It took a significant amount of his own energy for this. The village elders were very anxious to see if the quality of the materials was adequate in order to carry out the plan to create cards for the residents of the village. And Yian Shing lifted them up and examined them carefully. They turned out to be surprisingly not as porous as bones and, on the contrary, dense as iron. The village headman raised one copy high. He was really impressive, and Tianxin was pleased with this result. In addition, they were quite plastic. It was not so easy to damage them. In short, the bones of wild animals were perfect as a starting material. Now it remains to do the engraving. Frightened people quickly ran away from some animals. Some shouted for people to run faster. They were already catching up. Some compared these monsters to wolves, some to bears. One man who was running in the first rows noticed a valley ahead. He shouted to his comrades that they might be able to hide there. They will also see smoke from the fire. It was a good omen, because people can use fire, and that means they have a chance for salvation. Maybe someone will help them. Sentinels on the high archer tower noticed people approaching the village. They reported this to their boss, Wang Dahu. Wang Dahu also looked carefully in that direction and said that it was indeed so. And these people were rapidly approaching from the direction of the entrance to the valley. People ran as fast as they could and shouted loudly for someone to help them. They hoped that someone would hear them and save them from certain death. Wang Dahu ordered his soldiers to immediately open the gates and sound the alarm. Also, that they must gather all the soldiers as soon as possible. They ran to carry out the order of their boss. One of the guards told Wang Da that someone was chasing the people. They were some terrible wild beasts. The soldiers had never seen such before this day. An alarm was declared in the village of Xuanhuang. All the inhabitants of the village heard this. The Yang brothers realized that they were being attacked, so they immediately decided to go to the rescue and demonstrate their techniques. The eunuch came to his master to tell that an alarm had been declared in the village, and Yian Shing said that he would immediately leave to see for himself what had happened there. On the tower, Wang Dahu and the watchman had already managed to examine the wild beasts. They saw that the beasts had snow-white skin, fierce faces, and it looked like they would not be easy to deal with. And Yian Shing ran to the tower and asked Wang Dahu what happened here. Dahu replied that the headman of the village would personally look and assess the situation. A large crowd of people from beyond their valley was approaching them, and judging by their appearance, these people had to experience terrible things. In addition, these people were chased by unusual, terrible beasts, which were radically different from those they had seen before. And Tianxin replied that he could see everything perfectly, and that the frightened people were being chased by ice werewolves. The headman of the village ordered Wang Dahu to quickly go to the gate and ensure the safety of all the frightened villagers who were running for rescue. Dahu replied that he would do anything. General Yang and his army came to help. The mayor ordered him to send soldiers to guard the wall. They have to stop the wild animals that were chasing people. General Yang ordered his sons to divide into 2 squads and defend the wall from 2 sides. An order was also given to ensure the safety of the victims. Elder Yang quickly divided the soldiers into 2 squads and ordered the first to follow him and the second to follow his brother. All soldiers obeyed the order and prepared their weapons to meet the enemy. People saw that the military was already waiting for them and began to say that they had a chance to be saved. Some of the men warned those who met them to be careful because animals were running after them. The 2 brothers carefully looked at the frightened people. One of the brothers asked the other where so many people were running towards them. The other also did not know from where, but he knew that they had definitely been running away for a long time. Finally, after so many wanderings, people ran into the open gate. They screamed and hugged each other with joy, fell to the ground, and rejoiced that they managed to get here alive. Elder brother Yang gave an order to his soldiers that as soon as all the fleeing people found themselves inside the village, they should immediately attack the wild beasts, because they would not delay their attack. Now the last people were safe, and 2 brothers each shouted to their squad, "To attack!" The soldiers took out their spears and rushed to attack the Werelhofs. The brothers also engaged in battle with monsters. They constantly trained and studied various techniques, so there was an opportunity to put all their knowledge and skills into practice in a real battle. The soldiers were happy that they had learned new techniques. After the refinement, the entire body became much stronger. They were grateful to the village elders for the fact that they managed to achieve such a result. But the predatory Werelhofs were not simple opponents. They were intelligent and cunning animals that also possessed magical abilities. The brothers noticed that the creatures stopped after several unsuccessful attacks. This made the brothers suspicious. They also began to wonder what exactly made them stop and what they were going to do. And Yian Shing also noticed their stop and said that they must be smart. The old man confirmed that, moreover, they may well have their own village with a leader, something like a tribe. Two men from an ambush watched the battle between the brave soldiers and the Verlhofs. One of the guards said that now that these two-legged rams have reached the village, they have nothing to do here. Another confirmed what appeared to be what the first Xian Wang had said about this particular valley. The guard decided that now the best option would be to go back and report everything to his master, and for now, they would wait while these Chinese and Verlhofs killed each other. Another guard agreed with these arguments and added that if they waited, all the two-legged rams and all the treasures they had would be theirs. And Yian Shing noticed with his keen eye that two strangers were running away from the valley. Then he thought what exactly they had forgotten here and guessed that they must have been chasing the refugees. The Verlhofs stood for a while and then applied some technique and their bodies began to transform. Bare torsos that could easily be hit by weapons began to be covered by protection. Van Dahu was very surprised and said that these monsters make ice armor out of thin air. General Yang added that due to the merging of the worlds, all living beings had developed various kinds of superpowers, and Tianxin decided for a short time to forget about the insidious foreigners who had escaped and better concentrate on the Verlhofs. He took out his bow and arrows and shot one arrow at the monster. The arrow reached its goal and was accurately directed into the very heart of the beast. But as soon as it touched his body, hitting the armor, it split into two parts without causing him any damage. And Tianxin thought exactly like that. They really were ice Verlhofs. And their ice shells are the awakening of their magical ability. Normal attacks will not do any damage to them. The village headman knew that conventional weapons would not be effective. Here it was necessary to come up with something more effective, and the old man decided to use the talisman of raging flame to strengthen the weapon. Juan noticed that the old man used the talisman technique and asked when he managed to master it. The eunuch said that in recent days the master had been studying information about talismans all his free time. Wang Dahu received the magic talismans and shouted to attack immediately. The warriors also noticed that those talismans simply stuck to the spear. They placed the weapon higher to get more energy. The brothers also held their weapons and marveled at how after the talismans touched them, their spears became fiery. And Tianxin shouted to his soldiers that the talismans of raging flame would help break through the ice armor. So everyone needs to go on the attack immediately and show the Verlhofs the power of Xuanhuang village. The two brothers gripped their spears tightly and charged bravely. They agreed to strike from two sides so that the opponents would have no chance. Wang Dahu and General Yang also rushed to help the troops. Everyone was in a fighting mood and they were determined only to win. When the spears touched the bodies of the Verlhofs, the flames melted the ice shield and fatally struck the wild beasts. Finally, the soldiers, with the help of the intelligence of their headman, found the vulnerable places of the opponents and began to kill them little by little. Wang Dahu also swung his sword boldly, sending more and more Verlhofs to hell. Old Juan noticed with his keen eye that some Verlhofs, realizing their advantage and their imminent death, decided to flee the battlefield. Juan did not waste his free time. He also spent a lot of time in the pavilion and practiced constantly. Now the opportunity has come to show what he is capable of. Verlhof was immediately struck by Juan's magical power and instantly passed out, and Yian Shing was surprised that the old man spat out the sword. He guessed that Juan had managed to awaken the power of the tongue sword. Wang Dahu looked at the old man and said that he surprised him. Brave warriors mercilessly fought the Verlhofs. After using the magic power of the talismans, the advantage was clearly on the side of the military from Xuanhuang village. And Tianxin saw that there were not so many Verlhofs left, so he decided to destroy them all at once. The village elder immediately applied his yang and yang eyes using the power of the sever. Having survived, the Verlhofs spent under a devastating blow from the head of the village. From now on, their chance for salvation will decrease to 0. General Yang Yi noticed that a handful of Verlhofs still escaped the warden's gaze and the soldiers' swords. The monsters rushed to run away at maximum speed. General Yang said that these Verlhofs would not leave their village alone. Therefore, he wanted to give an order to pursue the enemies and asked permission from the headman. Yian Shing explained that it was better not to take any chances and not to engage in battle far outside the Xuanhuang village. After all, geographical advantage is the best means in battle. Wang Dahu said the old man was right. They don't know where exactly the Verlhofs are fleeing, and there is a risk that they will lead them to their lair, where there will be even more of them. General Yang admitted that they were both right. He did not even think about these risks. When the matter concerned the protection of the village, it was necessary to take a balanced decision. And Yian Shing told Huang that they needed to go to the fugitives and interview them. In the end, they have to find out what really happened there. The village headman told Huang that it looked like these people were being chased not only by the Verlhofs, but also by foreigners. The old man asked the old man why he thought so, and Yian Shing told old Huang that during the battle, he saw the silhouettes of two foreigners who quickly disappeared as soon as the people entered the village. The old man worried that their village would now become a target. The village headman said that a few days ago, a spy from the Emu people invaded their village. Therefore, there is an assumption that it was he who told everything about their village. And perhaps it was those strangers who were sent to find out the situation about Xuanhuang village. Wan assumed that their village was most likely to face a fierce battle in the future. Both Tintsin and Old Hon approached the fugitives. They were just now having a delicious lunch and recovering from such a difficult journey. The servant was glad that the old man had come to them. The headman noticed severe wounds on the people's bare feet and concluded that they had been running barefoot for several days, so he told Huang to invite Dr. Chu to examine them and provide first aid. One girl among the fugitives suddenly shouted, "Uncle Huan!" She was Kai Yan, middle name, Wenzi, daughter of the great writer of the last years of the Han dynasty, Kai Yun. Surprised, Huan examined the girl and recognized her. He asked if she was Wenzi. That's how he remembered this pretty girl from his past normal life. Kai Yan bowed her head and greeted her uncle. She was incredibly happy to meet. Today she not only remained alive, but also met her own uncle. Old Huan had so many questions for his niece, but he decided to start by asking how she ended up among the fugitives and where her father was now. The upset girl answered, said that she did not know where her father was now. She was on her way to her wedding, and at that time the Emu people sneakily kidnapped her. And Tiansen ordered the servant to send it to the food store, so that they could prepare the meat, because they would soon come, and on the way back he took some medicine with him. The servant ran to carry out the order. The girl said that on the way to the Emu camp, the sky suddenly changed. Day and night became one whole, and the moon and the sun appeared at the same time. All people were plunged into darkness. The girl then entered this world with an army of Emu people and was imprisoned until she escaped with the others. Huang said that luckily she was safe in Xuanhuang village. Then Wan introduced his niece to the old man. He said that if it weren't for him, the old man would have gone to his ancestors a long time ago. And Tian Xing frowned and said that Huang was exaggerating. Kai Yan sincerely thanked the old man for saving her uncle, and the old man answered that in this world of chaos, they are all brothers and sisters, and survival is real only if they unite. Kai Yan is the daughter of an influential man, Kai Yun. She is incredibly talented in literature, music, calligraphy, and many other things. The guy had only seen her in games before, but she's prettier in real life. The girl thought to herself that the village headman was too young, but Kai Yan said in her voice that she admires his leadership qualities and courage. A cute smile appeared on the old man's face. He said he was pleased with the compliment. The girl said he could just call her Wensi, and Tinsin kept his eyes on the beautiful beauty and agreed to call her exactly as she asked. Old Hon also noticed these looks with which the newlyweds looked at each other. Then the old man revealed that a girl in 1,000 can have a beautiful appearance and incredible talents, such as her niece. And his elder is the most outstanding person in this world. The headman of the village looked at old Huan and asked if he was courting them, and Huan replied that it was just a matter of opinion. The girl was also surprised by such frankness of the uncle. Then old Huan and the headman of the village asked the young girl how they managed to escape. The girl replied that Chen Shen and Yi Guang staged an uprising in the camp a few days ago. Taking advantage of the commotion, they managed to escape, but since it was dark, they did not know which way to run. Chen Sheng and Yi Guang are the first in the history of China who boldly declared that power belongs not only to the highest ranks, but also to the common people. The mayor knew about them quite well. That girl continued. When it dawned, they continued to run, hoping to see some village. And a miracle happened. They stumbled upon Xuanhuang village by chance. Wenzi said that the Yi people treated people with disdain. They contemptuously called them two-legged rams, and even used people for food. The mayor was shocked. The girl also said that men were forced to work until they lost consciousness, and women suffered from grief. The women were not only humiliated, but also forced to have fun with the first Xian Wang. None of the girls survived after going to the executioner in the tent. The head of the village asked if she knew the name of the first Xian Wang, and the young girl answered that his name was Liu Bao. Liu Bao was the leader of the southern Huns during the Han dynasty. He was always cruel and belligerent. At the same time, he was strong and ambitious. He never missed his opportunities. Huang said that if Liu Bao really paid attention to their village, then they needed to thoroughly prepare for battle. The headman said that as long as their soldiers are improving, then you cannot be afraid. But the old man was born in the era of the latest technologies, and he had no experience in major battles. So they decided to consult with General Yang. They invited him to a meeting. The headman said that the Emu people are near their village and are preparing to attack them as soon as possible. The mayor has already studied the topography of the area and has some idea and would like to consult with the general. The elder investigated that there was only one entrance to the valley and it looked like a cleft in the rock. He believed that if you block the entrance with a boulder, then it will be much more difficult for the enemy to get here. Moreover, the army of the Emu people is strong in archery on horseback, and such a barrier will greatly limit their movement. General Yan said that although this method is simple, it is very effective. The headman of the village said that his idea was only to leave the opponent without an advantage on the battlefield. After the enemy will be deprived of a significant advantage, the honor of leading the campaign was given to General John. All this time, the young beauty listened to men's ideas and proposals from the sidelines. The village headman appeared to the beauty as a very talented leader who is concerned about the safety of the population. After Yian Shing had arranged everything for the comfortable stay of Kai Yan and the other settlers, he proceeded to carry out the plan, expecting an attack from the outsiders. The commander of the military unit of the Emu people inspected the damaged camp. He wondered aloud how much sleeping pills the two-legged rams had used to burn their people alive. The losses after the escape of the prisoners were calculated, and Xianwan was told that they had lost 3 barracks, 3,000 dans of provisions, 1,500 soldiers killed and wounded. Xianwan did not want to hear any more. Xianwan was just raging with rage. He asked the subject how many two-legged rams he managed to destroy. He replied that most of the men had been killed with bows or torn apart by wild animals. As for the women, they all committed suicide, not wanting to be captured again. Xianwan shouted angrily that they were all only worthy of death. Another soldier ran up and reported that some of the two-legged rams had fled to the valley where the village is located. There is fertile land and clean water. This is exactly the place that the owner was looking for. Xianwan returned and said angrily that it was good news that the soldiers had managed to find both the valley and the village. Xianwan ordered soup made from the dead two-legged rams, and everyone prepared to depart. Soon they will begin their victorious offensive. The soldier ran to carry out the order. The shaman said that the heavens burned their camp so that they would receive news of the valley. Therefore, their Emu people will certainly survive for many more generations. Xianwan was delighted at this conclusion. It was heaven that sent them a gift, and they will certainly capture the village and make all foreigners their slaves. The shaman said that they don't know what powers their enemy has, so they have to be very careful, but Xianwan only laughed loudly in response. The first Xianwan said that what kind of powers could a small village possess? Tens of thousands of soldiers are in his hands, and they are all brave and unsurpassed in the art of war. That is why the whole world should be afraid of them. This time, Xianwan will personally lead his army on a campaign and raze that cursed village to the ground. In the camp of the Huns, an order was announced for everyone to prepare for departure. The men took food and water on the road, prepared weapons, and checked equipment. One soldier told another that the two-legged rams still managed to leave a scar on his face, and he replied that they would still pay for it. The first Xianwan, riding on his horse, looked at his soldiers and realized that everyone had gathered. His shaman was riding a horse nearby. When they were sure that everyone had gathered, the leader shouted for them to go. When the Hun army moved only a few kilometers from the camp, a swarm of wild bats pounced on the horsemen. These monsters craved fresh blood. First, Xianwan gave the order to immediately shoot and kill those bats. His warriors were skilled with arrows, so they dealt with the wild bats in a few minutes. The Hun army moved on. The scout returned and reported that ahead was exactly the valley they were looking for. First, Xianwan said that it was just great, and they moved forward. As soon as they got close enough, first Xianwan stopped abruptly and ordered everyone to stop as well. The soldiers passed the order to each other. Shaman Dorolo drove closer to first Xianwan and asked why he stopped so suddenly. Did something happen? Did he suspect something? And first Xianwan replied that he did. First Xianwan said that he had recently been among the people of the Central Plains, so he had a little understanding of their martial arts. The first Xianwan said that in front of them was a gap, as if cut in half by a knife. The road there is narrow and long. It is an excellent place for an ambush, and as soon as they enter there, they are pelted with stones. The shaman asked the owner what they should do now, and first Xianwan said that they would form small squads of 100 men each and go in there one by one, and if an ambush is really waiting for them, then they can reduce their losses to a minimum. The shaman said that this plan of passage through the rift was simply brilliant. However, if the enemy army is somewhere nearby, then they can easily notice such a large number of people. First Xianwan said not to worry. They will send reconnaissance units, and they themselves will remain waiting. If there is no danger, then they will all go through this gap together. He ordered his first commander to send 1,000 soldiers into the fissure, and if they passed it safely, the army would go after them. The commander went to carry out the order. The first 1,000 of the first Xianwang army began to pass through the dangerous gap in small groups. They moved slowly and cautiously. Elder brother Yan and his father watched the enemy from a high mountain. He said that first Xianwan only sent 1,000 soldiers because he was afraid that he would be ambushed. General Yang agreed that the enemy was cunning enough. But the headman of the village thought everything in advance, and the enemy will not be able to figure out his plan. The scout reported that the detachments had passed through the gap without loss, so the road was completely safe. First Xianwan said that everything was fine and they moved on. First, Xianwan unsheathed his sword and shouted loudly that the heavens themselves had given these lands to the Yi people, so they should accept such a precious gift. First, Xianwan yelled for the warriors to charge, to kill, rape, steal mercilessly, and enjoy it. They can do anything with two-legged rams. On the Tower of the Archers, the headman and his advisors watched the Hun army. Wang Dahu said that they were already approaching, and Huan noticed that their cavalry was overflowing with incredible power. The cavalry of the first Xianwang army raced at breakneck speed. They shouted and encouraged their warriors that they were allowed to kill and that they should avenge their destroyed camp. But a small surprise was waiting for them from the residents of the village. The main road was stretched with strong ropes, and the horses tripped over the obstacle at full speed and fell together with the riders. The riders saw that the pack was waiting for them ahead. They told each other about the danger, but the speed was so high that it was simply impossible to stop the horses quickly. Therefore, all the first riders were trapped and fell to the ground. But the surprise did not end there. As soon as the warriors were on the ground, they felt that it was too soft, and at the same moment began to fall down. They almost died right there. The first quickly told the main army that there was a trap. Solid tears were waiting for uninvited guests. The shaman Dorolo turned to his master and said that the cursed villagers had set a trap for them, and what should they do now? First, Xianwan said there was no need to panic. They would just bury them. Wang Dahu was glad that the pits left behind by the digger came in handy. Old Huang took a closer look at the actions of his opponents and said that they wanted to bury them. The village headman mentally praised his enemy for his good idea. It was quite reasonable, although on the other hand, they will thereby bring order to their valley. The army of the first Xianwang worked harmoniously and quickly. It was clear that they would spend much of their lives at war. After a few minutes, they built a defensive line. The head of the village was also waiting for this very moment. He quickly ordered Da to signal General Yang's army to block his retreat. Elder brother Yang approached his father and said that the brave Yi had given them a signal. The general ordered his soldiers to start throwing stones. At the same moment, thousands of stones flew towards the cleft. After a few minutes, the entire crevasse was filled with stones. Shaman Deloro turned back and saw how the road was covered with stones. He got scared and shouted loudly what was the matter. One of the commanders ran up to First Xianwang and reported that their entire army was trapped. He asked in surprise and turned back to see for himself. The shaman told his master that these cursed villagers had prepared well and were thinking of killing them all at once. First, Xianwan said that this was not nearly enough to get rid of him. The shaman asked if First Xianwang had any ideas, and he answered that they would not get close to them because of the pits, and they were not going to surrender without a fight, since they had already found the valley. The first Xianwan asked his soldiers if his mighty army of many thousands was frightened by some poor village, and he gave the order to deploy his military camp here. The encouraged warriors shouted loudly that they were invincible and began to set up camp. Dahu said that as they had predicted, the Emu people did not mindlessly attack the village and decided to break camp. They admired Liu Bao, who kept his composure in such a hopeless situation. The headman of the village knew that despite the number of their soldiers, the Yimu army was waiting for even more traps from them, which is why they did not go forward. The headman gave an order to Da to put people on the walls, to keep watch 24 hours a day and to report all changes. Dahu said he accepted the order. The headman knew that with such an enemy, one had to be very cunning and avoid direct confrontations, so they would watch and wait. He wanted this place to become a nightmare for the Huns. Both Yian Shing and Wenji went to the book pavilion. The elder handed the girl a book and said that nowadays they all need to improve in order to be able to protect themselves. Finding in oblivion was the best of the basic techniques, and it was suitable for anybody, so the old man was sure that it would also suit the young girl. Wensi took the book, looked directly into the eyes of the young man, and thanked him, because now she will be able to become much stronger. Wenzi asked Brother Yi if he had any ideas on how to confront the Yi people, and the old man answered that, of course, a good performance awaits them. And Tinsin himself constantly devoted all his free time to training and learning new techniques. He knew that thousands of his residents were counting on him, and he simply could not let them down. Who would have thought that he would be able to surpass the second tier of the divine sea realm, just as the enemy invaded them? Now he would be able to cultivate the chi of a true dragon. The people of Emu knew that they greatly exceeded that village in terms of numbers and combat experience, so they did not even care about victory. The soldiers were in no hurry to set up their camp, and Tinsin wondered what their enemies were doing. And Dahu replied that they were filling up the pits all the time, and apart from the fact that they were doing everything as slowly as possible, Dahu did not notice anything unusual. And Tinsin noted that all the hard work of the Huns was constantly dumped on the inhabitants of the central plain. Therefore, hard work is possible, and it is not easy for them. That is why they do everything slowly. The village headman ordered Doc to continue his observation, and if he noticed anything unusual, to immediately report to the headman in person. Wang Dahu bowed his head and replied that he understood everything. Of course, they were the first to set up a tent for the first Xianwan. He settled comfortably there and had conversations with his shaman. The first Xianwan was looking into his magic mirror, and it was clear from his expression that he was not satisfied with something. The shaman asked what was bothering his master. The first Xianwan replied that he was troubled by these two-legged rams who were enjoying their time, and especially the women, who at that time should have been under him, and not laughing with the other Chinese at large. And what annoyed first Xianwang even more was that they were all eating and drinking plenty there, while the Yimu people had to be cold and undernourished because he did not expect to set up camp. The shaman suggested that this village is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Their plans are quite consistent, and their people do not need anything. Everything is reasonably arranged there. The first Xianwan shouted angrily that the small village could not stop his cavalry, so tomorrow they would finish filling up the pits, and let's see who can do what. The first Xianwan agreed that they were acting quite cunningly, All proper protective measures must be taken tonight, and tomorrow they will raze them to the ground. First, Xianwan ordered the shaman to hand over to the guards that they would not abandon their duty and guard the camp in shifts. The shaman said that he would pass everything on and left the tent. And Yian Shing knew that if he succeeded in cultivating the qi of a true dragon in the yin-yang meridians, then he would be able to confront his enemies more effectively. The head of the village trained tirelessly, and when he finally managed to make the yin and yang meridians take shape, he was overjoyed. So far, these meridians were quite fragile, and old age would have to support their formation with the help of qi energy and own blood. But the hardest part was over. After training, Yian Shing decided that the time had come to visit the Yi people. The elder looked at the starry sky. The moon was not so bright today, which directly affects visibility. An excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. And Tianxing went out to the porch of his apartment and asked General Yang if everything had been prepared in time. General Yang reported that everything was ready. Everyone is assembled and you can move through the tunnel. General Yang reported that his eldest son would lead the men and the youngest would follow him. Among the inhabitants, there will also be those men who have awakened in themselves control over water. The two brothers were very determined. Today they were entrusted with a responsible mission. The elder brother said that they would go first, everyone else to keep close. Terrible Brain John told the men that whether they will defeat the Emu people today or not is entirely up to them. The mayor entrusted them with a responsible task, and he has no right to make a mistake. The men assured General Yan that they had been training all day, and they would not be defeated today. He can fully count on them. The Yan brothers ordered the men to remove the stones and advance to the task. The men removed the stones, and under them was the entrance to the tunnel. The older brother shined a torch on the entrance and made sure it was safe there. The older brother informed the men that this tunnel was left behind by a digger, so they have to be very careful because it is too deep. The older brother was the first to go down the tunnel. He looked around and ordered everyone else to go down. When everyone went down, the older one told the younger one to make sure that everyone had identification tags, because there are many branches in the tunnel, and it is easy to get lost there. The younger said he would do anything. Yian Shing was walking alongside the young girl when a soldier ran up to him and reported that Junior General Yang Yanping was already on his way to the target. And Tianxin told his advisors that it was time to watch the play. Venzi wondered what they would see there, because it was very dark outside. The uncle replied that she would soon find out. The cook asked the village headman if he could prepare a late dinner for the command to cheer them up. And the old man replied that of course it is possible, and that it is a good idea. The men moved cautiously through the dark tunnels. They were clearly following the elder Yan. He told everyone to behave more quietly, because they were already approaching the enemy's camp. Elder Yang said that the sound of footsteps can already be heard, which means they are already approaching the exit. Elder Yan ordered the man to scout out the location of all light sources. No torch could be dropped, and the man replied that he would cope with the task. In the middle of the Emu people's military camp, a piece of land rose slightly. Then a young man looked out from the raised hatch and reported that all the torches were placed near the barracks and were easy to spot. Elder Yang said it was very good. Then he told the men to go first without making a sound. He ordered the water layers to be prepared in advance and all the torches to be extinguished at the same time. The guards were vigilantly on duty. They were ordered to be as careful as possible today, so they tried not to let their master down. The men from Xuanhuang village had already fully climbed out of the tunnel and safely hid near the forest. They prepared water cannons and waited for the command to simultaneously attack the enemy camp. When Elder Brother Yang gave the order, hundreds of layers of water flew towards the torches at the same time. The guards had no idea what a terrible danger awaited them. As soon as the layer of water reached the torch, the water instantly extinguished the fire, plunging the camp of the Emu people into impenetrable darkness. After a few seconds, all the torches went out at the same time, and there was total darkness all around. The security guards began to shout that they could not see anything, asked why they went out, and warned about the danger. The two guards guessed that someone had entered the camp, because otherwise all the torches would have gone out. They began to wake up other soldiers to repel the enemy's attack. The men of the village prepared bows and arrows and fired a large number of arrows at the same time, which hit the target directly. Those who were wounded, or those who felt the dead soldiers falling dead nearby, began to shout that an unexpected attack had begun and that everyone should prepare their weapons for battle. One of the guards got a lighted torch from somewhere and decided to light a fire in order to take a closer look at what was happening here. But as soon as the torch touched the stand with the fire, it immediately went out. The guard cursed and asked where the water had appeared in the previously prepared place. Loud voices rang out above the camp, saying that they had already killed Liu Bao, that they had surrounded the entire camp, that there was nowhere for them to run, that they were now killing everyone. The guards shouted for everyone to be as careful as possible, because the enemies had already infiltrated the camp and could be among the warriors of the Emu people. They could clearly hear that the voice was already coming from the camp. One of the guards felt something cold and wet approaching him. He turned around to see a water ball bursting right at him. Wet and angry, he began to make noise. That guard turned around and felt that someone was near him. He plunged his sword into the man and said he had revenged himself on the two-legged ram. The soldiers began to indiscriminately cut down everything in a row that moved, and Yian Shing looked at it from his tower and said that it is pitch dark outside today. It is very suitable for a surprise attack. In such an environment, people panic and cannot distinguish anyone. Wan said it was a brilliant idea to use the layers of water. The men thought there were really enemies behind them. Thus, today they will kill each other, which will significantly undermine their strength. His favorite cook brought a delicious dinner and said that everything was ready, and Yian Shing said it was just in time, because right now it wouldn't hurt to eat a little. Lie. He said that there was not much time for cooking, so there was only salted wolf meat, piranha meat, and a few simple dishes. And Yian Shing thanked the cook for his concern. And Yian Shing took the decanter of wine in his hands and poured it into a glass. The village headman said that today is a good opportunity to try such a drink, but as soon as the alcohol got inside Yian Shing, he almost had steam coming out of his ears. The chef warned that this wine was aged for 10 years. The mayor said that he would be more careful with him now. The first Xianwan heard some commotion on the street and decided to personally check what was happening here. He opened the door of his tent and looked out. But what he saw there angered him so much that his eyes began to glow with some kind of maddened flame. His warriors mercilessly slaughtered each other with such fury that even First Xianwang's blood ran cold. The First Xianwan began to shout what they were doing. They kill each other. But no one heard him, and the soldiers began to kill with even greater force. First Xianwan put his hand on the soldier's shoulder and told him to stop this nonsense. He angrily asked if the soldiers were going to mutiny. The first Xianwan disarmed the two commanders who were clinging to each other in a dead fight. When the soldiers stopped and took a closer look, they saw their leader. They cursed and were surprised that the first Xianwan was alive and well, because they thought he had been killed. The first Xianwan decided that simple shouting would not do the trick here, and began to cultivate his magical energy. The first Xianwan, who had the strength to be heard by everyone around him, shouted that he was ordering his soldiers to lay down their weapons. Suddenly, all the torches lit up with some kind of purple magic flame. When the light returned to the camp, the soldiers turned and saw what was happening in their camp. They began to look for dead, two-legged rams with their eyes, but saw only their own soldiers. The men of the Emu people realized that they had been circled around the fingers. One of the villagers formed a ball of water and sent it to the fire to extinguish the damn fire. The people of the village realized that it would not be possible to put out the fire with ordinary layers of fire. Elder Brother Yang said that everything is fine. The enemy has already lost a large number of soldiers, and it is time for them to retreat. The commanders approached the first Xianwang and confessed that they had succumbed to the provocation of the enemy and lost a large number of their troops in this disorder. The shaman also asked his master what they should do now. And the angry first Xianwan shouted that he hated those villagers because they wanted to take away his descendants, and he hated them. The first Xianwan, with his watchful eye, decided to see what was happening at the other end of the valley at the opponent's tower. He saw how people from the village were merrily having dinner and drinking wine. The first Xianwan shouted furiously that he hated them, because they had killed his people, and they themselves were drinking and eating as if nothing had happened. He shouted that they were just a bunch of cowards capable of tricks. The headman of the village answered with dignity that people create whole civilizations with the help of only reason, and Yian Shing said that he used intelligence to defeat him. So what's the cowardice here? The emu people are only a herd of wild beasts in human skins, so it is not for them to condemn their methods. First Xianwan shouted that it was nothing but empty talk. He needs a village headman, and if he is not a coward, then let him show himself right now. The headman of the village said that he is Yian Shing, and he is the headman of the village. First Xianwan shouted that if he really was the headman of the village, he wanted to see what he was capable of. First, Xianwan asked if the village headman was willing to make a deal with him, and if he was ready for a duel to the death with First Xianwan. And he began to use the oath of life and death. First Xianwan loudly proclaimed the words of the blood mantra. He, Liu Bao, sacrifices the blood and flesh around him in exchange for a duel to the death with the village headman. At the same time, a blood vortex formed around the leader of the emu people, which spun more and dragged the dead soldiers to it. Wang Dahu advised the elders not to agree, because this talisman of life and death absorbs all corpses. Wan also advised to protect yourself in the future and not agree to anything. And Tian Xin thought that most likely this oath is some kind of treasure. And if the first Xianwan found out who he really was, then there was no point in hiding. The alarmed young girl and her uncle asked the village headman what he had decided to do, and Tinsin replied that there would be a remedy for any case. And since Liu Bao wants a match with him, he will have a match. The shaman was very frightened by First Xianwang's act, and asked if it was necessary to use a life and death oath, because it was very risky. First, Xianwan angrily replied that he had no equal in this world, and he wanted to start from the very top to finish him off mercilessly, and then they would destroy that cursed village. First, Xianwan shouted to Yian Shing, would he dare to fight him? This question thundered over the village of Xuanhuang like a roll of thunder, and Tianxin also shouted loudly that there were no questions. He accepts First Xianwang's challenge. Also, the brave headman of the village shouted at him that if he begged for his death like this, he would help him go to hell and take revenge for those whom he had tortured. First, Xianwang shouted that he would tear this two-legged ram into pieces and taste its meat. He also said that the people of the Central Plain will eat the tender white meat with great pleasure. Old Huang, Wang Dahu, and Wenji just stood in shock. How could he dream of eating human flesh if he himself was a human? But the residents of the village began to doubt that he was a man. Xianwan shouted that after he killed them all and destroyed their entire village, he would build his great empire of the Yimu people on their bones. He let out a loud laugh, which made it even more creepy. General Yang warned his master that Liu Bao was extremely cruel, so one had to be extremely careful. Dahu added that he is very hardy. The mayor said he would take everything into consideration. Wenzi told Brother Yi that he was extremely careful because Liu Bao practiced various dark techniques. She saw with her own eyes how the women who visited him turned into mummies. The head of the village told the young girl not to worry about him and that he would be extremely careful. At the same moment, the sky split open, thunder rumbled, hundreds of lightnings struck in one place, and an arena for a deadly battle appeared. Torches illuminated the solid darkness that enveloped the sky. The first Xianwang told the shaman Dorolo that while he was fighting the village headman, he would have to take care of the camp's defense. Shaman Dorolo told the Lord not to worry about it. Old Juan and his niece wished the village elder good luck and asked him to take care of himself, and Tianxin told them not to worry because he was not going to stay there long. Now 2 opponents were facing each other in the deadly arena. They looked into each other's eyes and understood that today only one of them would remain alive. First, Xianwang turned to Yi Tianxin and told him not to worry, because before he finishes with him, the old man will still have time to suffer a good deal. And Tianxin shouted that he had enough idle chatter because if he really wanted to kill the old man, he would have to try hard. The headmen of the village shouted that if they were already on the battlefield, then let weapons and skill judge them. 2 strong opponents began to prepare for battle and cultivate their strength to the maximum. None of them knew what the opponent was capable of, so they only visually assessed each other. First, Xianwang took out his bow and loaded an arrow into it. Another moment and she flew to the enemy. The speed was simply colossal. The headman of the village assessed the strength of his competitor and thought that the arrow was filled with such great power that it could split the saber in an instant. And Yian Shing thought that it seemed that first Xianwang's strength was clearly not inferior to his own second-grade divine sea realm. Therefore, this battle will not be easy. Wenji asked her uncle if everything would be okay with Brother Yi, and Huan replied that the elder always practices in secret from everyone, so no one knows for sure what level he has already reached. And a deadly battle has already begun in the deadly arena. The enemy crossed their swords, and it seemed that in terms of strength they were somewhere on the same level. The first Xianwang filtered out the old age through his teeth, which seemed like he really possessed a high skill, so he would have to show the full power of his true qi. And Yian Shing decided that he needed to use a powerful defense and used his Yang and Yin magic eyes. A powerful attack from the enraged first Xianwang was repulsed, but it was quite unexpected and powerful. Liu Bao's true qi was capable of influencing the will, and fortunately the dragon ancestral qi was able to counteract this demonic power. First Xianwang just cursed angrily. He realized that his own true qi had no effect and it appeared that his opponent was not weaker than him at all. But first Xianwang still had many tricks up his sleeve. He was sure that he would not lose, especially when he uses his magic saber. None of the people has yet managed to repel the attack. The first Xianwang used the blood-hungry moonblade demonic technique. He shouted a magical incantation and prepared to deliver the killing blow. And Yian Shing could see that it was an incredibly powerful moonblade technique. Therefore, he began to go over in his head what exactly to use to repel such a powerful attack. And Yian Shing decided that the time had come for the split jade spear. He shouted loudly that the whole world was glowing like jade and used a technique to repel the attack. Two powerful energies clashed on the battlefield. From such a powerful collision, a large dropout was formed. Due to the column of dust and smoke, it was difficult to see what was happening in the deadly arena. And Yian Shing decided that the time had come to attack him now and use the magic yin and yang technique, snake cutters. The first Xianwang looked at the fact that he would now have to repel such an attack, and thought to himself that the headman of the village is a real devil, since he knows how to summon pythons from nowhere. But there was no time to think about the battlefield. Therefore, the first Xianwang immediately applied the secret fate technique demonic armor. The attack was successfully repelled. The headman of the village saw that his opponent was standing on the battlefield unscathed. He was surprised that even the yin and yang slicer couldn't break through that devilish armor. First, Xianwang shouted at the opponent that he had forced him to awaken the second stage of the divine sea realm. He also shouted that the old man is not as simple as it seems at first glance. This is why first Xianwang decided to finish off Yian Shing immediately and quickly send him to hell. First, Xianwang prepared to deliver the fatal blow. Yian Shing said that he had not expected that his opponent had succeeded in reaching the second stage of the divine sea realm. The old man himself also decided that it was time to switch to a higher degree of protection in order to give a decent rebuff to the enemy. Yian Shing easily blocked Xianwang's first strike and asked where he got that he was the only one who managed to reach the second stage of the divine sea. The first Xianwang went mad. He shouted, now understanding why the old man had managed to stop his attack. He wondered how the two-legged ram managed to reach such a high level. But first Xianwang didn't care what level his opponent was. He was confident that he would succeed in destroying him. First Xianwang swung his sword. The headman of the village barely managed to jump away from the sword. Another millimeter and he would have been cut in half. And Yian Shing barely managed to survive after such an attack. He thought that although they were on the same level, the speed and power of the opponent's blows was so great that it could not be underestimated. First, Xianwang grinned in satisfaction. He gloatingly asked the old man what had happened or whether he lacked the strength to face such a powerful opponent. The headman of the village shouted that he had shut up the pelt and had better start the battle. They crossed their swords again, but the powers were almost equal, so neither could seriously injure the other. Two superpowers clashed in a deadly arena. They took turns striking each other and trying to counterattack. Then the first Xianwang flew away several meters. The headman of the village could not cope with the attack and flew away from the scene of the fight. They fought for a long time and could not decide who was stronger. When the forces were already sufficiently exhausted and there was no result, The headman of the village suggested that in this case, they should find some other way of fighting. After thinking a little, the headman of the village suggested that hand-to-hand combat should decide which of them is stronger, if weapons could not decide it. First, Xianwang agreed to such a proposal. General Yang said that he felt so much rage from them that he could not even believe that this was a fight between people. Juan added that these two had reached such heights in cultivation that they could not understand. The young girl kept her eyes on the deadly arena. She constantly asked her uncle which of these two opponents would win. Juan replied that this is known only to heaven itself. Even in hand-to-hand combat, it was difficult to determine the winner. They successfully blocked attacks and inflicted new ones. First, Xianwang activated his demonic eye and launched another attack. The headman of the village barely managed to dodge the powerful flow of attacking energy. Then the village headman grabbed first Xianwang by the arm and threw him over his shoulder. He barely rose to his feet after falling and looked at his opponent. And Yian Shing looked at the opponent, who had just risen to his feet, and was very surprised that after such a powerful blow, there was not a single scratch on his body. But before he had time to analyze why this happened, the first Xianwang delivered such a blow that the elder flew several meters away. He didn't have time to block the shot at all. The first Xianwang cultivated even more strength and shouted that with such super-powerful armor, the elder's blows were nothing to him. First, Xianwang delivered another old-age blow, and that blow was 3 times stronger than the previous one. He laughed evilly and shouted that this time there would be nothing left of the two-legged ram. First Xianwang thought he had finally finished off his opponent and sent him to hell forever. A huge column of smoke and dust arose at the place of impact. The first Xianwang looked at the dust with satisfaction and was glad that he had finally finished with the old man and there were no ashes left of him. He began to laugh angrily and loudly, but suddenly the headman of the village jumped out of the cloud of smoke. There was not a single scratch on his body and he was preparing for another attack. The first Xianwang opened his bag and looked at the old man in fear. He could not understand at all how it happened that this two-legged ram managed to survive at all. And Yian Shing flew higher above first Xianwang and prepared to attack. He was quite angry after such a Hun attack. The first Xianwang shouted that it was useless anyway, because none of the village elders' techniques could penetrate the great Hun's armor. But the village headman was not stopped by the savage's idle chatter. He created an azure sphere and threw it at the first Xianwang. A smokescreen formed in front of first Xianwang. He did not see anything and did not understand what was happening. It was possible to completely lose orientation in space. It was a smoke bomb. Suddenly, the village headman appeared out of the smokescreen and hit first Xianwang squarely in the face. It was very powerful, and most importantly, unexpected. The first Xianwang flew several meters away. First, Xianwang was sitting on his ass in the arena of death and yelling how dare this scumbag hit him in the face. And why didn't he have the courage to hit the armor? The head of the village asked if he was stupid at all. The mayor only hit the most vulnerable place. The village elder shouted that Liu Yao was indeed extremely strong. He would even say that he was the strongest he had ever met in this world. The elder continued that although the first Xianwang was the strongest, he was still a typical barbarian with the intelligence of a snail. First, Xianwang exploded in anger, but it was only when first Xianwang decided to strike that he felt unable to move. He began to struggle and try to free himself, but all in vain. He asked what kind of chains they were. The elder said that he used the yin and yang meridians to suppress the demonic armor's defenses. It is not for nothing that he finished training and cultivating these meridians yesterday. The first Xianwang began to weaken and cried out in confusion as to what was happening here because his strength was melting like ice in the infernal sunlight. The meridians tightened their grip on first Xianwang's body. The head of the village began to prepare for a fatal blow. It was necessary to concentrate all of one's magical qi energy in one place and use the appropriate technique. And Tianxin shouted to his opponent that he would die today because the time of reckoning had come. The head of the village used the strongest technique he knew, Dragon Ancestor Strike. A super powerful flow of energy cut into the chained first Xianwang. He lost consciousness from the pain. The sensations were as if all internal organs had been ripped out of him alive. The first Xianwang flew far, choking on his own blood. The powerful emperor of the Yimu people did not expect that someone could strike such a blow. An exhausted first Xianwan looked down at his body. There was a big hole in it. He looked at him and muttered how the old man had managed to break through his armor and take away his strength. The mayor explained that he seeks humanity and justice. The soul and the techniques that the practitioner perfects are interrelated, and although they are on the same level, that old age managed to solve more secrets. And although the body of the first Xian Wang was gradually covered by a red darkness and it began to collapse, he continued to shout boldly that he would not surrender and kill the headman of the village. When the powerful and invincible first Xian Wang was reduced to a pile of red ashes, the village headman breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. And Yian Shing said aloud that the barbarian's armor was indeed very strong, and if it weren't for the yin and yang meridians, he would not have been able to defeat the first Xian Wang. Therefore, he was glad that he was constantly improving. The village headman had only one question left: how to get out of here. Then a red hieroglyph appeared in front of the young man, and Yian Shing understood that this is the oath of life and death. An inscription with a text appeared on it. It was written there that Yian Shing was recognized as the winner of this match. The winner gets everything that belonged to the loser. The winner will receive the award for the match immediately after the fight. Now it became clear to the old man why Liu Bao went so fiercely to the very end. After all, the elder will receive not only Liu Bao's treasures, but also his achievements in improvement and all his techniques. And Yian Shing was glad that first Xianwan had given him such an incredible opportunity. The elder began to feel true qi continuously fill his body. The mayor decided that this was a good opportunity to feed his meridians with this energy. After a few minutes, strong ropes emerged from the thin ropes, and Tinsin did not expect such an effect. Then a super powerful energy hit Yi Tianxin directly in the forehead. He could barely withstand this onslaught. At first, he could not understand what was being done and was waiting to see what would come of it. But when the headman of the village understood what had happened, he was simply shocked. He received the secret of Liu Bao's fate, the demonic armor. This meant that the oath of life and death had taken it away from Liu Bao as well. However, together with the secret fate of the evil qi of the past bearer, it was not transferred to the old man of the village, but on the contrary, it adapted to his body and supplemented his magical power and energy. The demonic armor strengthened the young man's defense 1,000 times, and Tianxin thought that heaven itself was helping him. Just as Yi Tianxin got used to his new energy state, suddenly some more energy began to fill the village headman. At first he couldn't understand what it was, because he thought that he had already completely absorbed Liu Bao's strength. Where did this flesh and blood energy come from? The headman of the village assumed that it belonged to the fighters of the Emu people. And since there were a lot of inhabitants of the people, it began to fill the Yi Tianxin with incredibly large streams. At first, the young man enjoyed her quantity, but then he realized that there was too much of it, and it merged with his blood and flesh. The young man could not stand her quantity. The head of the village decided that while there was still enough of it, it was necessary to fill the cauldron of the secret of fate. And from that energy, he became 1,000 times stronger. Although this certainly could not help but please the headman of the village, he could not allow the vital energy to increase dramatically, because his physical body might simply not be able to withstand it. Then Yi Tianxing felt that it was not only the cauldron that was absorbing life energy. It was as if the cinnabar field of fate's mystery was eager to swallow her up as well, and the energy of the flesh and blood of the Emu people obediently filled the field of destiny. The headman of the village understood that the vital energy was supposed to help the new soil to be reborn. In addition, the new soil can create a spiritual field that radiates spiritual energy, which in turn will make the soil more fertile. The head of the village decided to use excess energy to improve the energy status of the cinnabar field. General Yang noticed that the arena of death was beginning to collapse, and they all began to worry about what happened to their village headman. But they did not have time to think about the outcome of the match, as at the same moment the headman of the village appeared before them. He was whole and unharmed. Everyone was overjoyed at the return of Yi Tianxin. Wenzi was very worried about the old man, so she was the first to run up to Yi Tianxin and ask if he was all right. The young man replied that everything is in perfect order. Huan said that if the old man came back safe and sound, it means that— And the young man continued that Liu Bao was dead. Wang Dahu said that this is the best news these days. The shaman Dorolo noticed with his keen eye that Yian Shing had returned to his village, and that only meant that their master was dead. This did not fit into the shaman's mind. He shouted angrily that the village headman had taken away hope from the Emu people, but their people would never live with the enemy under the same sky. The shaman pressed a button on his headdress, and suddenly a device similar to a helicopter blade opened. They began to spin rapidly and lifted the shaman into the sky. General Yang asked what kind of thing is on the head of the shaman, and how does it help people fly? Huan replied that he did not know for sure, but it must be some kind of treasure. And Tianxin was interested in how a bamboo dragonfly in the hands of strangers ceased to be a fantasy and became something valuable. He took out his bow and arrow and took quick aim. Another moment, and the arrow flew into the sky. The shot was very accurate, and the shaman was shot through the body right in the heart. He was pierced by a terrible pain that bound his whole body. But the aircraft did not stop. He continued to work like this, flying away from Xuanhuang village, and the mortally wounded shaman Dorolu flew away on it. The young girl said that the shaman could not be allowed to escape, but the old man replied that he had wounded him, and now he smelled of blood. Therefore, it will not be easy for him to survive among predators. The soldiers of the Emu people also saw all this. They rehearsed that Liu Bao was finished, and the shaman had left them and fled. They did not know what to do, and they decided to run away from here as far as possible. Huan said that the foreigners had lost their fighting spirit and asked how exactly to deal with them. The headman replied that they killed and ate people, so execution was the most suitable option for them, and Tianxin ordered General Yang to gather soldiers to execute the foreigners. The general replied that now that their leader was dead, they had nothing to fear and they would easily execute the damned Huns. The army commander reported to the general that Yan Ping and Yan Ding were already waiting for him downstairs, and General Zhan replied that he was already on his way to them and ordered to gather all the soldiers at the gate. When the army was all lined up and brought to battle readiness, General Yang shouted, "On the attack!" and they all rushed to punish those murderers and cannibals. The soldiers of General Yan's army fought bravely and courageously. They knew that they were killing the executioners of the Chinese people, who had recently killed and eaten their countrymen. When the cursed Huns were finished, Yian Shing ordered to clear the battlefield and gather all the belongings of the invaders into a pile. The headman of the village triumphantly shouted that when they return to the village, they will definitely celebrate the victory and share the trophies. The village headman spread his trophies on the table. All of these things he had obtained thanks to his victory over Liu Bao, and they all seemed like rare treasures. Yian Shing was the first to pick up two techniques that he believed Liu Bao had used in his deadly duel. The first technique with this was the Yin and Yang Heaven Demon card. The second technique was the Full Moon Demonic Blade. Then another technique of human contemplation fell into the hands of the village headman. Liu Bao had not used this technique in battle, so the old man was interested in getting to know it. It was clear from the cover that this was some kind of demonic technique, and that such a valuable old man wanted to understand it himself. But when Yian Shing tried to turn over the cover, he couldn't do it. Something blocked his actions. He thought that maybe for this, it is necessary to do something not simple. In space, and it was written that human contemplation was a special technique that allowed one to see exactly what one wanted to see, but it could be used only 9 times every 10,000 years. 9 people will be able to use this technique, but in any case, the effect will return after 10,000 years. And Tenzing safely hid this book and decided that he should definitely keep the technique. Maybe one day he will definitely need it. One mirror seemed no less strange than that book of the village elder. This ancient mirror showed some strange landscapes instead of an image. It was a spiritual, valuable mirror. The mirror explored the area desired by the owner, but did not determine its exact location. Finds spiritual channels and spiritual minerals, knows heavenly secrets. And Tian Xing decided that with the help of a mirror, he would find ore that would be suitable for making coins. If the village has its own currency, they will make a big leap in development. This idea began to worry the head man of the village, and he decided to immediately walk around the outskirts of the village and look for iron ore. There was a knock on the door of the village headman's room, and Tao Zheng entered the room. The village headman asked what had happened and why he had come to him. Chao Zheng said that they had already divided all the trophies equally among all the villagers, so he came to ask about the next course of action. The headman said that he had arrived on time and invited him for a walk. Of course, Chao Zheng agreed to go for a walk. They went outside the gate of the village, and then Chao Zheng wondered where exactly they were going. The mayor said that he was looking for ore. Chao Zheng asked if there was any ore in these areas, and the old man said that he had won some valuable trophies in the deadly battle, and he just decided to use one of them. The headman of the village took out his magic mirror and directed it into the ground, and Tinsin knew that his magic mirror could show everything, even underground. But he looked around the area. The headman was disappointed because there was nothing but sand and clay. But the headman of the village was not going to give up. He invited Chao Zhen to inspect the entrance to the valley where their village was located. The eunuch agreed, and they headed for the entrance. There, they carefully examined step by step. The headman was very much hoping to find something. He believed in his luck and persistently continued his search. Finally, luck turned his face, and the old man saw minerals in the reflection of the magic mirror. Chao Zheng was also happy with the find, and suggested that the excavation be started immediately. The village headman said that he would dig together with the eunuch. He just has 2 shovels with Chi Truth. Digging with such shovels will be many times faster. The 2 men started digging. Although the ground was too hard, the men did not give up and hardly rested. They were driven by excitement and the desire to dig up ore. It was already late in the evening when they finally dug into the cherished treasure. So it was red, and their efforts were not in vain. The elder took the ore in his hands and examined his find. Then the old man said that the iron was of excellent quality and very clean. The servant asked if there would be enough of it. Perhaps the search should be continued. The headman ordered the servant to go and inform General Yan. Let him take a small squad with him, and he should also call old Juan and the head of the treasure chamber. The servant went to carry out the order. The headman was happy that although there is not much ore here, it is of excellent quality. The village was successfully located on mineral deposits. Thanks to various treasures, people improve much faster. Juan asked the village headman if they really managed to find the iron, and Yian Shing replied that although it is not much, it should be enough to mint the coins of Xuanhuang village. The head of the village said that he invited them to find out what they really think about this matter. The men carefully examined the village headman's find and unequivocally confirmed that it was really high-quality ore. And Tinsin gave an order to the guards that they surrounded this area in a radius of 3 kilometers and did not let anyone in here. The guards ran to carry out the order. The head of the Chamber of Commerce said that a lot of ore is needed for minting, and besides, wear-resistant materials are needed for coins, so that they are not damaged during operation. In addition, in the case of expansion of the village, the demand for currency will continuously increase, and it will be necessary to provide it with local currency. The mayor decided to try anyway because the quality of the ore was the highest. He ordered Yan Ping to instruct the soldiers to dig up more ores, while he began minting coins in the meantime. And Tianxin immediately went back to the village, taking with him the iron ore that they managed to dig together with the eunuch. The mayor went to his office. Regarding the minting of coins, the headman decided that the golden Qiangkun frog, which he had recently found, would be useful to him. It's time to see what it looks like in action. The headman of the village took a piece of iron ore in his hands and threw it inside the golden frog Qiangkun. At the same moment, it lit up, began to move from side to side, and a fiery torch appeared on its surface. Not even a few minutes passed when the golden frog Qiangkun began to spit out ready-made coins. The head of the village was surprised that it was happening so quickly. The elder took the first copy in his hands and looked at it carefully. The coin was quite heavy. It was immediately felt that it was minted from high-quality ore. Then Yi Tianxin's gaze stopped at the engraving that was on the coin. He looked more closely and realized that he had already seen this drawing in the book Human Contemplation. The village elder was just thinking about this book at the time when the golden frog Qiangkun started working. It was incredible, but she transferred his thoughts to coins. The mayor decided to see how durable it is. He took the coin in his hands and tried to press it. When he opened his palm, there were only pieces of a broken coin in it. And Tinsin remembered that in physics lessons they were told that the hardness of a pure material is significantly inferior to the hardness of an alloy. It was clear that this coin was too pure in composition. The elder decided to add a wish pearl and animal bones during minting to increase the hardness and wear resistance of the coins. He immediately brought all the necessary materials and threw them into the stove. The Chiankun golden frog started working as soon as all the materials were inside. But this time the minting process took much longer than last time. Nevertheless, the village headman waited until the golden frog Chiankun began to issue the long-awaited coins. When the old man took the first coin in his hands, he carefully examined its quality. The coin received a golden color and a unique texture thanks to the Pearl of Wishes. The elder looked at the number of coins that had been minted and was surprised that one wish pearl was enough to make 100 coins. And the old man had enough of those pearls. The mayor decided to take a good look at his wealth, and Yian Shing noticed that among the pile of gold coins, one coin was of a different color. It was she who interested the old man, and Yian Shing took her in his arms, looked carefully and decided that it might be a mother coin, or more precisely, a coin that was used by Asian countries as a model for minting. And Tinsin decided to try to put a drop of blood on this strange coin and see what would happen next. Only a drop of his blood fell on the coin. It immediately increased in size and the old man entered another spatial dimension. The elder realized that it was really the mother's coin. It turned out that in the combination of all these materials, it was possible to create such a rare artifact. It remains only to make sure that the coins of the new mintage are strong enough, so that there were no such troubles as with the coins of the previous sample, and Yian Shing squeezed it tightly in his hands and waited with bated breath for the result. When he opened his palm, he saw that the coin was whole and undamaged. It was a good result. The elder looked at his coin and thought that such a coin should be given an equally beautiful name. And Tiansin thought that it already has the hieroglyph eternity on it. Besides, the coin itself is very strong, so it was safe to call it eternal. The elder decided to take the coin to Huan for evaluation. Huan and the head of the revenue chamber carefully examined the coin that the village headman had brought. The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce said that it was truly an unsurpassed coin. The coin had not only an impeccable appearance and high strength, but also a pearl of desires contained in it will enhance the improvement of the person who will use it. They will definitely spread around the world. Huang said that he fully agreed with the opinion of the chairman of the revenue chamber. He himself would not refuse to use such coins. The mayor said that it was necessary to stop minting them. The mayor said that the situation in the village is beginning to stabilize, so it is time to restore the material conditions for people's lives. Huan asked where they should start. The head of the village explained that the most important thing for the people is food and the health of the soldiers. In connection with this, the man plans to start mastering agriculture and expanding the army to strengthen their defense. Old Huan expressed the opinion that they should draw up a clear plan and familiarize the people with its contents. The next day, the soldiers hung notices on the central wall. Interested residents immediately went to see what was written there. There was no such thing in the village for a long time, so everyone was anxious to find out what was there. People learned that they were offered to engage in agriculture. They were happy that they would finally get a chance to eat rice and steamed buns. All the more power from improvement needs to go somewhere. They also read that for service in the army, they were offered a monthly salary in the amount of 3 eternal coins. They did not know what it was, but thought that it would be their national currency. People began to think about where they should go. Many decided to join the army because it paid a lot, and they could fight animals, something they had wanted to try for a long time. Juana's niece also looked after the locals. She noticed how each of them wanted to contribute to the prosperity of the village. It seemed that the village flourished not by days, but by hours. 2 men from Xuanhuang village were having a peaceful conversation. One said that the weather was surprisingly good today. Another agreed and said that she was just right for working in the fields. The grocery store was very busy today. There were more than enough people who wanted to sign up for field work. All of them had experience and wanted to help in the development of agriculture. Whoever was at the end of the line started to get nervous and shouted for everyone to move their hooves faster because he might not make it. Those who were closer said that they had been in line since 5 in the morning in order to make it today. Then the men got the appropriate tools and got to work. It was a good idea to grow your own vegetables, and the problems with nutrition could be solved and more people involved in the work. There were problems with moisture at this time of the year, but the peasants were not going to stop before such problems. Thanks to techniques and constant improvements, they knew how to get water. Elder Yang ordered his soldiers to be careful when patrolling, and in no case let wild animals near the plowed fields and the peasants. The warriors knew well how to protect their fellow villagers. A man named Hu knocked on the village headman's door. When Manager Chow opened the door, the man said that he had brought everything their old age needed. The mayor heard the conversation and went out himself to see what happened. He saw Hu Bing and was glad to see him. He showed all the tools that the headman asked to make according to his requirements. Hu Bing opened the box and revealed that he had brought a brush made from the hair of a golden-furred rat king and an inkwell made from polished, solidified beast blood and animal bone. Hu Bing said that the workers from the labor ward had made a few more such sets and whether they should be brought. The mayor said that it was not necessary yet and thanked the boys for their work. Hu Bing thanked the old man that the craftsmen have a room where they can show their abilities, and they all thanked the old man very much for this opportunity to work. The head of the village got what he was waiting for and decided to continue working on the Xuanhuang village citizen cards. At the moment, this question worried him the most. In the book, it was written that the talismans must be connected to each other, otherwise failure awaited the headman. Therefore, people who cultivate need to control their qi energy. The elder was doing this for the first time, and he had to learn to keep balance in the combination of talismans. He didn't know if he would succeed, but he decided to try anyway. First, Yian Shing decided to draw a sound mascot. He carefully drew out each hieroglyph, and very soon the first talisman appeared on the card. The mayor was pleased that he had succeeded. Then he decided to draw a replica mascot. With inspiration and excitement, the mayor began to draw a new talisman on a card. But when the work was finished, the card unexpectedly cracked into small pieces. All the work went to hell, because there was no living space left on the card. And Tianxin looked at the cracked card and realized that everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance. His control over qi is nowhere near enough to bring them into balance. The headman decided to draw talismans gradually in proportion to this, increasing the qi energy. Before that, he used the same amount of energy, and it caused him to crash. The elder first took the smallest amount of qi energy and drew a sound talisman. Then he added energy and began to draw a copy of the talisman. And Yian Shing looked at the card, on which there were 2 talismans, and they worked successfully. He was finally satisfied with the result. He managed to figure out the solution to this riddle. The elder continued his painstaking work. With the 3rd, he drew a talisman of a son and a mother. The 4th is a star talisman. And so all the important talismans were drawn on the card, and the most important thing was that they interacted with each other and complemented each other. And Tianxin was happy, like a child who has bought the most desired toy. Finally, the first citizen's card was ready. Now he wanted to ask Xinghai to connect her to the star grid. The mayor went to his daughter and asked to connect the card. But Xinghai replied that there is no information on the card, so they cannot see the tracking results. And Tianxin said that it is okay. Information about each resident of the village will appear on the cards later. Xinghai said they can now install an access control system. The mayor said that it was a good idea, but for that he needed to make a batch of cards. And Tianxin remembered one valuable artifact that he managed to exchange for pearls of desire from a traveling merchant, and decided that his star time had come. T's was precisely the universal printing press that he had purchased from Jia Chenxing. The head of the village took it out and put it on the table. Then Yian Shing inserted the first card he managed to make. The machine began to make noise and rattle like an old car. The mayor thought that the merchant had given him a fake. The printing press issued the following information: subject citizen's card, materials for printing plate, inkwell. The mayor breathed a sigh of relief. The machine needed to learn the card. The headman of the village studied the instructions for using the printing press and learned that the plates and the inkstone needed to be inserted there, and Tianxin did just that. The printing press did not show signs of life for a long time, but the old man knew that he needed to familiarize himself with and assess the complexity of the order. Then the universal printing press lit up and started working. A few minutes later, Yian Shing found a pile of cards belonging to a citizen. He was glad that it was very fast. Writing by hand was no match for this miracle. The next step was to collect information about each inhabitant of the village. All residents were gathered in the civic chamber. There was a huge queue. Employees of the civil chamber carefully collected information from each resident of Xuanhuang village. They asked about the name, surname, marital status, profession, etc. After questioning, the employees entered all the relevant information in the registration list and gave each citizen a card. The information appeared on the screen: name, Li Dafu, gender, male, citizenship, Xuanhuang village, age 32 years, marital status, married, occupation, farmer, skills, cultivation, address, Xuanhuang village. After confirmation of the information by its owner, all information was engraved on the card itself. But to confirm the identity, it was necessary to put a drop of blood on the card itself. Some people were also afraid of the sight of blood, but it was necessary to identify the inhabitants. As soon as a drop of blood fell on the card, its owner felt a magnetic field around it, and it was an incredible feeling. The girls discussed the cards, and one said they were like a passport, only high-tech. A woman from ancient times asked whether a pastor is a tag that was given to them before, and Tianxin was in his office. But suddenly he heard sounds similar to a melody. He decided to see if he understood correctly, and someone was playing a musical instrument in the garden. When the headman of the village went outside, he saw a beautiful beauty playing a musical instrument. Wen Zi played the melody, High Mountains and Rushing Rivers. The elder just listened, mesmerized, not even daring to speak so as not to frighten the young girl. But when the music stopped, the headman of the village said that it was simply incredible, and that he seemed to be somewhere high in the mountains. He did not expect that Wen Zi had such musical abilities. The girl turned around in fright. She did not even suspect that she was not alone here. She apologized to Brother Ai for disturbing him and distracting him from important work. When the headman of the village looked at the musical instrument, it was a guqin, an ancient Chinese plucked instrument. He asked the girl if she managed to awaken the secret of destiny. Wen Zi confirmed the guesses of the village elder. She really managed to awaken the heavenly voice, and this Houghton was with her immediately after she was transferred to a new world. However, this musical instrument has no functions other than playing music. The elder said that the awakening of the secret of destiny happens in different ways for everyone, but he is sure that the young girl is not only capable of performing music. The girl asked what he meant. Yian Shing explained that while she was playing the musical instrument, he felt the sound wave of the guqin, and she hid a weak shock wave in herself. That is why the girls playing on the guitar can create incredible sound waves. And if the girl starts practicing this skill persistently, she will get a very powerful power. Wen Zi was overjoyed at this information and asked the elders if Huqin was really that powerful, then whether she could protect Xuanhuang village with the elder. The head of the village came closer to the girl, put his hands on her shoulder and said that everyone in this world is valuable in their own way. The young girl was ashamed of such closeness, although she did not understand why. And the headman continued, saying that it is not necessary to protect the village at all. Wen Zi asked if it was best to use her strength in battle. The head of the village laughed and said that he had no idea that the girl had the protection of the village right in her heart, and no matter what, he only wants to help the girl. The headman of the village handed the girl a bottle with some kind of potion. He said it was a Tiangong pill, a high-ranking artifact. He got it after fighting Liu Bao. These pills have a very mild medicinal effect. If you take one pill every day, you can increase your cultivation, accumulating true qi energy to the maximum. The headman continued that he thought this artifact would help her heavenly voice. Wen Zi thought that the old man risked his own life to get this artifact, so why was he so kind to her? And Tian Xing told the young beauty that, to be honest, he had wanted to discuss something with her ever since their first meeting, but had never found the opportunity. The girl blushed. Thoughts just swirled in her head. She began to consider what exactly he wanted to discuss with her. She thought that he wanted to express his feelings for her, and Tianxin approached the young girl and said that he wanted to open a school in their village and asked the girl if she would like to become a teacher. The girl exhaled. Of course she agreed. Suddenly, the manager came up and said that Hu Bing from the labor ward wanted to show him some artifact. The village headman was very interested. He was always pleased when talented people from his village invented something new. When they got to the room, Hu Bing took out some device and said that he wanted to show the village elders the morning dawn lantern. And Yian Shing wondered what exactly his secret was. The girl suggested that it might be all about the crystal, but there was nothing special about it. Hu Bing laughed and said that it is better to demonstrate once than to tell 100 times. The man took the lantern of the morning star in his hands and turned it on. Suddenly the blades began to spin, and the crystal shone with a bright light. Everyone present looked at the lantern with fascination. He could glow by himself, without the help of oppression and fire. It was just an incredibly spectacular miracle. Hu Bing said that they took some ore. It turned out that the ore is capable of accumulating sunlight. After she made it into a lantern, all that was left was to apply a light talisman to make the crystal glow. The mayor was delighted that ore had found such a wide application. He said that the labor chamber has made a great contribution to the village, so he wants to thank it properly. The young girl asked why such a flashlight was so valuable. The mayor explained that with such lanterns their village would make a big breakthrough. With the help of a talisman, such a flashlight is convenient to use. If you place such lanterns all over the village, then its residents will be able to work normally and relax after the event. And if such lanterns are placed outside the village, they will not only scare off wild animals and reduce the risks of patrols, but will also become a reference point for refugees and travelers. And the most important thing is that the ore is able to accumulate solar energy, and they will not have to spend any fuel. This is indeed a very important invention for their village. The girl said that she understood everything, and the manager admired his master's foresight. Hu Bing stood very pleased to have brought such an invention. The headman turned to Hu Bin and said that he would definitely make him one of the honored residents of the village, and he would reward the representatives of his ward for discovering such valuable ore qualities. Hu Bing scratched the back of his head and said that, to be honest, this morning dawn lantern was not created by the labor ward. The village headman was surprised that there are still unknown craftsmen in the village. He asked who then invented the morning dawn lantern. Hu Bing said that his carpentry mentor, Lu's mentor, invented the morning dawn lantern. In a well-equipped office, the scientist painstakingly worked on a very responsible task. He knew that the head is the most difficult of all, so he should be as careful as possible. But one wrong move, and the head fell off the body. The master told himself that he had to be as careful as possible, because after all, it was his body, and now he would have to start all over again. Blue lights lit up on the frog in front of the master. The master looked up and said that they were waiting for guests, so you should prepare for their arrival. Hu Bing informed the village headman that his mentor's house was already a few meters away, so he asked for permission to warn the master of the house about the unexpected guests. Juana's niece noticed the coloring of the bird. She pointed her hand in her direction and told her brother, "And what a crane!" And Yian Shing was surprised because they should not be in this area. But when he looked at the beautiful bird with his watchful eyes, he said that it was not a crane. When they came closer, Wen Zi's eyes nearly popped out of her forehead. She refused to believe them. This bird was made of wood. The village headman also noted Hu Bing's mentor's talent and skill, but he was more interested in the talented master's other abilities. Hu Bing, even when they were in the village elder's house, demonstrated another invention of his mentor, an arrow. The headman took it in his hands and asked what it was. He just noticed some strange thickening on the arrow. When Yian Shing took a closer look at that thickening, he realized that it was a talisman. That's right, a talisman that was combined with an arrow. The headman wanted to see what would happen when he shot this arrow with the strength of an ordinary person without using any abilities. And Yian Shing loaded an arrow into his bow and took aim. When the headman of the village fired, the arrow flew and hit the first tree that came across its path. But as soon as the end of the arrow touched the tree, there was such a powerful explosion that splinters flew from the tree in all directions. as if nothing had grown there before that. And Tinsin was surprised by the power of that explosion. If his troops could be armed with such weapons, they would create real missile troops. The mayor noted that with a printing press, one could not worry about the number of arrows. But if you combine other types of weapons with talismans, then they would have the most powerful army in the world. Hu Bing went to his mentor's door and said that as soon as the headman saw his inventions, he immediately appreciated his talent. He also hoped that Lu would lead the labor pavilion, but the angry master only shouted that he knew that this poor student would one day expose his teacher. So he made the mistake of taking him as a student. Then the master added that if he couldn't hide any more, then let Hu Bin lead the guests into the house. When everyone entered the house and sat down at the table, Hu Bing introduced his teacher, Lu Ban. Lu Ban is an inventor of the Chengqiu period. He invented a saw, a casing ladder, a trough with carcass. This was far from a complete list of inventions. There were still many tools for warfare. Many of his inventions have reached the 21st century and are considered the founders of carpentry. The head of the village did not expect that he would have the opportunity to meet the founder of the carpentry craft in his village. He hoped that with his inventions, technology would take a long step forward. If you rely on modern inventions and Lu's inventions, it will be possible to significantly increase the speed of development of the village. If you combine its mechanisms and talismans, you can create an army of artificial beasts. The mayor said that he wanted to get straight to the point and suggested appointing him as the head of the chamber to help the village create inventions and take other artisans under his responsibility. The head of the village asked the mentor what he thought about this. There was silence at the table. No one spoke for several minutes. Master Lu froze with the glass in his hand. He didn't say anything and didn't move, but it caused concern among others present. The worried young girl asked the owner of the house what happened and if he needed any help. She began to worry about Master Lu's physical condition. A few minutes later, Master Lu did give his answer. He was forced to refuse such an invitation. The warden said that if Master Lu was worried about something, he could always discuss it with the elder. Wenzi added that it would be a great fortune for the village if he helped them with his students. The master said that the old man really has unusual strength and imperial ambitions. We can say that he is a real monarch. However, the old man has already made up his mind and you cannot persuade him. The elder heard about the imperial ambitions and began to wonder why exactly this bothered him so much. Lu Ban lived during the Chengqiu period, when bloody wars constantly broke out between the princes. When Lu Ban refused to fight, the princes began to force him to create weapons for the assault and siege of the city. The merciless war destroyed and killed many families around the world. From then on, Lu Ban began to blame himself for everything, as if he had become an inhuman executioner for innocent people. And Yian Shing guessed that Lu was afraid that history would repeat itself, and many innocent lives would again be involved in the cycle of disaster if he started helping the village elder. And Yian Shing slammed his hand on the table and said loudly that times have changed. Monsters roam everywhere, and he perfectly understands that the master wants to spend his old age in peace and quiet. But the old man founded villages in order to save people from ruthless beasts and give them a prosperous life, not in order to conquer new territories and become an emperor. Then the headman once again knocked on the table and continued that he had organized a system in the village so that every talented person could find his place and live stably without taking over other lands. And Tianxing once again slammed the table and said that with the help of his technology, he wanted to improve the lives of ordinary people and save as many victims as possible from the hands of the invaders. Then the headman of the village bent under the table and shouted loudly whether Master Lu wanted to finally get out from under the table and meet the guests face to face. A man's voice was heard from below. Frightened, the manager and the young girl jumped away from the table and began to scream in fear, who was under the table. The boards in the floor began to rise with the help of complex mechanisms. Master Lu climbed out from below, holding his head in his hands and shouting for the village headman to stop banging on the table because he couldn't take it anymore. When Master Lu appeared in front of the audience, he bowed and greeted everyone and showed respect to the village elder. The manager of affairs and the young girl still could not recover from the shock. Wenzi approached the master who had been talking to them a few minutes ago and examined him carefully. She said that she didn't even notice that it was a doll, and that Master Lu was simply amazing. The elder greeted the master and asked if he was ready to go to meet him. The master said that if the elder came to him personally, even after the refusal, he was not left alone. The master continued and said that if the headman hadn't founded the village, Lu would be dead by now, so he couldn't refuse. Hu Bing was happy, and Lu told him that he would deal with him later. Lu warned that he was not interested in politics, and that he could only repair the table in the chamber. And Yian Shing assured the old man that he would only deal with artifacts. Hu Bing would do everything else. And Tinsin went right to work and asked the master if it was possible to make a large street lamp from his morning star lantern to illuminate the streets of the village. The mayor asked his opinion on this matter, and if it is really possible to do it, then he would like Lu to help with the development of the project. The master said that it is quite possible. You just need to change the talisman a little and install the handrail switch. Then the inhabitants of the village will be able to move around peacefully at night. Master Lu said that of course he would help, but the village had more important things to do right now. And Tinsin wondered what more important matters there are at the moment. Lu said that he recently went to the forest to pick wood and found that the forest seemed to be enveloped in miasma and all the trees were covered with a thick layer of mold. It meant an enemy invasion. The manager asked where the old man got it from, because it is always dark in the forest, and there is mold, and this is a completely normal phenomenon, which has something to do with the invasion of enemies. Master Lu said that everything that exists has a soul. It is the will of heaven. He was born with the ability to sense various phenomena, and he feels that this is the enemy. Master Lu added that this enemy was an inanimate being. Everyone present was shocked. How can an inanimate being be an enemy? The old man decided to deal with this personally. General Yan and his soldiers inspected the wall from the outside of the village. They came to a pile of corpses of wild animals and said that today there were too many of them. General Yang ordered his soldiers to put them on a cart and take them away from the village and burn them there. The village headman also decided to join the review of the village's defenses. He approached the general and asked if all these animals had been killed by archers. The general confirmed that the shooters had been killing these beasts. There had been much more of them than usual in recent days. There was no more space left in the kitchen, so they decided to burn the leftovers. And Tinsing suspected something strange, because then why did the animals run for no reason? It was clear that they were running away from someone. The mayor asked if the general had noticed anything strange. General Yang reported that he had heard from patrolling units that they had noticed that recently the entire forest had been shrouded in poisonous fumes. General Yan continued that even trees are corroded by these fumes. They are affected by a thick layer of mold and simply fall in the forest. And recently they began to notice that not only trees were affected by fumes, but also small birds, which were noticed by patrol units every night. However, there were no casualties among the soldiers. And Tinsin ordered General Yang to give orders to his soldiers not to go into the forest again. The alarmed general asked the old man what had happened. The mayor replied that it is difficult to say yet. He asked to convey to Da, Yangping, and Yanding that he would be waiting for them in the military ward, and finally said that a great calamity was awaiting Xuanhuang village. When the dark night came, hundreds of animals began to run away. They were frightened and ran at full speed, trying to escape from mortal danger. Green vapors crept behind them. Suddenly, the ground began to crack, and suddenly a bony hand appeared from it. Then the whole body, or rather the skeleton, came out. Then, this happened in other places. After a few minutes, a whole bunch of dead people crawled out of the ground. They were armed and hostile. There were as many of them as an entire army. A certain man asked the sage Huan why all the animals seemed to have gone mad. The man ran after the terrified animal to the street and could not catch up with anyone. Poultry ran as far as the eye could see, Huan reassured the men. He explained that it must be the new world that affects them so much. Birds and cattle have signs, so they will find them all tomorrow, and now it's time to rest. Old Huan calmed the men down and sent them home. And he himself began to analyze that today all the animals were really worried. This is probably the sign that the old man was talking about. But Hun was troubled by the thought that this time their opponent was very powerful. So the old man had doubts about whether they would be able to handle such difficulties this time. At times, the watchtowers were preparing for a meeting with the enemy and wild animals. Yian Ping commanded his soldiers. He ordered to take arrows with talismans and load them into weapons. The junior general ordered a group of riflemen to move to the southern and western posts and prepare for battle. When the first wild animals appeared, the arrows hit the target, but the animals kept running and running. It was as if they would never end today. The animals were terrified by something, so their eyes quickly ran everywhere. The soldiers barely had time to cope with such an influx. They barely had time to reload their weapons. Under him, the earth seemed to shake, and an earthquake was beginning. Yian Ping controlled the situation and gave orders where they should shoot, while they fought off the onslaught of wild animals. The wild beasts were shocked to death because the soldiers used arrows with talismans designed by Master Lu. They themselves did not expect that the power would be so incredible, so they rejoiced and were surprised. But when the 10th wave of beasts was repulsed, behind the last beasts appeared some incomprehensible figure that did not look like beasts. That rider himself overtook the beasts and hacked them to death with his sword. He was huge and fast. Yian Ping was just in shock. He had never seen anything like this in his life. When the rider approached, it became clear that it was not a man, but a skeleton. Moreover, he was not alone. Hundreds or even thousands of the same skeletons ran next to the rider. The main one was galloping on a horse, and his body glowed some unpleasant green color. A cold sweat ran down the backs of the soldiers. They could not measure with their own eyes. The soldiers shouted, "Were these really skeletons that had climbed out of the graves? And what kind of dishonor was this?" Yian Ping pulled himself together, calmed down, and decided to encourage his soldiers. He shouted to them that perhaps they had risen from their graves, so the soldiers would soon send them there again. Yian Ping added that it was just a pile of bones and why be afraid of them. Then he told Lu Zi that he had informed the village headman and General Yang about everything that was happening here. The undead army approached the soldiers from Xuanhuang village. They looked at each other and assessed their opponents. The warriors were determined to fight to the last. Yian Ping was the first to shout that no matter how evil spirits they were, he still wouldn't let them defile Xuanhuang village. He shouted, "Attack!" and was the first to rush into battle. Yian Ping put all his strength into the blow and sent it across the body of the main skeleton. He screamed for him to die and go back to hell, but nothing happened to those skeletons. It was as if Yian Ping hadn't hit him at all. Instead, the skeleton swung and prepared to attack. Yian Ping looked into his opponent's eyes and couldn't understand why he was still alive. The junior general was mortally wounded by that powerful skeleton's counterattack. Yian Ping screamed in excruciating pain and fell to the ground. The junior general was lying on the ground among 100 corpses of his soldiers and could not understand how this happened, because his soldiers and he himself were constantly improving. Those skeletons mercilessly slaughtered the men of General Yan's army. Even if one of the skeletons took any damage during the battle, their severed skeleton parts would grow back to them. They were very good at recovering. The younger general crawled up to his brother and wanted to help him. The dead man sneaked up on Yian Ping from behind. He took out his sword and prepared to kill Yian Ping. But just as the monster swung and prepared to finish off the general, someone hit it with such force that all the bones scattered all over the battlefield. Yian Ping only managed to blink an eye, but the headman of the village stood with a sword in his hands. He asked Yian Ping if he was all right and prepared for battle. Yian Ping barely rose to his feet. Covered in blood, he said he was all right and warned the headman that these skeletons could not be killed. They immediately recover. Before Yian Ping had time to tell the old man about his battle, the skeleton that the old man had finished off a minute ago began to assemble into a pile of bones and stood before the men again. And Yian Shing thought that this evil spirit was really very strong. He ordered Yian Ping to carry the wounded back to the village and said he had an idea to send these dead people back to where they came from. And Tianxin decided to apply the yin and yang cutter to the hole. He was constantly training and improving and knew that his powers had reached a very high level. A few minutes later, the scattered bones of the dead were lying on the battlefield. The head of the village took a breath and decided that they all needed to recover their strength after the battle. But before he had time to think about rest, a green mist cleared over the battlefield, and those bones began to slide into a pile, forming like a constructor of new dead people. A moment later, a new, unharmed army of the dead stood before the residents of Xuanhuang village, and Yian Shing could not believe his own eyes. How they could not be destroyed by the yin and yang cutters, he could not understand. But the old man had no time to think. Something had to be decided. The headman of the village shouted that he had the spirit, and ordered General Yan to immediately use Master Lu's ice-shattering arrows. The general heard and immediately gave the order. The shooters quickly loaded arrows into their weapons and prepared for further execution of the order. He did not delay, and at the command, "Shoot," hundreds of arrows with talismans flew at the skeletons. The arrows hit the target exactly. During the year of service, the soldiers knew their job perfectly. As soon as the arrow pierced the bones of the skeletons, they were immediately covered with ice and could no longer move. They remained standing there in a pile of ice in the middle of the battlefield. Some of the dead began to crack themselves and crumble into pieces. The men from the army of the village rejoiced. Wang Dahu said that after that the skeletons lost their ability to regenerate, and it was good that they had such amazing arrows in their arsenal. The headman of the village shouted, "Forward!" and the soldiers ran to finish off the frozen dead who did not want to disintegrate on their own. General Yang watched the battle from the tower and gave the command for the rear ranks of the army to enter the battle. Wana's niece approached him and inquired about the current situation in the battle. The general asked Wenzi why she is here. "It is as dangerous as possible." And she said that Huan said that the souls of the dead had invaded them, and that she was very worried about the old man. Wenzi glanced at the battlefield out of the corner of her eye and saw the elder fighting the ice monsters. General Yang said that the young man was fine and she should return immediately. But suddenly another majestic horseman appeared on the battlefield. He was many times bigger than ordinary dead people. His eyes glowed with a green glow, and he was enveloped in some sort of vapor. The rider sped up and galloped straight at full speed. Wang Dahu noticed that rider and started shouting that the skeleton general was heading towards the tower and had to be stopped immediately. A wall of soldiers was lined up near the wall, preparing to repulse the attack. The rider stopped for a moment and doubled over. One stayed down and the other jumped on. One peak still managed to break through the defense, and he galloped further on all pairs. Others joined the battle with the soldiers of the village army. One rider was stopped by the headman and started to fight with him. The enemy was too strong and could clone itself as soon as it sensed danger approaching. The elder decided to immediately use his yin and yang cutter to at least somehow prevent the cloning of this evil. One of the skeleton generals was already running along the wall of the tower, approaching the general and his soldiers. The general noticed the danger with a watchful eye and decided to act in advance. He turned to the soldiers and quickly ordered them to prepare arrows of cracked ice because the evil spirit was very close. The soldiers at the same moment began to load their weapons. But before General Yan could finish, the horseman already flew to him and knocked the general off his feet with his hoof. The body of the general lay on the tower of the village. Wenzi jumped back and fell next to her. She looked at the general with tearful eyes and seemed to freeze in place. She could not move because of the horror. The general of death decided to send the young girl to his realm of death, so he swung and prepared to kill her mercilessly. Wenzi looked into his eyes and waited for her end. At that moment, her whole life flashed before her eyes. Wenzi had already said goodbye to life and was preparing to meet her death with dignity. She closed her eyes and braced herself for the blow, but then she felt someone's body curl up on her. She opened her eyes and saw a mortally wounded soldier who covered her with his body and took the entire blow. He whispered to the girl that she was leaving immediately. Terrible memories began to come to life in her head. How they fled from the guards of the Emu people, and some man gave his life because she managed to escape. Then General Yang. Then this brave warrior who sacrificed his own life to save her. This brave man's last words were for Miss Sai to get out of here. The confused girl sat down next to the brave warrior and took his hand. They cried and thought about why the same thing happens in her life every time. The girl thought about why she is always a burden to those around her, and how long this will continue, and how many more lives will be given for her life. The general of death was already near the girl and decided to finish the case. Vid took out his sword, but suddenly some pythons enveloped his body. He couldn't move. Wenzi sat meekly on the ground and waited for her life to be taken so that she would not be a burden to others. but someone clearly did not want her to die. The young girl saw how the Death General was entangled by the pythons. Now his task was not to take the girl's life, but to stay alive himself. Enraged, Yian Shing barely restrained that dead man. He hurriedly shouted to the girl that she needed to get out of here urgently. Wenzi decided that she needed to obey the elder. The village headman gripped the Death General tightly and held him down with the help of his yin and yang cleavers. Then he took out his sword with one hand and prepared to send the evil to hell. But before the headman of the village could strike a single blow, green vapors seeped from the skeleton. Then they gathered in a heap, and the image of some demon appeared. That green general of death immediately delivered an attacking blow to the old man of the village, and Yian Shing did not expect such an unexpected attack. The blow was so strong that the old man flew away, and Tianxin miraculously managed to stick his sword into the wooden fence. The young man held onto the sword with one hand and hung over the abyss. The head of the village saw his men fighting bravely below, but he could not help them. He knew that without arrows with talismans they could not cope with the onslaught of the evil one. What the headman of the village saw did not increase hope. On the battlefield, the advantage was clearly not on the side of Yi Tianxin's army. He had already begun to think that if this continued, then soon there would be no one left from his army. The headman saw his brave soldiers lying on the battlefield. Hundreds of them had already given their lives, and the old man did not know how many more would have to be given. It already seemed to him that the settlement had come to an end. His soldiers fought very bravely and courageously. They also understood that today would most likely be their last battle, but they still continued to fight for the safety of the residents of Xuanhuang village. But suddenly the bodies of the skeletons began to collapse. The warriors themselves were shocked, and did not even expect that any forces could help them in the deadly battle. A melody played over the valley of the village, and it was she who made the bodies of the wicked to destroy. And behind the musical instrument sat the incomparable Wenzi. She completely concentrated on the performance of the melody. The owls of her musical work were as follows. The voice of the phoenix was heard, and hundreds of birds turned into the wind. The heavenly voice of the secret of fate, the understanding of sound waves. The brave warriors could not even believe their own eyes. They did not expect such a miracle. General Yan Ping said that these sounds of a wondrous melody dispel evil spirits. Wang Dahu confirmed that it was simply incredible. Their mouths even fell open in surprise. The head of the village could not believe what he saw either. He heard the sounds of this melody and guessed who exactly could be its performer. He had already witnessed the playing of the gutsin. Of course, it was Wenzi. The young girl put into the melody all the pain and horror that she had to experience in recent days. She hated those dead men with every cell of her body and soul. Golden rays emanated from her sounds of the melody, which merged into a pile and formed a huge golden phoenix. It flew over Xuanhuang village and spread its wings. Then an arrow formed from each feather of the golden phoenix, and hundreds of them flew down to attack the evil. The arrows flew like lightning and hit the target precisely. Skeletons were burned through by golden arrows, and the ability to regenerate was also lost. Those monsters never understood what happened to them. The men saw that luck was returning to them, and the chances of surviving and defeating the skeletons were as real as ever. General Yan Ping shouted, "Attack!" and led his soldiers to finish off the skeletons. The headman of the village observed the battlefield from a height and saw that Wenzi's music could stop the evil. The battle finally reached a turning point, and they had hope of victory. The elder guessed that at the last moment, Wenzi managed to awaken the heavenly voice. It was an incredible job. From that moment on, the girl was the hero of Xuanhuang village. Just now, when there was a chance for victory, the headman decided that it was time to put an end to all of the evil that attacked his village once and for all. The time has come for old age itself to meet in a deadly duel with the General of Death. Therefore, he took out his sword and flew to the general to find out the relationship. A green creature once again evaporated from the general, who was also preparing to meet the old woman, and Yian Shing decided to use his greatest degree of cultivation, because the opponent was not from the simple. The young man used the divine sea realm X-giant dragon tail, and they met on the battlefield. Each of them is a strong opponent determined only to win. The air shook from the collision of their energies. They fought to the death. The headman of the village had one desire: to end this evil as soon as possible and save the civilians of his village who count on protection. So much was at stake that there was no way back to Yian Shing. He decided to use his greatest strength, the yin and yang meridians. The General of Death was surrounded by the yin and yang meridians, and he had no chance to escape. And Yian Shing was very angry with him for his dead soldiers, so he decided to quickly finish off the demon. When the evil spirits were finally put an end to, the headman ordered Yandine to examine General Yan's wounds and take the wounded to the moon well to heal their wounds. Wenzi quickly ran to the old man and asked him if he was all right. The young man said that he was fine, and that it was only because of Wenzi that they had recovered. The headman continued that it was thanks to the awakening of the heavenly voice that she saved the village from destruction. But the girl looked pale, so the elder advised her to take a pill and have a good rest. In Wenzi's head there were pictures of dead soldiers who defended the village at the cost of their own lives. In her voice, she said that it was a pity that the heavenly voice did not wake up earlier. The girl said that she was very sorry for such huge losses of soldiers. The headman said that there is no need to blame yourself, because when the village and people are at stake, they must shake off fear. The elder said that when they go to the battlefield, they always prepare for the fact that they may meet death. Such is the fate of warriors. And Tianxing added that if it weren't for the young girl's help, there would have been hundreds of times more people killed and wounded. And it is not yet known how it would all end, so from now on she is an honored resident. The young girl looked directly into Yian Shing's eyes and thanked him for his trust. Soldiers surveying the battlefield noticed that incredible changes had taken place in the Tower of Archers. She got up many times bigger and taller. It seemed that due to the experience gained in this battle, the Archer's Tower had become a rank 5 yellow defense tower. The headman thought that this was simply incredible, because now she is able to shoot 50 arrows at a time in a radius of 500 meters. In this way, it can block all key entrances to the village. The young girl noticed a glow in the sky and pointed the old man in that direction. She asked what was flying like a meteorite. A bright star actually suddenly appeared above the village. She was approaching the village at breakneck speed. Its light was visible in the village as if it were daytime. Residents did not take their eyes off such an incomprehensible phenomenon. Only this was not enough for them today. They didn't even know what to expect. The soldiers even squinted their eyes from the glow. But when the star approached the village, it turned into a dragon gate. They were super tall and incredibly beautiful. Everyone admired the new gates of the village. The men asked old Huan what kind of gate it was. And Huan, these dragon gates appeared to create limitless possibilities for the ascension of all things. According to legend, koi carp with dragon blood have a chance to transform into dragons. And the dragon gate is the last test before turning into a dragon. Therefore, after swimming through the gate, the carp will become a real dragon. And Yian Shing felt how the truth of the chi carp of Xuanhuang village's destiny was breaking out, and even the heavenly lake could not contain it. The carp still managed to jump out and flew to the sky. His target was the dragon gate. The carp flew higher and higher to the end of the dragon gate. Everyone also began to observe this spectacle. People said that the carp jumped right out of the body of the elder Ai. The soldier told the general that the carp was flying to the gate, but the general himself saw it perfectly. Yandine only whispered that the carp had literally jumped over the dragon gate. Everyone kept their eyes on the golden carp of fate. They all knew that he wanted to fly over them. Koroth finally reached the top of the dragon gate and plunged into the sky. All the people waited with bated breath to see what would happen. They were also very concerned about carp. When the carp was on the other side of the gate, it began to transform. The inhabitants also noticed that some changes began with the carp, and they whispered to each other that the carp was changing. And in a moment, a golden dragon flew out from the other side of the gate. The trials were over, and the chi was replenished. The village turned into a city thanks to a carp that jumped over the dragon gate. And Tianxin was just over the moon with happiness. Finally, he waited for his village to grow to such an incredible size. The golden dragon flew near the wall to the village, and a new inscription appeared on it. The men came closer and read that they were now not just a small village, but the city of Xuanhuang. The elder said that most likely the Eternal Kingdom was testing them with an army of unclean ones. And the victory over this army filled the fate of Qi village and allowed the carp to turn into a dragon. When the golden dragon flew over the walls of the city, they were greatly strengthened. The mayor suggested that this was not all. The golden dragon flew further through the new city, flying over the wooden houses of local residents. They at the same time turned into brick houses, and some even had statues at the entrance. People called each other to see such incredible miracles that happened in their city. A market appeared on the central square. All residents were happy that their beloved village had turned into a fairly large city. They made a huge breakthrough. The mayor was happy about such a transformation and promised that he would make the city of Xuanhuang even better. The young girl said that something was flying towards them from the gate. Some kind of talisman flew out of the gate, on which it was written that the village has risen. Fate has been restored. Changes and opportunities are waiting for them. Some kind of shiny thing fell into the hands of the old man, which contained instructions for Yian Shing to accept the order. The inhabitants of the city saw that a special tablet had fallen into the hands of their headman. Someone remarked that now he is not the mayor, but the head of the city. Wang Dahu asked Huang if the prize for improving the village had flown to Yian Shin. The old man said that the voice from the gate spoke of changes and opportunities, so maybe some of that. And Tianxing himself carefully examined the tablet that fell into his hands. It did not contain any magical power. Rather, it was needed to determine status or create a city. And Tinsin turned to his fellow villagers and said that a few months ago they got into these eternal lands. They were attacked by monsters, wild animals, strangers, but they passed through fear. But they did not give up and did not get scared. Each of them shed blood, sweat, hurt relatives in order to start all over again. In order to hunt, plant, create an army, develop new lands. But now they can proudly say that they have the strength to survive in these eternal lands, and that the deer, wild beast, and monster are powerless before them. And now, they have a new name, and this name was the city of Xuanhuang. Vis residents listened to the speech of their mayor with tears in their eyes, and rejoiced that they had managed to reach such heights. On this occasion, a big celebration was held in the city. Everyone happily drank and celebrated until the morning, and they had every right to it. And Tianxing took out his jade book and found out that it was not a tablet at all, but a pass to the martial arts gathering. According to the book, all those who have reached the highest levels in the kingdom will gather there. The heroes will gather together to cross their weapons. This plaque is a ticket to the venue of the first martial arts gathering, where the strongest will gather. And Tianxing decided that maybe at that meeting, he would be able to learn something about his sister Ziyan. Therefore, he decided to take part in the meeting without fail. 2 men were approaching the city of Xuanhuang. They barely dragged their feet. They looked exhausted and exhausted. Finally, she saw the gate of some settlement. The guard soldiers saw the men approaching the gate. They assessed them and decided that the men were not dangerous, so they decided to come and help the refugees. The men could barely speak, but the only thing they whispered was a plea for help. They supported each other because they were no longer able to stand on their own. When the men were taken to Wang Dahu, the head of the town came into the room and asked if these men had come to their town today. Dahu replied that, yes, he was just questioning the men. Dahu introduced the head of the city to the refugees and asked them to tell what happened to them. One of the men was named Yang Qi. Yang Qi fell to his knees in front of the city chief and asked him to immediately send troops to Lushan City and rescue their leader. And Tianxing told him to get up and tell everything in detail. The man said that he himself is from Yanshin. One day the Emu people captured him and made him their slave. They went through a lot, but thanks to their leader they managed to escape. The men walked for a long time, but one day they came to the city of Lushan. The men were happy, and she decided that they would find shelter there. But unexpectedly, a huge python attacked the city and decided to feast on people. No one could escape from him no matter how hard people tried, but still the monster caught up with them. Their leader risked his own life to save the people, but only Jian and his older brother managed to escape. They ran north for 2 days until they reached this city. Ziyan simply pleaded with the city head to send an army to the city and rescue their leader if he was still alive. And Yian Shing told Dahu to prepare 2 horses because he and brother Yan were going to Lushan City. Dahu said he would send a soldier with them. Yan also said that they need soldiers because the python is very dangerous, and Tinsen said that now their city could be attacked by enemies, so soldiers are more needed here. In the afternoon, both Tian Shing and Yan rode their horses across the desert and eventually arrived at Lushan City. The city wall was damaged. There was no security. It looked like an abandoned city, and Tian Shing ordered Yang Qi to stay put because he would go on alone. The man shouted at the last one for the head of the city to be as careful as possible, and Tinsen assessed the situation and decided that the python was hiding underground. There simply could not be other options here. And Tian Shing took out his spear, cultivated his strength, and jumped high into the sky to jump down to the ground with all his might. So he wanted to lure the python. The head of the city was flying and mentally considering what he could use in the battle with the python. He already knew a lot, so he had a lot to choose from. When Yi Tianxing landed, there were cracks on the ground. The rest of the frightened and tortured people heard sounds. They were afraid that the python had returned again, so they must sit quietly and inconspicuously. The ground cracked, and a python appeared. As the head of the city thought, that monster was hiding underground. He immediately opened his mouth and pounced on the man who dared to wake him. The python wrapped around Yi Tianxin and prepared to attack. But just as the python prepared to swallow the young man, he cut off the python's head with a skillful movement of his right hand. The python's head flew several meters and fell right in front of Yang Qi. He got scared and jumped away, but then I saw that it was only one head. The python was finished. Yang Qi began to rehearse out of fear, but Yi Tianxing approached the frightened man and said that everything was fine and the python was gone. And Tinsen invited the men to go to the city and see if his leader survived there, and if anyone else managed to survive in these unbearable conditions. When they approached the city gate, they saw that people were looking at them with distrust. The inhabitants of this city looked as if they had starved for a month. It was scary to look at them without tears. Their eyes were empty and scared. Yang Qi told the locals that they need not fear now because Yi Tianxing had just cut off the head of the cursed python. Residents could not believe their ears. Now they don't need to be afraid and hide. The leader of this revenge, all bandaged up, saw that Yang Qi had returned and was glad that he had managed to bring someone to help. Yang Qi told his fellow villagers that Yi Tianxing has incredible abilities and he saved them from the python. Now they are completely safe. People now understood where there was so much noise. The leader knelt before Yi Tianxing and asked to accept Chun Shen's thanks. And Tinsen knew this name. He had once learned in history class that it was Chen Shen who led the peasant uprising against the Qin dynasty.